Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku was Ghost Rider and had Harem, Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is My Hero Academia, The Ghost Rider by Yaboy 1998. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. All Might was in the teacher's lounge in UA as he decided to deliver a letter to someone. The same day when Eraserhead announced the sports festival to his students. The symbol of peace took a deep breath as he wrote the letter. Greetings, it's been a while since you heard from me. I know you told me to find a successor among the elite in UA. However, I decided to give my power to someone you wouldn't believe. After all, my successor told me about his past actions when he was a vigilante. Despite the blood on his hands, he showed how much he desired to protect innocent people from villains. This was further proven when he charged to save someone from a dangerous situation that made both myself and Prose hesitate. I was inspired by his heroic nature and how far he was willing to protect people. Which is why I told the secret of my quirk, one for all, and made him my successor. This young man asked me if he could still be a hero despite having villain's blood in his hands. I told him yes when most labeled him as either a villain or monster. I was shocked when he protected his classmates and teachers from villains at the USJ. This young man has proven to be a worthy successor to my power. For he puts others' lives before his as theirs were more important. He undoubtedly will become a greater symbol of peace than I ever was. I hope you think the same when you decide to meet him. I'll keep you updated on what's happening and with my successor. Believe me, this young man will become a symbol that'll inspire hope in others and for villains to fear. Sincerely, Toshinori Yagi. An old man smiled when he read All Might's letter in his home. He took a bite of his taiyaki and put the letter down on a desk. The smile remained as he was eager to meet All Might's successor. Now colorful fireworks exploded in the skies at UA University to signal the opening of the sports festival. Meanwhile, the media were outside the school gate, waiting for security to let them through. The security line is huge. What's the deal? A female reporter questioned. The reporter was Yu Shimamura. The same female reporter who was able to break into UA with her cameraman. She was 5 feet 7 inches, light skin, brown hair in a high ponytail, and had her standard blue suit. A.N. I don't know if that's her name, but work with it. Villains did manage to break into UA. So the university is making sure no shady character manages to get in. They even managed to get Sentinel to provide additional security, too. Though some people think the sports festival shouldn't happen. Shimamura's cameraman explained. That's perfect. Nothing brings ratings up more than a bit of controversy, including everyone wanting to see the heroes in Sentinel. Especially everyone's attention to Class 1A. Shimamura exclaimed with determination. Inside the campus, visitors were buying food and souvenirs from stalls. But they are most excited about the sports festival. I'm always excited for the third years since they have the most experience with their quirks. It's their last chance to show what they can do, one male visitor stated. No way. This time it's the powerful first years. I can't wait to see them, a second male visitor replied. Hey, did you hear that Endeavor is watching the first year's sports festival? A female visitor revealed. No way, seriously? The first male visitor responded. Man, seats for the first years are gonna be full, the second male visitor commented. Meanwhile, Mount Lady was with Death Arms and Kamui Woods ordering takoyaki at a stall. I'll take one order to go, please, Mount Lady asked. Whoa, Mount Lady. It's really you, the male takoyaki vendor exclaimed. And hold the salt, please, the female heroine requested. Of course. That'll be 500 yen. The male vendor stated. A.N. 500 yen is equivalent to $5. Mount Lady, however, realized she didn't have her wallet on her. I don't have any money right now. Mount Lady responded cutely and pushed her bosom together. So cute. This one's on the house. The vendor exclaimed with a blush. Aren't you a dear? Mount Lady replied. Do you have any shame? Kamui Woods questioned as he and Death Arms stared at their friend's action. Later, the trio of heroes was walking around the campus. I hoped to do some scouting while I was here. Kamui Woods stated. Yeah, too bad we're stuck doing security work. Death Arms agreed. Seems like pro heroes aren't the only ones providing security. I noticed some Sentinel soldiers around. Maybe we'll even see some heroes that work with the only hero agency with diplomatic immunity. Mount Lady responded as she ate her takoyaki. She looked at the sentinel soldiers around the campus, with civilians even greeting and taking photos with them. Meanwhile, another group was currently walking around campus. The group consists of 4 females and 1 man. The first woman had pale skin, appeared to be 28, stood 5 feet 7 3/4, had a curvy figure, and had emerald green eyes. Her long green hair curls at the end, and she wore a form-fitting black dress with long sleeves. There were 4 high-cut leg slits to show her long legs, and she wore low-heeled black shoes. The next female also had pale skin, appeared to be 23, stood 5 feet 5 3/4, had a curvy figure, chin-length dark green hair styled in a bob, and had light green eyes. Her attire was a form-fitting dark green dress, thigh-high black boots, and several necklaces. The final female had fair skin, blonde hair in a high ponytail, blue eyes, and an hourglass figure. She appeared to be 37, stood 5 feet 7 inches, and wore a futuristic Valkyrie suit. The male seemed to be a futuristic cybernetic ninja. However, his face was revealed to show his tan skin and brown eyes. He stood 5 feet 7 inches and appeared to be 35 years old. The group consisted of heroes that worked in Sentinel. They're known as the Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki, Blizzard of Hell, Fubuki, Mercy, and Genji. I can't believe our boss has us here guarding a sports festival. I mean, aren't the soldiers enough? Tatsumaki questioned. Well, they wanted to ensure the villains won't pull another invasion like in the USJ, Fubuki answered. Besides, our presence ensures the safety of the civilians, Mercy added. And didn't you immediately volunteer when Hikaru asked for volunteers for the first year's sports festival? Especially after hearing about what happened to Izuku, Genji reminded. Tatsumaki immediately blushed and faced the cyborg ninja. Did you get brain damage from your last mission? I didn't come here to make sure Izuku is well protected. I'm here to make sure everyone here is safe. Don't you dare forget that, or I'll send you flying, a blushing Tatsumaki exclaimed. Hey, guys, wait for me. A female voice called out to the group. Everyone turned to see a girl who appeared to be 19 approach them. The girl wore a mecha battlesuit with a white bunny on the chest. She also had an athletic build and stood 5 feet 6 inches with brown eyes and long brown hair. This was another member of Sentinel, Hana-song, aka DVA. DVA, I was wondering where you were. What took you so long? Mercy asked the mech pilot. I was stuck in a long line at security and had to show I was allowed to carry my pistol, DVA explained. Well, it's good that you are here now. We also got Cassidy, Ash, and Bob stationed at another part of the campus. Genji informed her. What about Izuku's siblings and aunt? She did inform us that she and her older nephews and nieces will be here, too, DVA wondered. They're actually in the stadium where the first years are having their sports festival. Now, let's keep moving and ensure no intruders get in, Fubuki answered. I agree. Besides, I want to see if Izuku didn't get rusty when he left us to start his hero career. Tatsumaki commented. This is Izuku we're talking about, Tatsumaki. The same guy who managed to beat you and have you work with others. Knowing him, he'll win the whole thing with ease, DVA stated. Let's just get moving. The sports festival for the first years is about to begin, Tatsumaki exclaimed with a faint blush on her face. Cassidy and Ash made a bet with the others to see if Tatsumaki and her sister or DVA will confess to Izuku. Want to join in on that bet? Genji whispered to Mercy. Who got who? She asked. Cassidy, Ash, Torbjorn, Reaper, Moira, Sombra, Roadhog, and Junkrat got the 2 Esper sisters. While Hanzo, me, Reinhardt, Bridget, Winston, Tracer, Soldier, 76, Widowmaker, May, Farah, Anna, Zarya, Orisa, Bastion, Symmetra, Baptiste, Lucio, and Zenyatta got DVA. Genji answered. My bet is on DVA confessing, but you know, this also reminded me of when the others made a bet on us. To see which one of us confessed and everyone who betted on you won. Mercy told the ninja. Genji rubbed the back of his head out of embarrassment. Still the best choice of my life when I first joined Overwatch before it merged with Sentinel, the ninja responded. The Valkyrie-clad woman then kissed the ninja on the cheek. Mine as well. Now let's not keep the others waiting, Mercy said as she and Genji joined the others while holding hands. Meanwhile, Class 1A was currently in their assigned waiting room until they get called out. Some of them mentally prepared themselves, while others were nervous. Man, I was hoping to wear my costume, Mina groaned. Some students aren't in the hero course. So having all of us in our PE uniforms keeps it fair, Ojiro stated. I wonder what they'll do for the first round, Sato wondered. It doesn't matter. We must persevere, Tokiyami stated. Right, Shoji agreed. Iida then entered the weighing room. Everyone, time to get our game faces on. We'll be entering the arena soon, he announced to his peers. Midoriya cracked his knuckles and neck but noticed Todoroki approaching him. Midoriya, Todoroki called out. Something you need, Todoroki? Midoriya responded. From an objective standpoint, it's evident you are more powerful than the whole class and me, Todoroki stated. And? Midoriya urges Todoroki to go on. However, I will beat you, Todoroki answered. Whoa, what's with all these declarations of war lately? Kaminari questioned. Meanwhile, Bakugo was angrily growling. As if that damn villain is more powerful than me. You're declaring war on the wrong person. I will win this and become the future #1 hero, he exclaimed in his thoughts. Midoriya and Todoroki stared at one another for a while. But then Midoriya began laughing as if he heard a funny joke. The others were shocked to see their class representative laughing. Especially to Todoroki's declaration of war on him. Midoriya managed to stop himself from laughing more. Sorry, but I hadn't a good laugh like that every time I embarrassed Bakugo in middle and high school. I didn't know you got a sense of humor from that serious expression of yours. Midoriya snickered, then noticed Todoroki's serious expression. Oh, wait, you were serious. Well, we don't have much time, so I'm just gonna be blunt. There's no way in hell you're going to beat me, Todoroki. Especially when you're using only half of your power. Midoriya told him, then turned to his peers. All right, everyone. Let's get out there and show him what we're made of. Over at the stadium that was filled with civilians and pro-heroes. Pay attention, everyone. Swarm and mass media welcome to the UA's annual sports festival. The first year's stage is set, and now it's time to meet them, President Mike announced from the commentator's room. How did you convince me to do this? Eraserhead questioned. Same with me. Midoriya's aunt, Hikaru, wondered. She was in her hero costume, which made her appear like a ninja. I get lonely. Anyway, to start us off, please welcome the class who overcame a villain attack, with hearts of steel and unwavering spirit, Hero Course, Class 1A, President Mike announced. Class 1A, led by Midoriya, stepped into the arena and were surprised by the stadium filled with people. Wow, there's so many people, Uraraka said nervously. Man, I'm getting nervous from all this, Kirishima said. Oh, suck it up, wuss, Bakugo commented. Okay. Remember to show off your training for the past 2 weeks. Let's show the current pro heroes the next generation, Midoriya told his classmates. Next, also from the hero course, Class 1B, President Mike announced as Class 1B entered the arena. Class 1B was led by the gray-haired man who had a determined expression. Then we have General Studies course, Class C, D, and E. The pro hero commentated. Shinso led the General Studies students to the arena. Coming now is Support course, Class F, G, and H, President Mike stated. The Support course joined the other classes in the field. And finally, Business course, Class 1, J, and K. President Mike finished. The Business course students arrived to meet their peers. Give it up for UA's first-year students, everyone, President Mike exclaimed. Applause erupted throughout the stadium from the crowd. I bet we're just here to make the hero course look better, a general course student commented. Then a loud whipping sound was heard to quiet everyone. Now, the introduction speech, Midnight announced. She made most men and women in the crowd blush as she appeared in the arena. Wow! This year's umpire is the rated R hero, Midnight. One pro hero exclaimed. Amazing! A second pro hero commented. The other years don't know what they're missing, a third pro hero stated. Someone should talk to Midnight Sensei about her outfit, Kirishima said while blushing. Yeah, that costume should come with a warning. A blushing Kaminari added. Is that appropriate for a university? Tokiyami questioned. Mineta enthusiastically put up his thumb with a major blush on his face. This made him get a chop to the head from Midoriya. Silence. Midnight demanded as she whipped her leather flogger. Everyone went silent and gave her their attention. The heroine pointed at Midoriya with her flogger. Now, representing the first-year students, Izuku Midoriya, Hero Course, Class 1A, S representative, but also the student who broke All Might's record in the entrance exam. The crowd was amazed to hear a first-year student breaking All Might's record in the entrance exam. Then the monitor showed Midoriya's skills in the exam, even what he did to the zero-pointer. Further surprising and impressing everyone. Midoriya was embarrassed by the attention and surprised that he had to give a speech. Geez, giving me a lot of pressure here. Especially in front of a crowd, no less, Midoriya muttered. You can do it, Izuku. Yaoyorozu encouraged him. Yeah. You always inspired us, so now it's time to show that to everyone, Deku-kun, Uraraka added. Yeah, you got it, Midro bro. Kirishima stated. Midoriya sighed as he went up to the stage. Then Midnight passed him a microphone. Take your time, she encouraged with a wink. Midoriya took a deep breath as he began his speech. I learned that all men are not born equal. That's true, as some are blessed with a quirk when they're born, while others don't. But sometimes, specific quirks will make people be labeled as either a hero or a villain. While the quirkless have lost hope to pursue their dreams because others believe they can't do anything. I know because I didn't get my quirk until I was 15, so I was either bullied or treated as an outcast. The crowd, along with the students, were shocked as Midoriya continued. When I didn't have my quirk, I still wished to become a hero. However, my former middle and high school teachers and classmates saw it as a joke. I was treated as their punching bag for students to demonstrate their quirks. The teachers would either turn a blind eye or downright encourage it. For 11 years, I went through this torment to the point where I wanted to give up everything. However, before I could, my late father, a pro hero who died in the line of duty, helped me. He told me that I was already a hero for my determination to help others. But when I gained my quirk at 15, I was labeled a villain. But I remembered something my father said that stuck with me. He told me that a quirk doesn't dictate someone becoming a hero or villain. What dictates you to becoming a hero or a villain is your actions and how you use your quirk. Those are the only things that say if you are a hero or villain. So he, along with my older siblings and his sister, helped train me. I went through hellish training that could have broken anyone. However, I managed to get through it because I was hellbent on becoming a hero and helping others. The reason for that is because I was inspired by my family, who were all pro heroes. Even my mother, who isn't a pro hero, I was inspired. Because she kept encouraging me that I was on the right path and mind to be a hero. And right before me, I see students that desire the same thing. Everyone may see this as students from different courses trying to one-up the other. But all I see are future heroes in the making. Class 1B will become our brothers and sisters in arms. The general course either becoming pro heroes themselves or other opportunities to help others like heroes. The support course helping the heroes protect others thanks to the gear they make. The business course guarantees that the heroes have a good relationship with the civilians. Hell, I know that the students in front of me have quirks that made them be labeled as villains or be mocked by their past peers. But all of that ends today, here in this year's sports festival. Because what in the hell do those people know? They don't decide what path we want to pursue. The only ones to decide that is you and you alone. The current pro heroes will one day have to retire as they can't do this forever. So it's time to show that the next generation of heroes ensures the future. If you have the determination, the will, and the spirit to help others and inspire them, then that already tells them we already got amazing heroes right now. And for those at home and the quirkless, the same applies to you as well. It's time for all of us to take that leap of faith to become a hero. It's time to make the impossible possible. Therefore, don't give up hope because of those who filled your minds with doubt. Prove them wrong as you show them your heroic spirit and will. Shatter your limit as it's time for all of us to go beyond, plus ultra. Plus ultra. The crowd and students exclaimed as they applauded Midoriya and his speech. Even those outside the arena or at home praised Midoriya's speech. That was both inspiring and manly. I'm crying here, a crying Kirishima said. As expected of our class representative, inspiring not just us but others as well. We must do the same as well, Iida said with tears in his eyes. Amazing, Izuku. Yaoyorozu said with a blush. That's what I'm talking about, Deku-kun. Uraraka cheered. Meanwhile, Bakugo just scoffed at Midoriya's speech. As he believes Midoriya was just spouting nonsense and empty promises. What an inspiring speech, Midoriya. Let's give this amazing man another round of applause, Midnight said as the crowd clapped. Thank you, everyone. To all of the students here, let's give it our all, Midoriya responded with a smile. Most people had to shield their eyes because of Midoriya's bright smile. So bright. One random student said. Man, this guy's so pure. Another random student commented. Damn, Shota, that student of yours is so nice and inspiring. His spirit is so bright my sunglasses aren't enough to protect my eyes, Present Mike said. I know. I'm his teacher, and I can already tell that he thinks of others than himself, Eraserhead responded. Including that, he got some amazing role models to be inspired by. Maybe that's the reason for his brightness. Hikaru commented with a smile. And what you said is basically what your father, my brother, Takaru, would say, Izuku. Good job, she added in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yugo and Maki heard their little brother's speech from the upper row of the stadium's seating area. Yugo's hero costume made him appear like a gold and black knight with a lion's head. In contrast, Maki's costume made her appear like a magic user from a fantasy game. Did you hear our little brother's speech, Yugo? He sounds just like Dad, Maki happily exclaimed as she jumped up and down. Well, we did have a badass and amazing role model in our life. So it's up to us to ensure his legacy and spirit continue to live on. And our little brother just showed that, Yugo responded. Ken and Rika were in another area of the stadium's upper row in another part of the stadium. Ken's hero costume was a mechanized armor. In comparison, Rika's made her look like a military operator. Rika also wielded a Remington MSR sniper rifle. You think our little brother practiced that speech? Ken asked his sibling. Nope. Our little bro just winged it and totally killed it. If Dad were here, he would totally be blushing. But knowing our mother, she's probably flooding her apartment with tears of joy, Rika answered. Man. I was totally wrong about Class 1A. They got an awesome and manly representative, Class 1B's gray-haired man exclaimed. He's right. Let's do our best, everyone, an 18-year-old girl from Class 1B told her class. She stood 5 feet 6 1/4, with a slim build, teal eyes, and fair skin. Her long orange hair has a high ponytail on the left side of her head. The bangs were split into 3 clumps around the eyes, while some stick up in large tufts on top of her head. Yeah, her classmates exclaimed as they agreed. Midoriya joined his class after getting off the stage. Manly speech there, Midoriya, Kirishima told him. Thanks. I was speaking from the heart, Midoriya admitted. But it was inspiring nonetheless, Izuku. Yaoyorozu said. Yeah, let's do our best, Uraraka stated. Yeah, let's do it, Ashido cheered. Without further ado, let's begin the first round of the sports festival, Midnight announced. Everyone looked at the monitor behind the heroine as it spun. What will it be? She questioned as the wheel stopped at obstacle race. And we have our first round, Midnight exclaimed. An obstacle course for the first round. Sounds interesting, Midoriya commented. All 11 classes will run 4 kilometers outside of the stadium. The only rule for this race is no intentional harm to other students with your quirks. But you can use whatever advantage your quirk gives you as long as you remain in the course. Midnight explained. Take your places, everyone. All the classes gathered at the tunnel and waited for the signal to start the race. The countdown began until it reached 1. Start, Midnight shouted to begin the race. And off they go. How about some commentary, Mummy Man and Female Ninja? What should we pay attention to first? Present Mike asked Eraserhead and Hikaru. The doorway. They both answered. All the students had a hard time getting through the narrow tunnel. It's too narrow, one student said. So they're testing us on how we get through this, Midoriya mentally said as he struggled in the tunnel. This is the first obstacle, Todoroki said as he froze the tunnel and made it out of the tunnel. Apologies, he added as he froze the other student's feet. You're going to have to do better than that, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu exclaimed. She created a large staff to vault out of the tunnel. You're not getting ahead of me, icy hot, Bakugo shouted. He used his explosions to fly out of the tunnel. "Don't count me out just yet," Kirishima exclaimed as he jumped out. "Sorry, but not gonna happen," Ojiro shouted as he used his tail to vault out. "You can't stop my brightness," Aoyama said as he fired a laser to help him escape. "Starting big, huh? Maybe I should, too," Midoriya said as he teleported himself out of the tunnel. He then channeled one for all to his legs and began running. "I didn't expect so many people to dodge that," Todoroki said as he continued to run. "That's because you underestimate them too much," Midoriya told him as he appeared next to Todoroki. "You're already here, how?" Todoroki questioned. "My quirk," Midoriya responded, but they both noticed Mineta bouncing off his balls towards them. "How foolish of you two. I foiled your plans," Mineta exclaimed as he took a ball off his head. "Prepare for my special attack. Grape." But then a giant metal hand smacked Mineta down to the ground. Midoriya snickered for a bit. But then he turned to face the first obstacle. The other students arrived at the first obstacle. "The first obstacle on the field has arrived. Robo Inferno," Present Mike announced. "Aren't those the 0-pointers from the entrance exam?" Kaminari questioned. "Where does the school get the funds for those?" Yaoyorozu added. "They went through a lot of trouble, but they should have prepared something more difficult," Todoroki said. He used his quirk to freeze the 0-pointers. "Since dear old dad is watching," he added after taking a breath and started running. He stopped them. One student announced, "We can get through between the legs." A second student stated, "I wouldn't do that, considering I froze them to unbalance them." Todoroki stated. The 0-pointed began to fall towards some students. But Midoriya summoned his katana to his hands. He ignited the blade to unleash flaming slashes on the falling mechs. The frozen 0-pointers fell the other way with the flaming strikes melting them. "Amazing. Izuku Midoriya saved fellow students from the falling 0-pointers," Present Mike announced. Midoriya sheathed his sword and turns to the students. "Is everyone okay?" he asked. "Some of us, but I saw Kirishima and that gray-haired dude from 1B ran under the 0-pointer." Kaminari answered. "What?" Midoriya exclaimed. But then Kirishima burst out of the 0-pointer with his quirk activated. "I'm alive," Kirishima exclaimed. Then the gray-haired man from 1B burst out as well. "I'm gonna smash that guy when I get my hands on him," the gray-haired man said with his whole body becoming steel. "Man, how am I gonna stand out when we're the same?" Kirishima said with tears in his eyes as he ran. "What do you mean?" the gray-haired man asked as he ran next to him. "Let's work together for now. Make a path," an 18-year-old male class 1B student said. He stood 5 inches 8, with lightly tanned skin, his eyes shaped like a reptile with tiny black eyes. His black hair was done in a low braid, and had an athletic build. The student's arms turned green and scaly. He then fired off the scales at the robots. A loud explosion was heard, and Kaminari noticed Bakugo flying over the robots. "Bakugo?" he questioned. "No way I'm letting Deku and Icy Hot beat me," Bakugo thought. Class 1A's Bakugo blasted over the obstacle. "Clever," Present Mike commentated. "You're not the only one whose quirk can help you over this obstacle," Zero said as he used his tape to climb over the 0-pointer. "Dark Shadow," Tokiyami commanded as his quirk took down some robots. Yaoyorozu made a cannon to destroy a few 0-pointers. "Looks like the leading pack, for now, is Class 1A," Snipe said from the teacher's booth. "It's not like they don't know what to do, but," All Might thought. "Class 1A learns not to hesitate." Eraser had Sane in his head. Iida, Jiro, and Kaminari used their quirks to destroy some robots. They've seen what the real world is like after facing real villains. Aizawa added. Uraraka and Ojiro also used their quirks against the robots. Yet they fight on and try to overcome that fear. They've all grown and know to act quickly to stay alive. Class 1A's homeroom teacher finished. "Better off to dodge those sometimes. But a smart shot will take down those big, slow, dumb robots. A hunk of metal is easy to hit as long as you know where to hit," Snipe stated. "If you think that first obstacle was easy, let's see how you deal with the second obstacle." "The fall," Present Mike announced to those who arrived at the next obstacle. The second obstacle was a massive hole. Stone pillars were in the hole connected by rope. Todoroki used his ice on the rope to slide across. In contrast, Bakugo used his explosions to fly through. When did they have time to build this? Uraraka wondered. How deep is the hole? Ashido wondered. Time to show off the training Genji gave me. Midoriya thought. He channeled one for all to his legs. Then he began to bounce off each platform like a ninja. See you at the finish line. Midoriya told the others. Wow, Midoriya is like a ninja. Ashido commented. Class 1A's Midoriya caught up with Todoroki and Bakugo. Present Mike announced. Ha ha ha. A female voice laughed, making Uraraka and Ashido turn around. They see an 18-year-old girl with salmon pink hair in thick dreadlocks and sideswipe to the right. She stood 5 feet 3 inches with a mature build, fair skin, and had red and gold over her eyes. The girl also had oversized boots, utility belt, and what could be a jetpack over her shoulders. Yes, it's my chance to show off what I can do. My support items to steal the spotlight. The salmon-haired girl exclaimed. You're from the support course. Uraraka said. Hey, how come you can bring all that stuff? Ashido questioned. The hero course students get combat training for their quirks. The support course can bring any gadget we want to keep things fair. As long as we developed it ourselves. The salmon-haired girl explained. So sit back and enjoy the show. She fired a wire towards a stone pillar. This is the perfect obstacle to show off our genius and creations. For any companies here that want to recruit us. The girl then takes off towards the cliff. I hope employers are watching. The salmon-haired girl hoped as the wire pulled her upward. My super cute babies are for sure to make an impression. She said as her boots hovered above the pillars. I won't lose, Uraraka said, running to the cliff. This is so unfair, Ashido commented as she followed Uraraka. In the world of pro heroes, it's hard to get popular without a flashy quirk. Right, Eraserhead, Present Mike asked him. Aizawa was annoyed by his colleague's comment. I have no idea what you're talking about, idiot. He responded. Meanwhile, Todoroki made it to the other side with Bakugo not far behind. He's getting fired up. Took him long enough, he thought, looking at Bakugo. But I still need to get past him. Todoroki mentally added as he looked at Midoriya. My brother is watching. I can't let him see me act uncool. Iida said as many students were ahead of him. He used his quirk to glide past the rope like a tightrope walker. However, his struggle to maintain balance made him look ridiculous. He looks uncool right now, Hikaru announced. That guy in second place behind Midoriya is way ahead of the others. An audience member said, his quirk is powerful, but his natural athletic ability and judgment helped him out. That's why he's a cut above the rest. A second audience member replied. Of course, his dad is the number 2 hero. The flame hero, Endeavor. The first audience member responded. For real, guess that's why he's in second, like father like son. A third audience member commented. The race is reaching its final stretch with the last obstacle. Present Mike announced. Midoriya found himself in front of a vast minefield. Some parts of the ground were black, and a sign read, Danger Mine. A minefield set up, so you know where to watch your step. Also, the mines in the game are harmless but loud enough to wet your pants. Present Mike stated. Tone it down, man. Hikaru asked. This loudmouth can't tone it down. Eraserhead commented. So this obstacle helps those who are behind to catch up. Midoriya thought. He then heard an explosion as Bakugo flew towards Todoroki. Bastard. Don't make a declaration if you can't back it up. Bakugo shouted as he tried to attack Todoroki. Meanwhile, Midoriya stayed at the start of the minefield. And just like that, Bakugo takes the lead and attacks Todoroki. But what's Midoriya doing? He's falling behind. Present Mike stated. He's observing. Midoriya's the type of person who wants his fellow students to grow and improve. Aizawa explained. Midoriya then teleported away from the minefield. He appeared next to Yaoyorozu, making her jump. She then blushed when Midoriya carried her like a bride. Midoriya turned to Mineta, who was about to jump at their spot. Midoriya stuck his tongue out at Mineta as he vanished with Yaoyorozu. Both of them appeared at the minefield. Why did you bring me here with you? Yaoyorozu asked. I had a feeling Mineta might try something indecent with you. Midoriya explained. So I brought you here to get you away from that little creep. Oh, thank you. Yaoyorozu said as she blushed. But you may want to step back because I'm about to do something stupid. Midoriya warned her. He jumped into the air as he summoned his Sig Sauer M17 pistol. Then fired a few shots at the mines on the ground. The shockwave of the explosion sent Midoriya flying through the minefield. Yeehaw! Midoriya excitedly exclaimed as he flew through the air. But he didn't notice Yaoyorozu creating a grapple gun. She fired it where it attached to his back, and she fled with him. Midoriya then flew past both Bakugo and Todoroki. See you later, Midoriya told the two. Midoriya has taken the lead. Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd cheered. Deku, what do you think you're doing? Bakugo shouted. The ice path I made will help the others. But no time to worry about it. Todoroki thought. Look at them go. Bakugo and Todoroki stopped fighting to go after Midoriya. With Yaoyorozu still attached to the lead man. Present Mike commentated. So you're catching up, huh? Sorry but no, Midoriya said as he fired fireballs, without looking, in front of Bakugo and Todoroki. The fireballs hit the mines with the blast sending them both back. With that impressive move, Midoriya slows down the competition as he heads for the finish line. Eraserhead, your students are awesome. What are you teaching them? Present Mike said. This has nothing to do with me. Each of them uses their power to overcome their trial. Eraserhead answered. There you have it. Eraserhead's a bad teacher. Present Mike commented. I'm what? An angered Aizawa questioned. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki continued to race down the tunnel to the finish line. Midoriya channeled one for all to his legs again. Then he blitzes away from both Bakugo and Todoroki. But also brought Yaoyorozu with him as she was still attached to him thanks to the grapple gun. Midoriya then passed through the finish line with the crowd cheering for his arrival. And the first one to finish the obstacle race is Hero Course, Class 1A's, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced. Death Arms turned to the big screen behind him outside of the stadium. Hey, it's the kid that dealt with that sludge villain. Death Arms stated. Oh yeah, the same one MT. Lady kissed for his bravery. Kamui Woods added. Meanwhile, in a dark room in an unknown location, Shigaraki was watching the sports festival. That brat again, Shigaraki hissed. Back at the stadium, Midoriya looked around at the people cheering for him. But then he noticed Yaoyorozu's grapple hook on his back. Midoriya saw the line was reeling in and wondered how it got on him. Izuku, Yaoyorozu screamed as Midoriya saw her heading towards him. I got you, Midoriya exclaimed as he caught Yaoyorozu as they both fell. That explains the mysterious grapple hook on my back. Good thinking there, Momo. Midoriya praised. Thank you. Though the ride was quite terrifying due to your speed. Yaoyorozu responded. Hey, Izuku, stop flirting with your girlfriend. We're live, you know. Hikaru told her nephew. Midoriya realized that Yaoyorozu was on top of him, and they both blushed. Then they stumbled back to their feet, embarrassed. Both flustered teens looked away as the crowd giggled. Then Todoroki came in, followed by Bakugo, and the others came in. Damn it, I lost to him again. Bakugo growled. This festival is a competition where everyone aims for the top, even if it means defecting from your friends and peers. To get the attention of a pro hero, that's watching. For pro heroes, popularity plays a huge role in their career. So everyone's want to be the best, and you, my boy, are the best. All Might said in his head. Deku-kun, that was amazing, Uraraka praised. Iida, however, was sulking as he lost at a test of speed. Oh, thank you, you did pretty amazingly yourself. Midoriya responded. The first game for the first-year students is over. And what a spectacular display we got from them. Midnight announced. Now, let's take a look at the standings, shall we? She added as a screen showed the results. 1. Izuku Midoriya 2. Momo Yaoyorozu 3. Shoto Todoroki 4. Katsuki Bakugo 5. Abara Shiozaki 6. Juzo Honanuki 7. Tenya Iida 8. Fumikage Tokiyami 9. Shiro Honta 10. Eijiro Kirishima 11. Tetsu 12. Mashirao Ojiro 13. Yosetsu Awase 14. Tsuyu Asui 15. Mezzo Shoji 16. Ochako Uraraka 17. Rikido Sato 18. Minru Mineta 19. Mina Shido 20, Koji Koda 21, Kyoka Jiro 22, Sen Kaibara 23, Kosei Saburaba 24, Denki Kaminari 25, Kojiro Bondo 26, Reiko Yanagi 27, Hitoshi Shinso 28, Itsuka Kendo 29, Jirota Shishida 30, Shihei Kuwaro 31, Yui Kodai 32, Hiryu Rin 33, Narengeki Shota 34, Kanoko Komori 35, Togaru Kamikiri 36, Nito Monoma 37, Honi Tsunotori 38, Toru Hagakuri 39, Setsuna Tokage 40, Manga Fukidashi 41, Mei Hatsume 42, Yuga Aoyama. Only the first 42 contestants will advance to the next round. But don't get down if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine, Midnight announced. Now, let's see what the next round will be, Midnight stated as the wheel began turning. The wheel then stopped at Cavalry Battle. Cavalry Battle, man, I suck at those. Kaminari stated, it's not an individual event. How are we gonna be split up? Asui wondered. The rules are the contestants can team up to teams of 2 or 4. It may look like a normal cavalry battle, but there's a difference. Each player is assigned a point value based on the results of the obstacle course. Midnight explained. I get it, a point system like the entrance exam, pretty simple. Sato realized. So that means each team will have a different point value depending on the team. Uraraka stated. That's right, Ashido commented. Maybe you should be silent and let me explain the rules. Midnight scolded before collecting herself. Now, each point assigned goes up by 5 points from the bottom. For example, 42nd place is worth 5, and 41st is worth 10. However, the point value assigned to first place is worth 10 million points. All eyes then went towards Midoriya. So this is for those at the bottom to have a chance to take over who's on top, right? Midoriya asked the R-rated heroine. That's right, so what do you say to that? Midnight responded. Then this is getting more exciting. I was hoping for a challenge. I'm getting fired up, Midoriya answered with enthusiasm. Let's see if you can survive. As everyone will be gunning for you, Midnight said as all eyes stared at Midoriya. Midoriya had a smirk, then ignited his right hand on fire. That depends if they can take the heat. The UA's annual sports festival continued. The obstacle course has concluded. Now 42 students now prepared for the second event, the cavalry battle. You have 15 minutes to make your teams. Start, Midnight announced. Midoriya was well aware of the target on his back. This makes it a lot more difficult to build a team since others will look for those who will aid in taking him down. Meanwhile, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and MT. Lady had taken some time outside the stadium to rest. But the trio couldn't help but observe the event on the monitor. The sports festival isn't about how to prepare for certain situations, but simulating the competition they'll face as a pro. Death Arms stated, smoking a cigarette. What do you mean, Mount? Lady wondered. We know this country is overflowing with hero agencies right now. If you want to put food on the table, you got to step on other heroes. That was the point of the first game. Death Arms explained. That's a sad way of viewing our job, Mount. Lady stated. Seriously, you never have a problem stealing the spotlight. Kamui Woods reminded her, considering she took out the giant villain he was about to capture during her debut. But there will be times where you need to work together. This event also helps with that. Death Arms stated. I see. In the cavalry battle, you're not just gaining points for yourself but your teammates as well. You also need to know how to make different quirks work together and see who you're compatible with. Mount. Lady responded. Similar to coordinating with your sidekick or training your quirk with other agencies. Kamui Woods added. These kids are doing stuff that'll become part of their daily lives once they become pros. Death Arms said. They got a long road ahead of them. Mount. Lady added. Back in the arena, Bakugo was surrounded by some of his classmates. You should team up with me. Sato offered. No, you definitely want me on your team. Ashido suggested. I don't want to beg, but please. Aoyama pleaded while clutching his stomach. Wait, remind me what your quirk is again. And your name. Bakugo responded, which shocked them. Are you kidding me? We're classmates. Ashido stated. Are you that self-centered? Sato added. He's a hothead, but he came in fourth with 195 points. Considering how versatile his quirk is, I'm not surprised people want to join him. All Might thought. Hey Bakugo, I tried to team up with Todoroki, but he already got a team. So we should team up. Kirishima told him. Hey, shitty hair. Bakugo responded. My name's Kirishima, and my hair isn't that different from yours. Come on. You want to be the rider, right? So you need a strong front horse who won't get hurt by your blasts. And I'm that man, Kirishima suggested as he activated his quirk. I need someone with guts. An intrigued Bakugo said, my quirk was made for this. I got you covered, man. Let's go and get the 10 million points. Kirishima stated. Alright, you're in. Bakugo responded. Shoji. Mineta called out. What? The six-armed man asked. None of the girls want to team up with me. Please be my partner. Mineta cried. I'm too tiny to be a horse, and nobody wants me to climb on top of them, so I can't be a rider. He added, but Shoji walked away. With your big body and those tentacles, you can cover me completely so no one can take my headband. Mineta stated, which caught Shoji's attention. Good idea. Let's team up, Shoji told his dwarf classmate. I was right about people sticking with their homeroom class. Too much of a risk if you don't know someone else's quirk. But now, I should ask Midnight Sensei if I can solo this event. Midoriya mentally said. Hey, Deku-kun. Uraraka called out to him. What is it, Uraraka? Midoriya wondered. Let's team up, Uraraka told him. Before Midoriya could answer, Yaoyorozu walked up to him. Izuku, can I join your team? Yaoyorozu asked, shocking him. Are you too sure you want to team up with me? I got a huge target on my back. Midoriya told them. Of course, Todoroki did offer me, but I declined it. Anyone who teams up with you has a great chance of winning. Considering your skills and training. And I have complete faith in you. Yaoyorozu stated. Yeah, everyone is going to gun for you, that's true. But it's better to team up with the people you like. Uraraka added. Midoriya blushed, and a smile appeared on his face. Then grabbed the two by their waist and spun around. You two are lifesavers and great balls of sunshine, you know that. Midoriya happily exclaimed. He put them back down as both girls blushed from the hug. Well, I know who to ask to be the final member of our team. Uraraka told Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. The trio approached Iida, and Uraraka tapped him to get his attention. Iida, let's team up. With us working together, we'll win for sure. That's generous of you, Uraraka. But I must decline, Iida answered, shocking Uraraka. I didn't mean to hurt you, but we're here to show our abilities to the pro heroes watching. Therefore, I don't see you as my friends but as my enemies at the moment. Iida explained as he walked towards Todoroki, Kaminari, and Tokiyami. I'll do everything in my power to beat you. That's the right motivation to have, Iida. You're right about us having to prove what we can do to the pro heroes watching. So come at me with everything you got. Midoriya responded, which made Iida smile. Of course. Best of luck to you as well. Iida replied. A shame we couldn't have Iida on our team. But who is going to fill in the final spot? Yaoyorozu wondered. Hehehehe. Perfect. You have a spot remaining. A voice stated. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka turned to see the salmon-haired girl from the support course. Team up with me, Mr. 10 million points. The girl exclaimed as she got close to Midoriya. Whoa, too close. Who are you? Midoriya asked. The salmon-haired girl removed her goggles to reveal her eyes. Her eyes were wide, sloped upwards, and she had long upper eyelashes. The salmon-haired girl's irises are green-yellow with a cross at the center, making it look like scope lenses. The name's Mei Hatsume from the support course. She introduced herself. Oh, you're that weird girl from the obstacle course. Uraraka stated. We haven't met, but I would like to use your position to my advantage. Teaming up with you will put my babies in the spotlight, especially for the big company CEOs who are tuning to the sports festival. Hatsume stated and got closer to Midoriya. By that logic, this is the best way for me and my babies to get recruited. She finished. Whoa, slow down for a bit. What do you mean by babies? Uraraka asked but noticed Hatsume ignoring her. Oh, she doesn't care about me, she mentally added. Midoriya then looked deep into Hatsume's eyes, which made her blush. Why are you staring at me like that? Hatsume wondered. The way your eyes look has to involve your quirk, right? Midoriya asked. Yes, I can zoom in on what I'm looking at. If I concentrate, I can see up to 5 kilometers. Though people always say my eyes make me look weird. Hatsume explained. Don't listen to them because you and your eyes are beautiful. Your awesome quirk and the gear you made will help us greatly in the cavalry battle. So you're in, Midoriya told Hatsume. Hatsume blushed when Midoriya called her beautiful. Thank you, the salmon-haired girl said. They're sure getting along, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka said in their head. Alright, huddle up, everyone. Here's the plan. Midoriya told his team. 15 minutes have passed with the buzzer going off. Midnight saw all 12 groups formed. Oh, goody. It's time to get this party started, Midnight announced. Hey, wake up, Eraserhead. The second round is about to start, Present Mike said as he shook Aizawa to wake up from his nap. After 15 minutes to form teams and strategies, all 12 teams are ready to go head-to-head, Present Mike announced. I see some unexpected groups, Aizawa stated. He saw 2 groups of 2 or 3 people while everybody else had 4. The first duo team was Rin's team. Hiryu Rin was the student who was able to create and fire scales from his arms. His teammate was 18-year-old Jiroda Shishida. Shishida stood 5 feet 9.5, with a beastly appearance as shaggy, brown hair covered most of his body. He possesses sharp teeth with his large jaw sticking out. His 2 lower canines poke upwards between his lips. On his eyes were small, rectangular glasses with thick black lenses. The following duo team was 18-year-old boy Tagaru Kamakiri and 18-year-old girl Pony Tsunotori. Kamakiri stood 6 feet 2.5, with a slender build, pale grayish-blue skin, and a bright fluffy green mohawk. His dark green eyes point down to the center of his face with 2 hooked blades jut out from his cheeks. Kamakiri has no visible nose, and his head resembles a praying mantis. Tsunotori stood 5 feet 2 inches with fair skin, a round face, short equine muzzle, and an athletic build. She has thick, wavy blonde hair that reached halfway down her back, some short bangs down her forehead. Tsunotori's Prussian blue eyes are large and round, with a horse tail and tall lyre-shaped tan horns on her head. Her calves are round and shaped like a horse, and brown hooves for feet. The first trio team was 18-year-old Yui Kodai and 18-year-old boys Kojiro Bando and Manga Fukidashi. Kodai had fair skin, stood 5 feet 4 inches, cerulean eyes, and had an athletic build. She has black shoulder length, bob-shaped hair swiped to the right with some shorter strands above her eyes. Fukidashi stood 5 feet 3 inches, had an athletic build, and had fair skin. However, his head and neck were a blank, pale white speech bubble. Bando stood 6 feet 3 inches, large, muscular body with broad shoulders, slender waist, and large hands. His skin was yellow straw-like with his head looked like a glue dispenser. Bando's head has a lappet on top with 7 eye holes on his face. Aizawa noticed Shoji by himself, however, his arms formed a large tent on his back. Eraserhead knew Shoji's teammates were inside the tent. Shinso's teammates were Ojiro, Aoyama, and Class 1B's 18-year-old Nirengeki Shota. Shota stood 5 feet 5 inches, a chubby build, short, ice blue hair, fair skin, and a round face. His black eyes were large and wide, but his pupils were small, and his eyebrows pointed upwards. But Shinso's teammates' eyes were all blank. Meanwhile, Bakugo got Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro. Hagakure had Jiro, Sato, and Koda. The orange-haired girl, aka Itsuka Kendo's team, was all female. All 3 18-year-old girls were Reiko Yanagi, Setsuna Tokage, and Kanoko Komori from Class B. Yanagi stood 5 feet 5 inches, athletic build, pale skin, chin length, pale gray hair parted to the left. Her hair hung over and obscured most of her face's left side. Dark bags were under Yanagi's blue eyes, and she had a small mouth with full lips. Tokage stood 5 feet 3 inches, with fair skin, athletic build, large, upturned dusky green eyes, and long lower eyelashes. Tokage got long, pointed teeth and dark moss-green hair. Her hair reached below her shoulders with a short clump at the center of her forehead. Komori stood 5 feet 1 inch, had a thin build, fair skin, and had honey-brown hair. Her hair was in a mushroom-shaped bob that reached below her narrow shoulders. Komori has a fringe that covers her eyes. Another team was also one gender, comprising 18-year-old boys Nato Monoma, Kosei Tsuburaba, Sen Kaibara, and Shitai Kuroiro from 1B. Monoma stood at 5 feet 7 inches, fair skin, athletic build, slick blonde hair parted to the right with bangs over his right eye, and periwinkle blue eyes with white pupils. Monoma's eyes slanted downwards towards the far side of his face and appeared half closed. Tsuburaba was 5 feet 7 inches, athletic build, fair skin, and short brown hair spiked at odd angles. His black eyes were oval-shaped with large pupils. Kaibara stood 5 feet 8 inches, with slightly tanned skin and athletic build. He has dark, shaggy hair and thin, lazy-looking black eyes. Kuroiro stood 5 feet 9 1/4, athletic build, fluffy white hair, long, thin-shaped black eyes, and pitch-black skin. The gray-haired man from Class B, Tetsu's teammates, were 18-year-old boys Juzo Honanuki and Yosetsu Awase, and 18-year-old girl Ibara Shiozaki, all from Class 1B. Honanuki stood 5 feet 9 1/2, athletic build, pale skin, mid-length, spiked beige hair, and a flat nose with small eyebrows. His teeth sit outside of his skin, no discernible lips, giving him a skull-like appearance. Awase was 5 feet 9 inches, athletic build, fair skin, and long black hair spiked upwards and backward to the left. Awase's gray eyes were rounded, tilted inwards, and he wore a zigzag pattern headband. Shiozaki stood 5 feet 7 inches, fair skin, an athletic build, and green, thorn-covered vines for hair that stopped above her waist. One set wrapped around her forehead a couple of times in the shape of a cross. All the team's riders were given their headbands that gave their teams total points. Both Bakugo and Todoroki's team's headband was worth 650 points. Tetsu's team was worth 685 points, while Mineta's team had 410 points. Hagakuri's headband was worth 380 points, and Shinso's was worth 250 points. Kendo's got 225 points, while Monoma's was worth 305 points. Kodai's headband was 165 points compared to Rin's 125 points and Kamakiri's 70 points. However, the main target was Midoriya's team headband worth 10,350 points. Midoriya clutched his team's headband in his hand. Everybody raise your hand into the air. It's time for UA's cavalry battle. Let me hear you scream. Present Mike announced. Monoma then talked to his teammates. Almost everyone has their sights on Class 1A. Why is that? The only difference is that they fought actual villains. Should we, Class 1B, be happy with being in the middle of the pack? Instead, let's show that arrogant Class 1A why we are superior, Monoma told his team. It's time to get started, Midnight announced to the 12 teams. Yaoyorozu was the rider while Uraraka was on her right and Hatsume on her left, making Midoriya the horse of the team. He gave Yaoyorozu the headband as the second round was about to begin. Momo, Uraraka, Hatsume, I'm counting on you guys to win this, Midoriya told the 3 girls. Meanwhile, Todoroki was the rider for his team. Tokiyami was on his right as Kaminari was to his left. Iida was the horse for the team. I chose you 3 as I believe it's the most stable formation. Tokiyami, you'll use Dark Shadow to attack any enemies. Kaminari, your quirk will keep anyone away. And Iida, you'll be in front for mobility and physical defense. Todoroki told his team. So you'll attack and create diversions with your ice and fire, Todoroki? Iida asked. No, in battle. I'll never use my left side, Todoroki answered. The screen displayed, on your marks, ready? Monoma turned to Tetsu. No hard feelings, okay? He told him. Yeah? Tetsu responded. Now, let's get going. Counting down to the brutal and bloody cavalry battle, 3. Present Mike announced. We're aiming for. Bakugo said in his head. 2. Present Mike counted. 1 thing. Todoroki said in his thoughts. 1. Present Mike finished. Start, Midnight exclaimed as she whipped her flogger. Every team began charging toward Midoriya's group. It's a battle for the 10 million points. Tetsu exclaimed. I'll be taking that headband, Midoriya, Hagakure stated. They're attacking us without delay. Yaoyorozu said. What are we going to do, Deku-kun? Uraraka asked. It's obvious. We're gonna run away, Midoriya answered. I won't let you, Tetsu exclaimed. Hononuki stomped his feet to make the ground turn into mud. Midoriya's team sank to the ground. Whoa, what the? Uraraka exclaimed. We're sinking. Midoriya added, then looked at Hononuki and figured he was the culprit. It must be his quirk. Midoriya realized in his thoughts. Uraraka, Hatsume. Turn your faces away. Yaoyorozu warned them. Both girls listened as Yaoyorozu pressed a button. The jetpack on her back activated, and the group flew into the air. They flew? It must be because of the support course, huh? Follow them, Tetsu told his team. Jiro. Hagakure told her friend. I know, Jiro answered as she sent an earphone jack at them. But Yaoyorozu created a shield to block her jack. Yaoyorozu, Jiro exclaimed. Keep a check for any blind spots we have, Midoriya told his group. We're landing, Uraraka added. Midoriya's team landed on the ground as they continued to move. Thanks to the hover boots Hatsume made for them, they glided through the field. Uraraka making everyone other than herself weightless was great thinking. Therefore, our weight is only Uraraka plus the gear and our clothes, Midoriya thought. What do you think of my babies? Aren't they amazing? Hatsume asked Midoriya. Your babies are amazing. Great work, Hatsume. Midoriya praised. Why, thank you, Hatsume responded with a blush and smile. This, however, made both Yaoyorozu and Uraraka jealous. I'm the one making the items float. Uraraka muttered. I was the one who came up with the plan. Yaoyorozu also muttered. Both girls had blushes on their faces. We need to go after them. Come on, Jiro, time to get some payback, Hagakure stated. However, Sato noticed that Hagakure's headband was gone. Wait, Hagakure. Your headband's gone. Sato informed. The invisible girl saw that it was indeed gone. When did that happen? Hagakure exclaimed. Monoma twirled Hagakure's 380-point headband around his finger. Profiting as others fight one another, he smugly said. Barely 2 minutes in, and it's already a free-for-all. Everyone is going for other headbands instead of the 10 million points. Going for 4th place isn't bad, either, Present Mike announced. Midoriya then heard Mineta laughing. Fighting? No, this is a one-sided pillage, Mineta stated. Yaoyorozu noticed Shoji charging at them. Wait, he's by himself. Isn't this a team battle? She stated. Let's get some room to breathe. We can't be caught standing in the middle with so many people. Midoriya suggested. They tried to fly, but Uraraka felt something on her boot. What? Uraraka said. She then saw a purple ball stuck underneath her boot. Uraraka. What's wrong? Midoriya asked. I'm stuck, Uraraka answered. Midoriya noticed Mineta's ball underneath her boot. That's Mineta's, where did that come from? He questioned. In here, Midoriya. Mineta answered as he was inside Shoji's arm tent. Is that allowed? Midoriya questioned. It is. Midnight answered. Then Asui's tongue also came out and aimed for the headband around Yaoyorozu's neck. But she dodged it as the tongue reeled back into Shoji's arms. Asui revealed herself also inside Shoji's arms. Great reflexes. I didn't expect anything less from you, Yaoyorozu, Asui stated. Gotta admit. That's actually smart. Midoriya complimented. Both Asui's tongue and Mineta's balls attacked Midoriya's group. Team Mineta using the advantage of their different sizes. They're like a tank. Present Mike announced. Yaoyorozu pressed the button to activate her jetpack. But Midoriya noticed Uraraka's boot was about to be broken by Mineta's ball. Midoriya spits a small fireball to melt the ball underneath Uraraka's boot. Suddenly, Bakugo used his explosions to launch himself toward Midoriya's group. Shit, how'd he get here so fast? Midoriya thought. Don't get ahead of yourself, Deku, Bakugo exclaimed. Quickly, Yaoyorozu created a shield to block Bakugo's explosion. Huh? He's separated from his horses? Is that allowed? Present Mike announced. Yaoyorozu pushed Bakugo back with her shield. Damn it! Bakugo cursed. Zero's tape caught him and dragged him back. Nice catch, Kirishima complimented. It's a technicality, so it's allowed. It wouldn't if he touched the ground, though, Midnight stated. Midoriya's group landed back on the ground. Great job, everyone, Midoriya told his team. Thank you. The girls responded. But things are getting a little heated. Maybe it's time to test out that new ability I got. Midoriya said in his head. Midoriya then removed his right arm from the arms supporting Yaoyorozu. But both Uraraka and Hatsume repositioned their arms to keep Yaoyorozu balanced. All three girls then saw Midoriya summoning his katana to his hand. But then he clenched his right hand onto the katana's blade. Izuku, what are you doing? Yaoyorozu asked. Trust me, you're gonna be surprised. Midoriya simply answered. Death Arms, MT. Lady, and Kamui Woods watched the cavalry battle in the break room. But they weren't the only ones watching. Tatsumaki, Fubuki, DVA, Mercy, and Genji also viewed it in another part of the campus. As expected, everyone's gunning for the first place team. Class A's in hot pursuit. Everyone's showing off their skills. Present Mike announced. The students in Class 1A are good. Death Arms praised. Back in the stadium. Now, let's take a look at every team's points. 7 minutes have passed. Here are the current rankings. Present Mike announced. The screen showed everyone's current standing. But then it immediately changed. Whoa, wait a minute, Present Mike exclaimed. Monoma stole Bakugo's headband. Other than Midoriya and his team, Class 1A isn't doing so well. Present Mike commentated. Class 1A is so simple-minded. Monoma commented. He got us. Ashido exclaimed. What did you say, bastard? Give that back, or I'll kill ya. Bakugo exclaimed. Midnight said it was the first game. It wouldn't make sense eliminating so many in a qualifier, right? Monoma told Bakugo. Huh, Bakugo responded. Assuming only 40 people qualify for the next stage. We need to make sure to stay within that number as we ran. Observing from the back to observe our rivals' quirks and personalities. There's no point in winning the prelims, right? Monoma explained. You and your class agreed to that? Bakugo questioned. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it's a good idea. Monoma responded. Hey, they're coming. Kaibara warned Monoma. It's better than going after a temporary top like a horse with a carrot waving in front of it. But still, a rival is a rival. But you're just unworthy to me. Monoma told Bakugo. Bakugo grits his teeth out of anger. Kirishima. Change of plans. Kirishima turned to see an enraged Bakugo. Monoma turns to see Bakugo's angry shadow. Before we get Deku, let's kill that guy. Bakugo exclaimed. Meanwhile, Midoriya heard everything Monoma said. So Class 1B's long-term strategy is to throw the qualifier. They could leave a longer impression by overturning the praise Class 1A had before the sports festival. But based on their way of thinking, they won't be targeting me. Midoriya said in his head. But then Midoriya's team stopped in their tracks. As they were face to face with Todoroki's team, Midoriya looked at his katana's blade, almost covered in his blood. Less than a half a minute now. The cavalry battle is entering its second half now. The unexpected rise of Class B, who will get the 10 million points in the end. Present Mike announced. I'll be taking that now. Todoroki said as he stared at Midoriya. Come and try. Midoriya responded. Meanwhile, Mineta was crying out of shock. The reason was that his headband was gone. It was a good plan, so I joined this team even though you were in it. How did you lose your headband? Asui questioned. I don't know, but now there's nothing left to lose. Shoji. Full assault mode. Mineta responded. Shoji uncovered his teammates by unfolding his arms. He then charged toward Midoriya and Todoroki's team. We're going to steal those points from those two with everything we got. Mineta exclaimed. I didn't think my confrontation with you would come this early. I thought it would be later in this contest. Todoroki stated. He seems to think highly of you, Izuku. Yaoyorozu commented. We gotta hold on until the time is over. Midoriya responded. Iida, forward, Todoroki commanded. Right. He complied as he launched toward Midoriya's group. However, Yaoyorozu detected that Todoroki's team weren't the only ones coming at them. Izuku, we got different groups coming for us. Yaoyorozu warned. Midoriya saw Kaminari ready to unleash his electricity. Tokiyami, make sure you have Dark Shadow Guard as well. Kaminari warned as electricity sparked out of his body. Momo, Midoriya called out, on it. She responded as she made the same sheet from the USJ. Then she covered her teammates with it. Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts. Kaminari exclaimed as he fired off bolts of electricity. The sheet protecting Midoriya's team protected them, as did Dark Shadow covering Todoroki's team. However, the others weren't so lucky as they got shocked. Kaminari. Jiro cursed as she continued to get shocked. Dark Shadow unwrapped himself from Todoroki's group. Less than 6 minutes now. Time to go on the offensive. Tokiyami, have Dark Shadow take care of anyone from behind. Then we'll deal with Midoriya. Todoroki commanded. Right, he responded. What's this? Tokiyami has Dark Shadow blocking everyone from behind. Present Mike announced. That's smart as Todoroki's team can focus on anyone in front of them. Hikaru stated. Indeed, Todoroki's team doesn't need to deal with anyone from behind due to Dark Shadow. Eraserhead added. Nice commentary, Present Mike said as he gave both Aizawa and Hikaru a thumbs up. Dark Shadow blocked every attack from teams Kendo and Rin. Then Todoroki froze their feet while they were distracted. Dark Shadow used the opening to steal Kendo, Tetsu, and Rin's headband. I might as well take these. Todoroki told the two. Kendo was shocked as she lost her headband. What? No way. Come back. Kendo exclaimed. Wait, what? Rin confusingly said. Yaoyorozu noticed her jetpack wasn't damaged. Izuku, the jetpack is still functional. She told him. The others are coming at us, fast. Uraraka warned. We should be careful. They could attack again, Midoriya suggested. Meanwhile, Bakugo and his team chased after Monoma's team. Monoma, don't provoke him. You'll be the same as him. Kaibara warned him. That's right, it's unbecoming of a hero. Besides, you often hear about heroes getting done in by vengeful villains. Monoma replied. Bakugo, calm down. We won't get our points back if you let him get to you. Kirishima told him. However, Bakugo didn't listen as he slammed his fist into the palm of his hand. When the smoke cleared from his explosion, his team saw his death-like grin. Forward, shitty hair. I'm totally calm. Bakugo responded. We're counting on you. Kirishima responded as Bakugo's team went after Monoma's team. Die! Bakugo exclaimed as he launched an explosion toward Monoma's group. But it missed much to his shock. Monoma touched Bakugo's arm, and when he turned around, Monoma fired a blast at him. Monoma then lightly touched Kirishima's hair. He got the same quirk as you, Bakugo. Kirishima exclaimed. Damn it, Bakugo cursed. He swung his arm to fire another explosion at Monoma's face. However, Monoma's skin hardened like Kirishima's when the smoke cleared. Such amazing quirks, but mine's better. Monoma said. What, mine, too? Kirishima exclaimed. No, he doesn't have similar quirks as us. He copies them. Bakugo explained. Correct, Monoma confirmed. Bakugo gritted his teeth and was about to attack. But glue appeared out of nowhere, forcing Bakugo's team back. Monoma saw it was Kodai's teammate, Bondo. Bondo, picking a fight, huh? Monoma questioned. Monoma, we just need to avoid getting caught now. We'll make it to the top 4 with our total points. Kaibara told him. Monoma agreed as his team began to move again. After them, Bakugo roared. Kirishima tried to move but couldn't, then looked down. He saw his right foot encased in glue. It's solidifying. I can't move, Kirishima stated. Ashido hovers her foot over the glue on Kirishima's foot. Then some acid shot out from the bottom of her feet. I'll melt it with my quirk. Ashido said. Hurry. We got 0 points right now. Siro reminded. Monoma turned to face Bakugo's team. Don't get mad at me. You're the one who provoked us. I think I might head over to the guy who spoke the pledge. He seems more worthy than any of you. Anywho, you did your best, so take it with pride. Bakugo was enraged as he was determined to win. Especially putting Deku in his place to prove he'll be the future #1 hero. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Todoroki faced each other. Tokiyami's Dark Shadow was blocking the other teams. 1 minute left. Dark Shadow is blocking everyone from interfering. But unbelievably, Midoriya's team has been able to evade them for 5 minutes in the cramped space. Present Mike commentated. He's been keeping his distance and staying on my left side. And we only got 1 minute left. Todoroki mentally said. Everyone, there's less than a minute left. What I'm about to do will leave me vulnerable. So I'm counting on you. Iida told his teammates. What do you mean, Iida? Todoroki questioned. Tokiyami, I need you to have Dark Shadow to distract Midoriya for me. Iida requested. On it. Tokiyami fulfilled. Iida fired up his quirk with blue flames coming out of his engines. Engine boost reciproburst, Iida exclaimed. Todoroki's team suddenly rushed towards Midoriya's group. Todoroki reached for the headband on Yaoyorozu. However, Midoriya saw his katana's blade was covered in his blood. Then he stabbed his katana on the ground. A vast fiery tornado surrounded Midoriya's team. Then Iida got pushed by a shield emerging from the fire. Todoroki's group saw Midoriya and his team surrounded by Spartan soldiers and Black Knights. Both historical soldiers wielded shields and spears of their respective origins. Whoa! Todoroki tried to get the 10 million points, but Midoriya foiled their plan. They're still in first place with their headband. And I thought Midoriya could only bend fire to his will. However, this man is just full of surprises. Present Mike announced. I forgot that Midoriya has different abilities from his standard quirks. I'm sorry. Iida apologized. Don't worry, I know how we can still get those points. Todoroki responded. They're still in first, huh? It doesn't matter. We just need to focus on getting fourth place. Monoma said. Suddenly, he hears Bakugo's voice. Get back here, damn it. Bakugo exclaimed. Geez, so persistent. As a hero and a person, that persistence will. Monoma didn't finish as he saw Bakugo flying towards him. Bakugo, don't act on your own. Kirishima exclaimed. Saburaba, guard. Monoma commanded. Saburaba blew some air that became a solid wall. Bakugo then collided with it. Yes, Saburaba stated. Bakugo punched the wall, but it didn't break. You can't break it so easily. Serves you right, Saburaba told him. But Bakugo punched through the wall. He managed to grab 2 headbands around Monoma's neck. Bakugo jumped back with Zero catching him with his tape. He took 2. Monoma told his team. Team Bakugo seizes 2 headbands from Team Monoma to gain third place. The rankings keep changing in this final lap. Present Mike announced. Kamakiri and Tsunotori charged at them. But they got blocked off by a wall of air by Saburaba. Kodai's team also ran towards them. However, Monoma blocked them off with a wall of air. Damn it, Monoma cursed. It's fine, we're in fourth place. Kendo and Rin's team are still stuck, while the others are after Midoriya. So we can chase after them. Kosei informed. Yeah, we'll win as long as we defend this one to the death. Monoma stated as he clutched the 650-point headband. I told you to say something when you're gonna jump. Zero exclaimed. But this means we'll get into the next round. Not yet, Bakugo exclaimed as he hit Kirishima's head a couple of times. We're gonna get first place. Aizawa saw the whole spectacle. Class 1B's strategy is reasonable and good. But there's one thing that's unfortunate. He said in his head. Come on, let's get our points back then, the 10 million points. Bakugo exclaimed. Flat face, tape, he commanded. It's Zero. Zero reminded as he fired some tape, but it missed. Raccoon eyes. Lay down a weak dissolving solution in the direction we're heading. Bakugo ordered. My name's Mina Ashido. Ashido responded. She fired some acid the team could ride on. Bakugo then blasted toward Monoma's group. Saburaba created another wall of solid air to block him. But Bakugo destroyed it with a single blast and reclaimed his team's headband. Bakugo's merciless. He managed to reclaim his team's headband. They're acting like a perfectionist. Present Mike announced. Midoriya saw Todoroki charging toward them. Men, don't let anyone through. Protect Yaoyorozu at all costs. Switched to non-lethal spears. And use your shields and spears to push anyone back. Midoriya commanded the Spartans and Black Knights he summoned. They both complied and switched their lethal spears to spears with non-lethal tips. Alright, let's continue to move until the time limit is reached. Midoriya informed his team. Both Hatsume and Uraraka activated their hover boots. Midoriya's team then glided through the field. The Spartans and Black Knights followed them as they surrounded the group. Todoroki created a pillar of ice to chase after Midoriya's group, while Bakugo launched himself at them. "I won't let you win, Midoriya," Todoroki stated, not knowing his left side was activated. "Give me those points, Deku," Bakugo roared. "What's this?" Both Bakugo and Todoroki are chasing Midoriya. "I must admit this is amazing. Who will seize the 10 million points? Let's see," Present Mike announced. The Spartans and Black Knights Midoriya summoned, ready to attack Todoroki and Bakugo. Both Todoroki and Bakugo were about to reach them. But then the buzzer went off. "Time's up," Present Mike announced. Todoroki was shocked and saw his left side was activated. He quickly turned it off and looked at his left hand. Meanwhile, Bakugo fell face first into the ground, his teammates heading toward him. "That's the end of the second round, the cavalry battle," Present Mike exclaimed. "Now, let's see the top 4 teams. In first place with 10,350 points, Team Midoriya." He added, "I'm glad that we were victorious. But it felt like we were on thin ice." Yaoyorozu stated, "True, but we managed to win thanks to your plan, Momo," Midoriya told her, which made Yaoyorozu blush. Meanwhile, Hatsume worked on the gear her teammates wore, while Uraraka high-fived the Spartans and Black Knights Midoriya summoned. In second place with 1685 points, Team Todoroki. Present Mike exclaimed. Todoroki was focused as he almost used his left side. Meanwhile, Iida was sulking about the team getting second place. "I'm sorry, we could have gotten first place if I didn't waste my move on Midoriya." Iida apologized. "Fret not, Iida, we did the best we could. Let's learn from this," Tokiyami told him. Meanwhile, Kaminari was babbling from overusing his quirk. In third place with 1335 points, Team Bakugo. Present Mike informed. "Dang it, we were so close," Ashido said. "Well, third place isn't bad. All's well that ends well," Siro responded. "Do you really think that's how he feels?" Kirishima said, pointing to Bakugo. The latter screaming about his loss. In fourth place, Tetsu huh? Wait, it's actually Team Shinso. With 895 points. "When did that happen?" Present Mike said. Shinso smiled as he had his teams, Kodai, Mineta, and Kamikiri's headbands. "Thank you for the hard work," Shinso said as Ojiro looked around, confused. "Now, let's take an hour break for lunch before starting the afternoon festivities." "See ya. Hey, Eraserhead, let's grab some food," Present Mike said over the speakers. "I'm going to sleep," Eraserhead responded. Tetsutsu and his team were in shock at their loss. "Before we knew it, we had 0 points. And it was over," Tetsu said. "Could it be punishment for indecently taking that small one's points?" Shiozaki questioned, for it was she that took Mineta's point with her vine when Shoji's back was turned. "How disappointing." Asui fumed about her loss. "Mina, congratulations," she told the acid quirk user. "Bakugo let me in for attacking enemies, so I don't know if it reflects my abilities." Mina responded. "Geez, Iida, you didn't say you had a move that lets you go faster." Uraraka huffed while mimicking Iida's running. "My apologies. I decided not to use it unless necessary. I wanted to compete against Midoriya," Iida replied. "Man, you and Deku-kun are always trying to one-up each other," Uraraka commented. "Speaking of which, where is Izuku?" Yaoyorozu wondered. "I'm sure he went ahead to get some food," Uraraka guessed. "Hopefully, he's okay," Iida added. However, Midoriya was with Todoroki in another part of the stadium, where it was secluded and away from everyone. "So you said that you wanted to speak to me?" Midoriya questioned. He wondered why Todoroki asked him to talk somewhere privately. Todoroki looked at Midoriya as he began to explain. Midoriya and Todoroki continued to stare at each other until Todoroki spoke. "Tell me, Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child?" Todoroki asked. Midoriya stared at Todoroki with a blank look on his face for a moment. Though he didn't react externally, his thoughts were rather jumbled and disorganized. Because he couldn't understand why he would think that. "So I see I was correct in my assumption." Todoroki would begin only to be interrupted. "I am not his son." Midoriya almost snapped but kept his tone in check. Yet despite this interruption, Todoroki continues on. That's not what I'm asking. Is there something between you two that you can't tell others? Todoroki questioned. What in the actually? Let me ask you this. Why are you asking me these questions? Midoriya questioned. My father is Endeavor. You must have heard of him. Todoroki said. He's kinda hard to miss, yeah. Midoriya answered. Which means you know he's the number 2 hero. If you're connected to the number 1 hero, I have more reason to beat you. Todoroki stated. Meanwhile, Endeavor was walking on a stairway. He was 45 years old, stood 6 feet 5 inches, had fair skin, and a very muscular physique. His crimson hair spiked upon his head, and had turquoise eyes. Endeavor's beard and mustache were made of fire. The number 2 hero's costume was a tight navy turquoise bodysuit. On his suit were lines of fire across his chest, upper torso, arms, and shoulders. Around his eyes was a makeshift mask of flames. His boots were also made of fire, with the laces and soles being visible. Endeavor's lower arms had white bracers styled in a cage pattern, and a blue belt attached to pouches on his sides. Endeavor kept walking until he met the symbol of peace. Yo, long time no see. Let's catch up. Endeavor. All Might, in his muscle form, said. All Might, Endeavor said with some disdain. I haven't talked with you since that press conference 10 years ago. So I thought I should say hi. All Might told him. If that's all you want to do, we're done here. Endeavor replied, talking as if we're old friends. What a joke, he mentally added. Ha 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 ha. All Might jumped and landed in front of Endeavor. Come on, why the cold shoulder? The symbol of peace asked, which made the number 2 hero growl. You should be thrilled. Your son is doing amazing out there using only half of his power. You must be a great teacher. All Might told Endeavor. What are you implying? Endeavor questioned. Nothing. I just want to know how we can train the next generation of heroes. All Might answered. Do you believe I would reveal what I taught the boy to you? All flash and no brain as usual. Endeavor said as he walked past All Might. Okay. The symbol of peace responded. Then the number 2 hero stopped and turned to the number 1 hero. Let me make one thing clear, All Might. Shoto will beat and surpass you one day. That's why I created him. But he's in a rebellion's phase right now. Endeavor stated before walking away. Created? All Might questioned as the number 2 hero left. Back with Midoriya and Todoroki. My old man is ambitious and strives to be on the top. He uses his power to make a name for himself and rise in the hero rankings. But he never managed to surpass All Might. The symbol of peace is proof of his failure, and he'll do anything to beat him. Todoroki stated. Todoroki, I don't mean to interrupt something that's clearly important, but please get to the point. Midoriya would say with a more firm edge. You heard of quirk marriages? Todoroki asked. I have. Basically, your father bought his way to marry your mother. Midoriya answered. Yes, it's frustrating. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. Every memory I have of my mother, she's crying. Todoroki stated as he put his hand over his scar. I remember how she said my left side was unbearable. Before she poured boiling water on my face. Midoriya stood in silence. That's the reason why I picked a fight with you. To show my old man that I reject him and his quirk. I'll show him that I can win with only my mother's quirk. Todoroki stated as he stared at Midoriya. Meanwhile, Bakugo eavesdropped on their conversation. Todoroki, I will be as polite as I can when saying this, but you're not making sense here. Midoriya responded, shocking Todoroki. What? That was all Todoroki could say. Don't get me wrong. I feel bad for you about your past. But that doesn't mean others have to suffer as well due to your grudge. People will be relying on you when we get out there as licensed pros. Using only half of what you have all the time out of spite will be terrible for everyone else. They need a classmate who will give it their all when doing the right thing. Midoriya explained. Spite has no place here in heroics. You'll just be acting like your dad at that point. Midoriya walked away but turned to Todoroki. You won't be able to beat me like that. Especially when you're using only half of your power. Fighting much less saving people like that will lead to more deaths than there needs to be. Trust me, there will be deaths if you don't shape up. Midoriya added as he walked away. After the hour break with the recreational games and lunch, the sports festival's third event was about to begin. Though the duo of Mineta and Kaminari had planned something. However, a stray thought would pass through the electric boy's head, causing him to grow a bit pale. "Hey, do you really think this will be worth it?" Kaminari asked with a drawl. Mineta turned to him aghast. "Of course, it will be. Come on, don't bail on me," he said. The electric young man peered sideways before turning back to his grape-headed friend. He waved his hand in a calming manner. "Well, think about what might happen. This will be shown to everyone. Even pros. Are you sure this will be good for them to see?" Kaminari explained. He saw a look of indignation on Mineta's face, who opened his mouth to retort. Mineta halts and slowly closes his mouth. A glimpse of thought on his head, then his face grew pale, and a bead of sweat rolled down his head. Mineta's nervousness was infectious, and Kaminari himself would soon grow pale. The high they had experienced from creating their master plan had finally worn off. They were in too deep now. The girls were expecting the outfits. Kaminari and Mineta couldn't simply back out of this now. What did they do to salvage this situation? They could run back and change their outfits. Kaminari and Mineta could squeeze in enough time if they hurry. So they did. When the ladies had gotten the uniforms, they would take the box to the lockers and soon take them out. They'd then look them over, blue jackets lined with white and red stripes and pants of a similar color scheme. They were also given pom-poms, each of the 3 different colors they could choose. "Well, to be honest, I was suspecting something different," Ashido would admit, causing the others to voice their similar opinions. "Well, they were given to us by those 2. I'm surprised they didn't pull a fast one on us." Ochako would begin only to halt when Jiro would speak up. "They were. I could hear them, but common sense seemed to have caught up to them midway and changed their minds," Jiro explained, and the girls then nodded, considering that they made a lot more sense than those 2 being honest. "So, do we just go out and cheer now, or?" Ashido asked. Despite the situation, they did have good uniforms for it now. The girls heard an ahem, and they turned to Yaoyorozu, noting that her cheeks were a bit red. "Please forgive my interruption, but I have an idea," she would say with a bit of hesitation. The trio of announcers would go over some random topics during the short break. They all gasp upon seeing a group of cheerleaders all from Class 1A. Both Present Mike and Hikaru turned to Aizawa with a raised eyebrow. But he would look at the 2 of them twice as befuddled. Regardless, the voice hero clears his throat when he spots the audience looking confused. Many took umbrage with what they were watching. Present Mike needs to phrase this carefully, primarily upon hearing who they were cheering for, which caused some parents to turn their heads and stare sharply at the green-haired representative who'd swallowed. It seems Midoriya has his own cheerleading squad. Aizawa, ya got anything to say about this?" the voice hero asks, gulping at the oddly quiet Hikaru, who would speak up as well. "Yes, what do you have to say about this, Aizawa?" Hikaru would glower at the fatigued teacher, who had seemed to get all cozy in his sleeping bag suddenly. "I didn't know about this prior." Eraserhead's tone didn't change. He refused to look her in the eyes, making it clear that he was a tad spooked or distracted. Most likely the former. Midoriya was stunned and immediately turned to who he assumed to be the 2 culprits. Only to twitch, cheeks beginning to puff up as he held in a guffaw. Kaminari and Mineta's faces had nearly caused him to burst out laughing. But unfortunately, he mustn't laugh, as that could make the hard stares at him even more fierce. Kaminari and Mineta's shocked face. Midoriya locked eyes with Yaoyorozu. Her cheeks became warm and covered the lower part of her face with her pom-poms. She giggled before continuing to cheer for Midoriya. But he couldn't take his eyes off of her. "All right, everybody, hoped you enjoyed your 1-hour break. The 3rd round will begin after the recreational games. And here to liven things up are cheerleaders from America. So let's get this show on the road," Present Mike announced. Those who didn't make it to the finals will participate in some side games. Once that's over, 16 students from the top 4 teams will be fighting in one-on-one tournaments. I promise you that you don't want to miss these epic battles," the voice hero announced. Meanwhile, at a VIP booth for any top pro heroes that wish to watch the sports festival, 2 female pro heroes were the only ones in the VIP booth. The 2 pros were the Dragoon hero, Yukio, and Rabbit hero, Mirko. Yukio was 26 years old, stood 5 feet 6 1/4, athletic build, and had fair skin. She has blonde chin-length hair swept back by a headband with a long fringe on the right side. Yukio's yellow eyes were thin, tilted inwards with slit pupils, and had sharp teeth. Her costume was a dark red kipao with pale green trim on the shoulders and a slit on the left side. A yellow claw pattern was on the bottom with a smaller pattern around the neck. The heroine wore knee-high boots with a strap on her exposed thigh. On her arms were white sleeve-like gloves that reached her shoulders. Higher tabs were on the gloves, outer sides, and exposed her hands. Yukio's matching green headband had 4 large, pale purple claws that covered the right side of her face. On the back of the headband were tiny black dragon wings. Yukio has several gold-spiked cartilage piercings on her left ear. Mirko was 26 years old, stood 5 feet 3 1/2, athletic build with muscular arms and legs and dark skin. Her red eyes were slightly tilted inward, long eyelashes and straight white hair that passed her waist. On Mirko's head were a pair of long white rabbit ears pointed upward with a slight crook. And she possesses a white round tail to complete the resemblance. Her costume was a sleeveless white leotard. Dark purple trims were on the shoulders and waist with a broad, yellow crescent moon at the chest. Mirko wore purple thigh-high boots with plating on the heels and toes. On her hands were thick white gloves with long cuffs and small triangle protrusions on the edges. To complete her outfit was a single thick metal plate around her midriff. "Oh, come on, just get to the tournament already. I want to see some action. Especially from that green-haired kid," Mirko exclaimed. "Patience, Mirko. I'm also excited to see what the first-year students can do. Even the ones that didn't make it to the finals," Yukio said to the rabbit hero. "You can't fool me. I know you're also interested in him." Especially after his speech, it reminded me of the late elemental hero, Alpha Wolf. Mirko responded. "I will admit that his speech was impressive. But for now, let's see what the other students can do," Yukio suggested. Back on the field. "Oh yeah, finally, the chance to show what we're made of," Hiroshima excitedly exclaimed. "Wait, is it always a tournament?" Ashido asked. "The final is always a one-on-one battle, but they switch it up sometimes. Last year was a foam sword battle," Zero explained. "Now come and draw a lot to see who you'll face," Midnight said, holding a lottery box. "Before we begin the tournament, we'll start with the recreational games. The 16 finalists can choose whether they want to participate or sit out to prepare for the match. Let's start with the first-place team." "Excuse me," Ojiro said as he raised his hand. "But I want to withdraw," he requested, shocking everyone. "Ojiro, this is a chance for you to get scouted," Iida told him. "It wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything during the cavalry battle until the end. I think it was that guy's quirk," Ojiro explained as he looked at Shinso, who looked away. "I know this is a great chance I wish to benefit from. But my conscience won't let me." "Just think about this," Zero told him. "I did. Everyone gave their all in the second event while I was used as a puppet. I don't want to advance when I didn't earn it myself. It's not right," Ojiro stated. "If you're making a big deal of it, just prove that you deserve to be here." Hagakure encouraged Ojiro. "Yeah, I didn't do much in the cavalry battle either," Mina added. "Guys, that's enough," Midoriya said, getting everyone's attention. "This isn't just about Ojiro proving himself. It's his pride, and if he wishes to withdraw, we should honor his request. After all, he can prove himself next year." Ojiro smiled as Midoriya understood his choice. "Thank you, Midoriya." Midoriya responded with a thumbs up. "Narengeki Shota from Class 1B. Shota announced as he raised his hand. "I withdraw for the same reason. Regardless of how strong I am, I don't want to go against the value of the sports festival without earning my spot," he explained. "Man, these guys are so manly," Hiroshima commented. "Well, that's an unexpected turn of events," Present Mike announced. "It's up to Midnight to accept their request as she's in charge," Aizawa stated. "So youthful," Midnight exclaimed as she snapped her flogger. "I like it. Ojiro, Shota, I accept your withdrawal," she decided based on her tastes. Everyone thought with a sweat drop. Now we have to pick 2 students from the 5th place team in the cavalry battle. That way, we have enough contestants. Midnight announced. We were frozen most of the time. We barely did anything in the cavalry battle. Isn't that right? Kendo asked her teammates. Yanagi, Tokage, and Komori nodded in agreement. You should choose the team that kept on fighting, Team Tetsu. Kendo stated. Kendo, Tetsu said, I'm not doing this as a favor. It's just fair. Kendo explained. Seriously, you guys. Thank you. Tetsu exclaimed. It's been decided that Tetsu and Shiozaki will advance to the finals. Midnight announced. Take a look at the brackets, my dears. These are your opponents in the tournament. The monitor then showed the matchups. First match. Izuku Midoriya vs Mina Ashido. Second match. Hitoshi Shinso vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Third match. Shoto Todoroki vs Yuga Aoyama. Fourth match. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume. Fifth match. Denki Kaminari vs Abara Shiozaki. Sixth match. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Honta Siro. Seventh match. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Eighth match. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. So I'll face Shinso early and Todoroki if I win my first match. Midoriya thought. Didn't think I face the powerhouse of the class so early. But I'll do my best, Midori. Ashido stated. I wish you the best of luck. Midoriya responded with a smile. So you excited for our match? Shinso asked Yaoyorozu. Ojiro quickly covered Yaoyorozu's with his tail to stop her from answering. Don't say a word to him, Yaoyorozu. Ojiro warned her. Shinso smirked as he walked away. I'll leave you speechless with my dazzling light, Aoyama said to Todoroki. But Todoroki remained silent. You're Tenya Iida? Hatsume asked. Yes, I am, Iida answered. Perfect. There's something I want to ask you. Hatsume responded. So I'm up against someone from Class 1B, huh? Kaminari said. Lord, give me strength to do my best in your name. Shiozaki prayed. I'll face you with all my strength. Tokiyami told Siro. Right back at ya, pal. Siro responded. Are you for real, right now? What is this? Both Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed. Huh, who's Uraraka? Bakugo questioned while Uraraka screeched in fear of facing Bakugo. The recreational games began as students who didn't make it to the final played the various games. Midoriya was the only one of the finalists to participate in the games. Considering the girls of Class 1A requested since they wanted to be his cheerleaders. The girls did their best to cheer for Midoriya, much to his embarrassment. However, he'll admit that they looked great in the uniforms and cheering for him. After the recreational games, the pro hero, Smintos, created the ring for the tournament with his quirk. Smintos was 28 years old, stood 6 feet 1 inch, and appeared to be a humanoid block of cement. His black eyes seemed almost shut, and his gray hair was tied into a short ponytail. Smintos' body shape was blocky, and his lips were pulled upward. His costume was a sleeveless brown suit. On the suit were yellow stripes, shorts, and an elongated collar. To complete his attire was gray shoes with yellow soles. There we go, I finished with the ring. Smintos said. Thank you, Smintos. Present Mike said from the announcer's booth. Hey, sports fan, are you ready? Present Mike asked with the crowd cheering. It's time for the real battle to begin. Our competitors are now on their own. Sometimes heroes rely on their heart, skill, strength, wisdom, and courage. And those very things can help them reach for the top. Alright, let's get this party started with the first match of round 1. Let's welcome our first fighter. He's a man that bends fire to his will and a treasure chest full of secret abilities with his quirk. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. The voice hero announced. Midoriya marched toward the stage and waved to the audience. Versus, is something gonna come out of those horns? I don't know. From the hero course, Mina Ashido. Present Mike announced. Ashido was already in the ring and was stretching. She finished stretching and was ready to begin. Let's do our best, Midori, Ashido said to her opponent. Meanwhile, Class 1A were in their stands viewing the match. You think Ashido has a chance against Midoriya? Hagakure asked her peers. Well, we don't know what Midoriya has planned for her. considering that we don't know the full extent of what his quirk can do. Asui responded. Midoriya, Mineta exclaimed, gaining his classmates' attention. Beat her like in those video games where their clothes come off. You're a complete scumbag, Jiro commented. The rules for the tournament are simple. You win by either immobilizing your opponents, forcing them out of the ring, or making them say, "Uncle." Bring on the injury as we have Recovery Girl on standby. So, don't be afraid to play dirty, but no life-threatening injuries. Real heroes use their power to put villains in jail, not killing them. Present Mike explained. I'll intervene if things get out of hand. Smintos said. He created a chair with quirk next to Midnight's stage. Ready, start. Present Mike exclaimed. Ashido created some acid under her feet to skate around the ring. She then threw some acid at Midoriya's position. But he quickly evaded each attack. Midoriya hurled some fireballs at the acid quirk user. However, Ashido dodged the projectiles as she continued skating. The acid quirk user continued to hurl acid toward Midoriya, forcing him to dodge. Midoriya continued to elude but saw that he was at the edge of the ring. Ashido skated towards her opponent to push him out of the ring. Sorry, Midori, but I win, Ashido exclaimed. She went for an uppercut, but Midoriya smiled and teleported away. He reappeared behind her, and Midoriya gently pushed Ashido out of the ring. Mina Ashido is out, Midnight announced. Smart. Midoriya made it look like Ashido had him in the corner, but then used her momentum against her. Hikaru commentated. Midoriya stepped out of the ring to help Ashido off of the ground. Dang it, I was so close to getting you out of the ring, Ashido stated. It was a smart plan, Ashido. But I know you'll have a better chance next year, Midoriya responded. Back at 1A's sitting area. Damn it, if only Midoriya had a different quirk that can melt clothes. Mineta cursed as he slammed his fists into his knees. Everyone stared at him as if he had grown a second head. But Jiro stabbed him with one of her jacks to send vibrations to make him regret his statement. Call me Mina, Midori. I let my friends call me by my first name, and you earned it. Ashido told him with a smile. Well, Mina, shall we rejoin our classmates? Midoriya responded. They walked out of the ring as the crowd cheered for them and their sportsmanship. The second match of the first round began as the next fighters entered the ring. Yaoyorozu and Shinso stood in the arena and waited for their match to begin. On your left, we have the girl that's a literally Swiss Army knife. From the hero course, Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike announced. Yaoyorozu had a determined expression on her face. And to your right, he hasn't done anything to make him stand out yet, Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike announced. Shinso had a neutral expression on his face as he faced his opponent. Are you both ready? Midnight asked the two students. Both Yaoyorozu and Shinso nodded. Begin, the R-rated heroine exclaimed. Yaoyorozu charged as she created a metal bow staff. She went for a thrust with her staff, which Shinso dodged. Yaoyorozu continued to throw swipes and thrusts, hoping one would land. But Shinso dodged each one and went for a punch. However, Yaoyorozu quickly made a small shield on her left arm. Shinso staggered back as his hand hurt from punching the shield. The indigo-haired man saw his opponent rushing him. Shinso decided to use his ace card. That guy with the tail was a classmate of yours, right? He was really stupid and pathetic to give up so early, Shinso stated. Yaoyorozu was angered at Shinso for mocking and insulting her classmate. How dare you? You take that back. This. Yaoyorozu couldn't finish as her eyes immediately became white and blank. She also stopped moving, much to her colleagues' confusion. Meanwhile, Shinso just smiled as he let down his guard. Now turn around and walk out of the arena, Shinso commanded. Yaoyorozu complied as she turned around and started walking out of the arena. Whoa, what is this? Yaoyorozu was listening to Shinso's command. What's up with that? Present Mike commentated. Yaoyorozu continued until she finally stepped out of the arena. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. The winner is Hitoshi Shinso, Midnight announced. Oh, no, I even told her not to answer anything from him, Ojiro exclaimed. Why is she listening to that guy? Jiro wondered. So Shinso's quirk is brainwashing, huh? Eraserhead stated. How do you know? Present Mike asked. I noticed due to his teammates' blank eyes during the cavalry battle. But then again, this is why we should change some things in the entrance exam. For it only focuses on quirks designed for combat. However, some quirks aren't suitable for battle, such as Shinso's quirk. However, among others, his quirk is hero course material. Eraserhead explained. But due to the entrance exam only designed for combat quirks, Shinso couldn't get in. It would have been a different story if UA's entrance exam were created for all quirks for other situations than just combat. Class 1A's homeroom teacher added. I agree with your explanation, Eraserhead. Your explanation was informative, and hopefully, UA follows your advice. Hikaru commented. Meanwhile, Shinso approached a still brainwashed Yaoyorozu and tapped her shoulder. Yaoyorozu's eyes returned to their natural color, and she looked around, confused. Then she saw the monitor and saw that it announced Shinso as the winner. Yaoyorozu was shocked that she lost and didn't remember it. That's when she realized she had fallen into Shinso's trap. Thanks for helping me reach the second round, Shinso said as he left the arena. Yaoyorozu was silent as she believed she looked like a fool. She silently left the arena with her head down. However, Midoriya noticed her expression and felt something was wrong with Yaoyorozu. He got up from his seat with Uraraka, and Iida wondered what he was doing. Deku-kun, something the matter? Uraraka asked. Yes. Why are you standing up? Iida added. I just need to handle something real quick. I'll be back, Midoriya answered as he left. Midoriya left his classmates, stands to find Yaoyorozu. Thankfully, his quirk let him see where she was, thanks to her soul. Midoriya made his way towards, and he finally found Yaoyorozu. She was slumped against the wall and hugged her legs close to her. He heard her sniffling and realized Yaoyorozu was crying. I know what the answer is already. But are you okay, Momo? He asked. Yaoyorozu looked up, and there were tears in her eyes. Izuku, what are you doing here? Yaoyorozu asked as she cried. Midoriya sat down next to her. I had a feeling you felt down after your loss. So I came looking for you to see if you're okay. Midoriya answered. You can go, Izuku. I'm fine, Yaoyorozu replied as she wiped the tears from her eyes. We both know that was a lie. And I'm not going until you tell me how you truly feel. Midoriya responded with a concerned tone. Yaoyorozu realized Midoriya wouldn't leave unless she told him the truth based on his tone. I felt like a fool out there. Ojiro told me how Shinso's quirk worked. I promised him that I'd win against Shinso. But yet I fell right into his hands. I feel so useless. Maybe the hero course isn't for me. She cried. Midoriya placed an arm on Yaoyorozu's shoulder and brought her close to him. I don't believe that. You definitely belong in the hero course, and do you know why? It's because of your great mind, powerful quirk, and leadership. Yaoyorozu was quiet and looked at him. She saw the caring expression on his face as he continued. You deserve to be here more than me because I believe I wouldn't be a hero. After all, who feels safe with a man who kills and turns into a flaming skeleton? But when they see you, those people are in great hands. You can create anything you need on the field to save lives. Therefore, you deserve to be in UA, and you will become an amazing hero. Midoriya stated. But don't let this loss discourage you. Losing can be a learning experience. It teaches you humility, makes you work harder, and it's a powerful motivator. I didn't become the great fighter won from only victories. I had to learn from my mistakes, which helped motivate me to be better. Midoriya continued. However, this isn't the only time you show the world what you can do. You have 2 more chances, and I know you'll do better. So don't let one loss change your whole view of yourself. Instead, learn from it and let it motivate you to be better. After all, you will be an amazing hero in the future. Midoriya finished. Yaoyorozu felt better after everything Midoriya told her. A smile appeared on her face as she wiped away the tears. Midoriya noticed her changed expression and smiled as well. Feel better? He asked. I do. Thank you, Izuku, Yaoyorozu responded. Midoriya helped Yaoyorozu to her feet. But you're wrong about one thing, Izuku. Yaoyorozu told him. Midoriya wondered what she meant. What am I wrong about? He asked. That you believe you would never be a hero. I heard about your time as a vigilante from my parents. They wanted to thank you since you saved one of their friend's daughters from human traffickers. She said you were like a ghost when you came and then vanished when the police arrived. I looked up more stories about you and your deeds. Yaoyorozu explained. Many would say that you were a villain and taking the law into your own hands. But they overlook the many people you saved. Even though you were a vigilante before coming here, you were already a hero. And I know you'll be a better one, too. Yaoyorozu stated. She then kissed Midoriya on the cheek, surprising him. Now, let's go join our classmates. The next match will start soon. Yaoyorozu suggested. She then left to join her classmates in a happier mood. Midoriya placed a hand over the cheek Yaoyorozu kissed. He smiled and chuckled to himself. Glad to see I made her feel better. Midoriya told himself before heading back. Meanwhile, Todoroki left the waiting room he was in to head to the ring, as his match with Aoyama would begin shortly. However, Todoroki met someone he didn't want to meet at the next turn. What do you want? Todoroki questioned his father, Endeavor. You're disgracing yourself, Shoto. If you used your left side, you would have gained victory in the first two events. It's time you stop this childish rebellion of yours. Don't you understand that it's your duty to surpass All Might? You're different from your siblings as you're my masterpiece. The number 2 hero told his son. Todoroki was angered by his father's words. If that's all you have to say to me, you're wasting your time. I won't give you the pleasure of using your quirk. I'll win using only my mother's side. Todoroki stated as he continued walking. You'll reach the limit of your power if you continue this rebellious nature. Endeavor stated. Enough standing around, and let's welcome the combatants of the third match of round 1. Present Mike announced. On your right, even though he has a belt, he won't transform. From the hero course, Yuga Aoyama. Bonjour. Aoyama greeted the audience. On your left, he got in through recommendation as he's too strong for his own good. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. The voice hero announced. Todoroki entered the ring, but he had an angered expression. Fighters, are you ready? Midnight asked Aoyama and Todoroki. Both boys nodded their heads. Begin, she announced as she whipped her flogger. The first one to strike is the one who shines the brightest. Aoyama stated as he fired a beam from his belt. But Todoroki easily dodged it and stared at his opponent with extreme anger. Apologies, Todoroki said as a massive wave of ice headed towards Aoyama. Then a large shockwave erupted and shook everything that was nearby. Kamui Woods and Death Arms were shocked by what they saw outside the stadium. A giant iceberg was now in the stadium. It was close to where Todoroki's classmates were sitting, including anyone in the crowd near them. Hey, don't you think that's a little overboard? Shiro questioned. Aoyama had it the worst, as he was encased in the massive iceberg. Tell me the truth, Aoyama. Can you move? Midnight asked while half of her body was frozen. Non, mademoiselle, Aoyama answered through chattering teeth. Aoyama has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the next round. Midnight announced. Todoroki approached Aoyama and placed his left hand on the Frenchman. He used his fire to melt the ice surrounding Aoyama. Sorry, I was angry. Todoroki apologized. Don't mind. One pro hero said. Don't mind. A female pro hero repeated. Then the entire stadium repeated. Don't mind. However, Midoriya noticed something was off with Todoroki, and decided that he'll free him from whatever was holding him back once he faced him. After the iceberg Todoroki made was melted, the tournament continued. It was time for the fourth match. Sorry for the long wait, but let's start with the fourth match. Present Mike announced. The crowd cheered as the tournament continued. Rushing headlong to the top. Almost the epitome of the middle in the pack. From the hero course, Tenya Iida. Present Mike introduced. Iida, who was in the ring, had a determined expression. Versus fully equipped with support items. From the support course, Mei Hatsume. Present Mike announced. Hatsume smiled as she waited for the match to start. Iida's up against a support course student, huh? Jiro said. What kind of fight is this gonna be? Asui wondered. Wait, what is that? Sato questioned. Class 1A saw Iida clip on a support item to his back. The item appeared to look like a backpack. Iida, it's against the rules for you to equip that support item. Unless your quirk needs an item to function, you must submit a petition beforehand. Like Aoyama with his belt and Midoriya as his quirk allows him to summon his weapons. Midnight stated. Iida immediately bowed. I apologized, but my opponent gave this support item as she wanted an even fight. Her sportsmanship moved my heart. He then stood up and clenched his fist. I cannot ignore her fighting spirit, and I shall honor her request. Iida stated. Ah, youth. Midnight squealed before snapping her flogger. I'll allow it, she added. Wait, so it's fine? Present Mike questioned. Just roll with it, I guess, Hikaru commented. If Midnight's okay with it including the two combatants, it's fine. Eraserhead added. Midoriya noticed Hatsume adjusted a mic on her headphones and her snickering. Well, since it was permitted, let's start the fourth match. Present Mike announced. Iida charged toward Hatsume as she began to speak. Isn't that acceleration wonderful? Hatsume asked as everyone heard her voice. A mic, Iida thought. What is she doing? Eraserhead questioned aloud. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's to be expected. Those leg parts help with the wearer's movement. And a pole came out of Hatsume's backpack to help her evade Iida as he tripped. Can evade with my hydraulic adjustments. Hatsume announced. Hatsume, using her quirk, looked at where the support companies were located. The support companies are watching. Oh, they're biting. I've got 'em, she said mentally. Her backpack made an alarm sound as she dodged Iida again. Since I'm got sensors in every direction, I can deal with attacks from behind. Hatsume announced. Iida was about to fall, but his gear helped him up. He ran to his opponent again. What are you planning? Iida questioned. Iida adeptly changed course. Thanks to the auto balancer that I made. Hatsume continued. Meanwhile, Present Mike had an annoyed expression. What is this? He asks his fellow commentators. She's good at hard selling. Aizawa responded. I'll say, even I'm intrigued, Hikaru admitted as she jotted down notes. The leg parts detect the wearer's brainwaves to predict their movements. So there's no need to worry about time lag, Hatsume informed. Iida went for an attack but failed and was at the edge. The auto balancer is equipped with a 32-axis gyro sensor. It'll keep the wearer from falling unless they want to. Hatsume added. Iida stopped and rushed her. Weren't you going to fight fairly? He attacked Hatsume again, but she dodged. Hatsume jumped into the air with her boots. What do you think of this lightness? The electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet to allow instant evasive action. Hatsume continued. As she was about to land, Iida rushed at her. I'll get her when she lands, Iida thought. But when Hatsume landed, she aimed a gun at Iida. Hatsume fired the gun and caught her opponent in a capture net. What is this? He questioned. A capture gun to catch villains. The capture nets are in cartridges, and you can fire 5 before reloading. Who developed these items? It's me, Mei Hatsume. Everyone from the support companies, the choice is clear, Mei Hatsume. Hatsume announced. What is she, a politician? One support company employer asked. And now, I'll talk about the next support item. Hatsume announced. There's more. A second support company employer was shocked. After 10 minutes, Hatsume finished showing her support items. She stepped out of the ring and wiped the sweat off her face. Phew, I've presented every item. I've nothing left to say. A satisfied Hatsume said. Hatsume is out of bounds. Iida advanced to the second round. Midnight declared. You tricked me. An angered Iida exclaimed. Sorry, I used you. Hatsume said mischievously. I hate you, Iida shouted while chopping the air. Hatsume probably said something to get him on board because of his earnestness. Meaning she'll use whatever means to get her goal. Midoriya realized. However, he didn't notice Uraraka getting up from her seat. She headed for the waiting room to prepare for her match. Let's see if the fifth match is more action-packed. First, this beautiful rose has thorns. The assassin of Class 1B. From the hero course, Abara Shiozaki. Present Mike announced as Shiozaki walked to the arena. Versus, the boy with an electric personality. From Class 1A, also from the hero course, Denki Kaminari. The pro hero exclaimed. Kaminari entered the ring with a smile on his face. Now, let's have a good battle, Present Mike said but was interrupted by Shiozaki. Pardon me for the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? I only came to achieve victory, not take my opponent's life. Shiozaki stated. I'm sorry. Present Mike apologized. I entered UA University, not for wicked reasons but for the salvation of others. Shiozaki stated as she clasped her hand to pray. Then rays of sunshine appeared around her. I said I'm sorry. My bad. Present Mike responded. I thank you for your understanding. Shiozaki replied with a bow. Meanwhile, Kaminari stood there dumbfounded. I thought Class B was full of jerks. However, she's pretty cute. Kaminari whispered. But then he smacked his cheeks to refocus himself. Keep it together, man. You're here to win, he mentally added, then looked at his opponent. But, oh man, she's beautiful, though. This is terrible. I gotta ask this girl out sometimes once I win. Anyway, begin. Present Mike exclaimed. What do you say you and I go out after this? I'll happily treat you to a bite. Kaminari suggested to Shiozaki. Huh, was the vine-haired girl's response. A comfort when you lose. 'Cause I'll end this in 2 seconds. Kaminari exclaimed as he charged up his quirk. Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts. He shouted as he shot electricity everywhere. Shiozaki turned around and extended the vines on her hair to the ground. She formed a barrier with her vines to block Kaminari's attack. Meanwhile, Kaminari overloaded himself making him dumb. Then vines came out of the ground and tied him up to immobilize him. Shiozaki's vines now lifted Kaminari in the air resulting in her victory. It was over in an instant, folks. Present Mike announced. Kaminari is unable to continue. Shiozaki advances to the next round. Midnight added. The crowd cheered for Shiozaki's victory. I made the most of the opportunity given to me. Shiozaki said. Alright, way to go, Shiozaki. Tetsu cheered. Man, she's good, Jiro commented. Class 1A heard laughing and turned to see Monoma on the wall laughing at them. What's that? Didn't he say that he'll end this in 2 seconds? That's strange cause he was defeated in 2 seconds. Wasn't Class A supposed to be better than Class B? That's so weird, ha 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 ha. Monoma antagonized, but then Kendo chopped his neck to knock him out. She then peeked over the wall to talk to Class 1A. Sorry about him. Kendo apologized. She then dragged him back to their class. I hate that guy, some Class 1A students thought. Meanwhile, Mt. Lady saw the match outside the stadium thanks to the monitors. Kamui, you think she'll be a good sidekick? She asked her colleague. Kamui Woods turned around to answer. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten a better look. He answered. She seems straight-laced, but she's cute. Mount. Lady commented. Get back to work. Kamui Woods commanded. Alright, folks, let's head on to the 6th match of the first round. Present Mike announced. The 2 combatants of the 6th match were already in the ring. First, offense and defense in 1. The Dark Samurai and his Dark Shadow from the hero course, Fumikage Tokiyami. Present Mike informed. Tokiyami stood in the arena with determination. Versus, he got skills at the expense of those creepy-looking elbows. Also from the hero course, Honta Siro. Present Mike announced. That's uncalled for, Siro commented. Fighters, are you ready? Begin, Midnight exclaimed. I'm gonna win this, Siro shouted as he fired some tape from his elbows. But Tokiyami evaded it with a forward jump roll. Then he activated his quirk to have Dark Shadow charge at Siro. Siro prepared to fire another set of tape at his opponent. However, Dark Shadow headbutted him in the stomach. Then Siro was launched out of the ring with an uppercut from Tokiyami's sentient quirk. Siro's is out of bounds. Tokiyami advances to the next round. Midnight declared. The crowd cheered as Tokiyami bowed. Meanwhile, Midoriya was jotting down some notes from the previous battles. But then he turned to see Uraraka's drink on her seat instead of her. He realized that after Kirishima's match will be her match against Bakugo. Midoriya got up and headed toward the waiting room. Time to start the 7th match. A battle between redundant quirks. Manly and passionate steel. From Class 1B's hero course Tetsu. Present Mike announced. Yeah, Tetsu shouted. Versus, manly and passionate hardening. Class 1A's hero course, Eijiro Kirishima. Present Mike informed. Even our intro's the same. Kirishima stated with a tear. Go, Tetsu. Win just like Abara. Kendo cheered. At 1A's area, Mineta was sleeping in the back. Get a hold of yourself, Jiro told him as she stabbed an earphone jack on Mineta. This caused him to wake up from sheer pain. Let's start the passionate 7th battle. Present Mike exclaimed. Both Kirishima and Tetsu rushed one another. They both activated their quirks and clashed fists. Meanwhile, Iida walked towards waiting room 2 to see Uraraka. He entered to hear Uraraka. Good work out there, Iida. She told him. Oh, thank you, Ura. Iida noticed Uraraka's face was different. You're not yourself at all. Your brow's all wrinkled, Iida exclaimed. My brow. Oh, just my nerves, must have reached my brow. Uraraka responded. Oh, that's right, you're up against Bakugo after this match. Iida stated. To be honest, I'm scared. But after seeing your match, Iida, Uraraka tried to finish. My match? Iida asked. Midoriya then entered the room. Uraraka, he called out. Deku-kun, why are you here? Didn't you want to see the other matches? Uraraka questioned. Most of them finished quickly. Right now, it's Kirishima against someone from Class 1B. Midoriya answered. Back in the arena, Kirishima landed a punch on Tetsu's face. That didn't hurt at all. Tetsu exclaimed. He then landed a punch on Kirishima's face. That didn't hurt, either. Kirishima responded. Uraraka gripped her hand. Soon, I'm up. I don't think even Bakugo will go all out on a girl. Iida stated with a sweat drop. No, he absolutely would. Midoriya said, shocking his two friends. Out of everyone here, I'm the only one that has to hold back. Considering that UA's staff, my family, and our classmates know my secret. So everyone here isn't gonna hold back as they wanted to be scouted. But I thought up a plan against Bakugo for you, Uraraka. Midoriya added. Isn't that great, Uraraka? Iida stated. Thanks, Deku-kun, but it's fine, Uraraka responded. Huh, both Midoriya and Iida replied. You're amazing, Deku-kun. I've kept noticing more amazing sides of you ever since I met you. Yaoyorozu and I thought it'd be easier to team up with friends during the cavalry battle. But I've noticed that we've been relying on you too much. When Iida challenged you, it had made me feel ashamed. Uraraka explained. Uraraka, that was all Midoriya could say as she passed him and Iida. Uraraka stopped at the door to turn to her friends. It's okay. Everyone's trying their hardest. That means we're all rivals, right? So let's meet at the finals. Uraraka stated with a nervous thumbs up. Tetsu tried to block an attack but got hit with an uppercut. Kirishima also went for a block but took a punch to the face. Both men continued to land punches on one another. Then they charged each other for another punch. Raahhhhh. Kirishima and Tetsu roared. Both men landed a hook on each other's faces, knocking them out. Two men with similar quirks, resulting in a head-to-head fight. But who's the winner, Kirishima or Tetsu? Present Mike commentated. Midnight entered the ring to check on the two combatants. She saw both Kirishima and Tetsu bruised and unconscious. The R-rated hero puts her hand up. Both contestants are down. It's a tie. Once they recover, the winner will be determined by a simple contest. Midnight informed the crowd. Their quirks are similar, huh? One pro hero said, I like passionate guys like them. They're inspiring. I hope for a sidekick like that. Another pro hero commented. The screen shows the final match of the first round, Uraraka vs Bakugo. This might be the most disturbing match. Asui stated, I almost don't want to watch. Jiro agreed. Both Midoriya and Iida saw Uraraka enter the arena. Uraraka, do your best. Midoriya mentally cheered. The 8th and final match of round 1. First, he was kind of famous in high school but didn't pay attention. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike announced. Bakugo had a scowl on his face. Versus she's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, Ochako Uraraka. Present Mike exclaimed. Uraraka took a deep breath and looked at her opponent. You make things float, right, round face? Bakugo questioned. Round. Uraraka was insulted by the nickname. You better give up now. Because you won't get off with an, ouch. Bakugo told her. Uraraka grit her teeth as she waited for the match to start. Back at the stands with Class 1A. Midoriya, what was the plan you would tell Uraraka? Iida wondered. It wasn't much since Bakugo has a strong quirk. But if Uraraka manages to touch him with her quirk and make him float, then she would have the advantage. So the first thing Uraraka should do is. Midoriya explained. 8th match, start. Present Mike exclaimed. Uraraka rushed towards Bakugo with her hands out. A swift attack. Midoriya finished. Withdrawing isn't an option, Uraraka exclaimed. Let's see how this plays out. It may be small, but if she can touch Bakugo, she'll win by making him float. Midoriya stated. Bakugo won't give Uraraka a chance to get close. Iida stated. True. Bakugo won't evade. Instead, he'll counterattack. Midoriya responded. Then die. Bakugo shouted as he lifted his arm. Here comes his right hook. If I dodge it, Uraraka thought. But Bakugo launched an explosion when Uraraka tried to go under. She was knocked back by her opponent's attack. Uraraka, Midoriya and Iida exclaimed. He actually blasts her. Mineta questioned. Bakugo doesn't show any mercy. Even if it's a girl. Asui commented. This is bad. I didn't react in time when I saw it coming. Uraraka thought. She ran into the smokescreen to try to attack again. Bakugo saw something in the smoke and thought it was Uraraka. Don't underestimate me, he exclaimed. Bakugo blasted the figure in the smokescreen. But he noticed that he blasted Uraraka's gym shirt. Uraraka then appeared behind Bakugo. Oh, she made her jacket float and used it to distract her opponent. She did it in an instant, too. Present Mike announced. Uraraka activated her quirk and went to touch her opponent. Suddenly, Bakugo turned around and sent her back with an explosion. He moved after seeing her. Zero stated. With that reaction time, the smokescreen didn't matter. Kaminari added. Uraraka's at a disadvantage if she can't use her quirk. Zero replied. Bakugo came through the smokescreen as Uraraka charged him. Too slow. Bakugo shouted. He used his quirk on the ground and at Uraraka's body with a giant explosion. Midoriya and Iida worried for their friend as they saw Uraraka attack from another angle. Take this, Uraraka exclaimed. Bakugo turned around and fired a larger explosion. Class 1A, except for Todoroki, was worried for Uraraka. Ochako, Asui worryingly said, I can't watch, Jiro said as she covered her face. Bakugo, don't tell me that you're a sadist. Mineta commented. Midoriya gritted his teeth as he continued watching Uraraka get blasted by Bakugo. She got back up and continued rushing her opponent. Not yet, Uraraka exclaimed. Uraraka got blasted away but got up and charged again. But Bakugo once again blasts her back. Many pro heroes watched and grew worried for Uraraka. Her substitution earlier didn't work. She's getting desperate. One pro hero said. Monoma heard the hero's statement. What an idiot, he sighed. Bakugo hit Uraraka with another explosion causing random pro heroes in the crowd to shout Dismentos. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? A random pro hero questioned. Isn't he going too far? Another random pro hero added. Uraraka took some deep breaths and rushed again. But Bakugo blasted her again. I can't watch, a third random pro hero stated. Hey, how can you just stand there and hurt her? Just send her out of bounds already. A male pro hero that wore a white, red, and yellow suit with a yellow cape shouted. But Bakugo continued blasting his opponent away. Stop bullying the poor girl. The yellow cape pro shouted. Yeah, a poodle-themed female pro hero added. All of the pro heroes started booing at Bakugo. There's booing from parts of the crowd. But honestly, I also feel the saw. Present Mike didn't finish. Because both Eraserhead and Hikaru elbowed Mike's face. Eraserhead picked up Present Mike's microphone. An elbow. What's the matter with ya? Present Mike questioned Aizawa and Hikaru. Did a pro just say he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? Aizawa questioned. Present Mike responded. Class 1A's homeroom teacher's statement silenced the crowd. If you said that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore. Go home and change careers. Hikaru added. It does look like Bakugo is doing too much damage. But he's being careful as he acknowledges Uraraka's strength since she made it this far. Bakugo's doing everything he can to win. Meaning he won't go easy or let his guard down. Aizawa explained to the crowd. Bakugo saw Uraraka still on her feet. Not yet. She's still. Bakugo thought. Uraraka wiped the sweat off her face. She's not dead yet. Bakugo mentally finished. He was snapped out of his thoughts when his opponent spoke. I think it's about time, Uraraka said, making Bakugo put up his guard. Thanks, Bakugo, Uraraka said as she brought her hands up. For not letting your guard down. She finished. Huh, Bakugo responded. It can't be helped from Bakugo's position. However, for a pro in the stands to boo without noticing. She kept her body low when she advanced, focusing on Bakugo's attack on the ground. Then, she restricted her field of vision with relentless attacks to keep her opponent from noticing. Monoma explained. Everyone in the stands looked up to see a bunch of debris floating in the air. Release, Uraraka exclaimed. She put her hands together to make the debris fall. A meteor shower, Present Mike exclaimed. You should have noticed, Aizawa and Hikaru commented. She had a desperate plan like this. Midoriya exclaimed. Bakugo noticed the falling debris. Uraraka then rushed towards her opponent. With this much debris, he can only evade or counterattack. There'll be an opening at that moment. I'll get close to him with my secret move, Uraraka thought. Bakugo raised his arm to the debris. Meanwhile, Uraraka made her fingers touch to activate her quirk. I'll win and be like Deku-kun, Uraraka exclaimed in her head. Suddenly, Bakugo fired a massive explosion at the debris. The wind from the blast pushed Uraraka back. The debris was either destroyed or flew away. Uraraka looked up in shock as her plan failed. Damn, that was close, Bakugo whispered as his arm slightly shook. I thought you'd be up to something. Considering you're friends with damn Deku, Bakugo told her. In one shot, Uraraka said in disbelief. Bakugo delivered a satisfying explosion. He blasts through Uraraka's plan. Present Mike announced. Uraraka, Midoriya said worryingly. Uraraka slowly got up to her feet. Even so, she mentally said. Bakugo had a smirk on his face. Time to get serious then, Uraraka, Bakugo exclaimed as he charged. Deku-kun wouldn't give up, Uraraka shouted in her head as she prepared to rush. But then Uraraka's legs gave out, and she fell to the floor. Uraraka's down, Present Mike announced. My body won't do what I want, Uraraka said in her head. She began to crawl with the strength she had left. I also, Uraraka struggled to speak. Bakugo brought his hands up in case Uraraka tried to attack. Can still, Uraraka said. She then remembered what she had promised to her parents as a child. When I get big and strong, I can help mommy and daddy. Kid Uraraka told her parents with tears in her eyes. I appreciate the thought, Ochako. But as your dad, I'd be happier if you could achieve your own dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii, Uraraka's father replied with a smile. Uraraka struggled to crawl as her vision became blurry and reached her limit. I'll become a hero, she muttered. Midnight came over to check on Uraraka and motioned Bakugo to stop. The R-rated heroine noticed Uraraka's eyes were exhausted. Daddy, Uraraka whispered before passing out. Uraraka's unable to continue. Bakugo advances to the second round, Midnight announced. The crowd cheered while medic bots took Uraraka. Take her to Recovery Girl, the R-rated heroine told the robots. I know, the medical bot responded. Bakugo watched before walking away. The 8th match of the first round. Oh, Uraraka, oh yeah, Bakugo moves to the second round. Present Mike said with less enthusiasm. Don't be biased, Present Mike, Hikaru told the hero. She's right. If you're gonna do this, do it properly, Eraserhead added. Now, let's pull ourselves together, Present Mike exclaimed enthusiastically. You're letting your emotions take over, Aizawa commented. The first round isn't truly over. Let's see who will advance to the second round between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, Present Mike announced. Meanwhile, Mt. Lady watched Uraraka taken to Recovery Girl outside the stadium. As the pro hero saw Uraraka's match against Bakugo and was intrigued. Get back to work, Kamui Woods scolded. However, Mt. Lady wasn't the only one interested in Uraraka. Tatsumaki also saw the match and had her sights on Uraraka before continuing her patrol with her team. Midoriya was making his way to the waiting rooms back in the arena. But he remembered Uraraka's words before her match. Let's meet in the finals. He recalled his friend's promise. Uraraka, Midoriya thought. Deku. Bakugo's voice broke Midoriya out of his thoughts. What do you want? Midoriya said, a little annoyed. It was you, wasn't it? You gave round face that plan during my match. As if that weak extra needed any help from a villain like you. Bakugo stated. Bakugo's comment angered Midoriya, making him punch Bakugo in the solar plexus. He coughed up saliva but was pinned to the wall by Midoriya's arm to his neck. Listen here, you prideful Pomeranian. What happened out there was all Uraraka, not me. If I did give her a plan, Uraraka would have beaten you quickly. I've known you long enough to know how to take you down quickly. After all, you're very predictable, Midoriya would state only to backstep as a sharp knee nearly slammed into his abdomen. The ash-blonde-haired young man would wipe his mouth. Sparks flaring from his hands and the scent of dead skin being signed made Midoriya scrunch up. You always liked running your damn mouth like nails on a chalkboard. A grating sound that just makes me angry. Bakugo hissed. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Do you really want to start this now? I can take you down with ease. You know I can, Midoriya stated as a vibrant red would fill his green irises. Smoke shot out of his nostrils as he grew agitated. I don't care. Besides, don't you have somewhere to be Deku? Bakugo would spit the name out like it was something nasty. You are not my friend. You are not family. Do not call me that if you know what's good for you. Despite having the power of flames, the tone Midoriya used was chilling. Midoriya and Bakugo were locked in a hard stare for a full minute before both would suck their teeth and turn in opposite directions. Midoriya heads to the waiting room while Bakugo heads back to Class 1A's stand. Hey, Bakugo, that was tough, huh? Playing the bad guy, Zero said, especially on a frail girl. Kaminari added. You play an amazing villain. Considering you've done before during the battle trial. Asui commented. Just shut up. Be quiet, Bakugo exclaimed as he sat down. His chest stung, and he felt a tad out of breath, but he refused to allow it to stick. Midoriya found the waiting room Uraraka stayed in and entered the room. Man, I lost, Uraraka said in a cheery tone. Huh, a confused Midoriya replied. I got carried away at the end thinking I won, dang it. Uraraka stated. Uraraka, are you okay? What about your injuries? Midoriya asked. Recovery girl already healed me. It was only moderate healing, so I didn't lose any stamina. But I still have some scratches and stuff. She answered. Uraraka clenched her fist and waved it up and down in frustration. Man, that Bakugo's really strong. I need to work harder. Uraraka noticed Midoriya had a worried expression. Uraraka, are you really alright? He asked. I'm fine. Better than expected, she responded. Uraraka's phone rang, and the caller ID said, Daddy. I mean, you always start looking ahead, Deku-kun. I should do the same since it doesn't mean it's over for me even though I lost. I got more chances in next year's sports festival. Uraraka told him. Midoriya was about to respond until he heard Present Mike's voice. The draw from the 7th match's first round will now have a winner. The winner will be decided in an arm wrestling game to determine who heads to the second round. Will it be Kirishima or Tetsu? Present Mike announced. Both Kirishima and Tetsu had their quirks activated and clenched the sides of the concrete podium, cracking it. They both were determined to win as neither was backing down. But then Tetsu's hand cracked, making him grunt in pain. Kirishima used the opening to bring his opponent's hand down. That's enough. Kirishima will advance to the second round. Midnight informed the crowd. Yes, Kirishima roared. Gah, my metal fatigue. I should have eaten more iron today. Tetsu stated. Kirishima offered a hand to help Tetsu up. It was a good match. Kirishima told his opponent. Tetsu chuckled and took Kirishima's hand. So youthful and chivalrous. Midnight squealed. Smintos had a blank expression on his face. Now that we got everyone for the second round, let's get this party started. Present Mike exclaimed. Already? Midoriya questioned since he wanted to continue talking with Uraraka. I'm sorry, Deku-kun. You weren't able to prepare because of me. Uraraka apologized. Nah, it's fine. I already know what to do against both Shinso and Todoroki. Midoriya replied. I'll be watching. K. Good luck, Uraraka told him. Thanks. Midoriya responded as he left the room. Uraraka answered the call. Sorry for not picking up earlier, Daddy. Uraraka said on the phone. It's fine. Sorry for calling you when you were busy. Your mom and I saw you on TV. You were so close, but it was amazing. Uraraka's dad responded. I wasn't that close, and I wasn't amazing. I rushed myself in the end. I didn't have a plan about what to do after too. I got beaten, Uraraka replied. As that's so, I don't know complicated things, but just because you lost doesn't mean it's over, right? There's always next year, Uraraka's dad told her, but the scouts will only focus on those who advanced further. I lost before. I can show them what else I can do. Uraraka remarked. What are you in a hurry for? Uraraka's father asked in a soft tone. Uraraka then began to cry. I want to hurry and help you guys. Uraraka cried. Ochako, it's fine even if you don't rush. Her dad told her. Uraraka's tears dropped to the table. Your feelings that way shows that you're kind. And I know you'll become a great hero. Keep doing your best, Uraraka's father stated. Both father and daughter ended the call. Uraraka was about to break into tears until she saw someone. She turned to see Midoriya at the door. Deku-kun, why are you still here? She asked. Midoriya didn't say anything as he hugged her, making Uraraka shocked and flushed. You don't need to say anything. Just let it out, Midoriya told her. Uraraka broke into tears and cried while hugging him. Midoriya didn't say anything as he hugged her until she calmed down. Thanks, Deku-kun, Uraraka said as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Hey, a hero must ensure everybody's happy and safe, right? Midoriya responded with a smile. Just like when you were a vigilante. You ride into the scene and make sure the people you're saving are safe and sound. Uraraka responded. Anyways, thank you, and you should hurry since your next match is gonna start. She added. You're right. Also, when I face Bakugo, I'll make sure to put in a few good punches for you. Midoriya told her. Good luck, Uraraka replied as Midoriya left the room. Once Midoriya was gone, Uraraka hugged herself. She realized she felt safe and warm in Midoriya's arms. Uraraka blushed before heading to her class stand. Meanwhile, Midoriya headed to the arena until he saw someone step in front of him. Ah, I was looking for you. Endeavor told Midoriya. What do you need, Endeavor? He asked. I saw your skills during the first two events and from the recording of the entrance exams on the monitors. Your skills with fire are impressive, and no doubt you have more surprises in store. Especially, considering you fight almost like All Might, Endeavor stated. If that's all you need to say, we're done. I have a match to go now. Midoriya responded. My son must surpass All Might as the #1 hero. Endeavor said, making Midoriya stop. His match with you will be good testing to see how much training he needs. So don't hold back and force him to use his left side. That's all I wanted to say, and I apologize for bothering you. Endeavor was about to leave until he heard Midoriya speak. I'm not All Might, Midoriya stated. That's Ob. The #2 hero turned to see Midoriya giving him a menacing glare. And your son isn't you. He isn't a tool. He's a human being. Midoriya finished. Midoriya left, and Endeavor would give a hard stare as the young man left. The hallway felt warmer than it was prior. Back at the benches, Iida and Tokiyami looked at the stage. Then both boys heard a voice. Did the match start yet? Uraraka asked. Iida turned and was shocked by Uraraka's puffy red eyes, while Tokiyami twitched a bit though unfazed. Are you hurt, Uraraka? If so, you must hurry to recovery girl, Iida said before Uraraka stopped him. I already got healed from her. This is from something else, she said as she wiped her eyes. Different. If that's the case, you must have been frustrated earlier, Iida surmised. Rather than feeling regret now, you should use the next match as a source of encouragement, Tokiyami stated. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. Iida was all white like a manga with black shades on the right side of his face. That's true, he admitted. The pillar of flames in the arena lit up as everyone started cheering. Thanks for waiting, everyone. The first match of the second round is about to begin. Present Mike exclaimed. Shinso walked up the stairs and onto the stage. The man who made it this far with a surprising quirk. From the general course, Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike announced. Midoriya then walked up to the stage. The pinnacle of inspiration. 1A's powerhouse that shattered All Might's record. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike informed. Midoriya and Shinso looked at one another face to face. Ida turned to Tokiyami. Tokiyami, what do you think of this match? He asked his classmate. It depends if Shinso manages to get under Midoriya's skin. Tokiyami answered. Yeah. Midoriya can't speak, or otherwise, he'll be brainwashed. Uraraka added. Back at the arena, Midoriya and Shinso prepare to fight one another. Which one of these two will advance to the semifinals? The answer will be revealed in this match. Midoriya vs Shinso. Begin, Present Mike shouted. Once Present Mike announced the match to start, Midoriya fired fireballs. Shinso dodged every projectile, but he was immediately hit by a Muay Thai flying knee strike from Midoriya. Shinso threw a cross punch, but Midoriya countered with an Aikido Kaden Nage. The indigo-haired man got thrown to the floor but quickly got up. However, Shinso got hit by a left-way thrusting headbutt from his opponent. Midoriya landed a boxing jab, cross, hook, and uppercut. The blows landed at the indigo-haired man's face and torso. Then, Midoriya hit a kickboxing front kick to his opponent's chest. Shinso dodged an incoming Hapkido spinning heel kick that grazed his head. Wow, Midoriya's not giving Shinso a chance to breathe, Present Mike commentated. Shinso realized he'd lose if this kept up, so he decided to play his ace card again. Why are you trying so hard? Did I make you upset? Shinso questioned. He dodged Midoriya's Northern Shaolin Tenshi Ryuzente? Was it because of what happened to that monkey and black hair girl from your class? Shinso continued. Midoriya hit him with a traditional jujitsu upward and hook elbow strike. A shame that the pro heroes won't scout them. Unless that black hair chick uses that body of hers. Shinso stated. Midoriya was angered by Shinso insulting his classmates, especially Yaoyorozu. The hell did you just? Midoriya responded. Midoriya fell into Shinso's quirk as his eyes became blank. I win. Now turn around and walk out of the ring. Shinso smirked. Midoriya turned around and began to walk. Oh no. Will Midoriya lose as Yaoyorozu did? Present Mike exclaimed. Outside the stadium, Fubuki and DVA tried to calm down an angered Tatsumaki. Izuku, I swear you'll get a painful lesson from me if you lose like this, Tatsumaki exclaimed. Genji and Mercy aided in trying to calm down the older Esper. Izuku, snap out of it, Yaoyorozu pleaded. Yeah, you're better than this, Uraraka added. Goddammit. I need to snap out of this. I made a promise to Momo and Uraraka, and I'm intent on keeping it, Midoriya mentally exclaimed. Suddenly, Midoriya saw 8 shadowy figures in the tunnel before him. He felt a surge of power flowing through his body. Then his left arm glowed with red-pink lines appearing. Move, Midoriya mentally commanded. Someone like you will never understand. But with a quirk like mine, I lagged behind. But I still have my dream. Now lose for me, Shinso stated. But Midoriya's arm unleashed a shockwave that caused some blood to spurt out. Historical warriors, male and female, appeared from the blood drops. The warriors were samurai, Chinese, Spartans, Egyptians, pirates, black knights, cowboys, and indigenous. The summons delivered a punch to different areas of Midoriya's upper body. Midoriya was free as he breathed as he was still in the fight. Midoriya stopped from going out of bounds, and it seems like he can summon more than Spartans and knights. This guy is full of surprises, Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd cheered. Eraserhead noticed Midoriya's injured arm. His arm's injured. Did he escape the brainwashing by inflicting damage to himself? If that didn't work, the warriors he summoned would save him, the underground hero thought. Gah! You guys didn't have to hit me, I was free thanks to my injured left arm, Midoriya told his summons. But thank you for ensuring I stay in the fight. You can go back now. I'm going to finish this. The historical warriors bowed as they vanished from the area. Shinso was shocked. You shouldn't be able to move freely. What did you do? He questioned. But Midoriya didn't answer as he was busy in his thoughts. Those people I saw were the ones who previously had One for All. Did they save me with that power surge earlier? Is that even possible? Midoriya wondered. What did you do? Shinso exclaimed, snapping Midoriya out of his thoughts. I'll think about it later. Right now, it's time to end this match. Midoriya mentally stated. He won't answer. Did he figure out my quirk's secret? It's only possible if that black-haired told him. I just need to make him talk again, Shinso thought. Say something. Shinso demanded. But Midoriya charged at him. Not only can you control fire, but you can summon historical warriors? I'm jealous. Shinso continued. I felt the same way in the past. Midoriya mentally answered. Was everything you said at the pledge a lie? Did you mean any of it? Shinso questioned. I do mean them. I want those who dreamt of becoming a hero come true. Midoriya mentally replied. You had it easy getting into the hero course. Others like me have to struggle to show we can be heroes. Shinso exclaimed. I only became who I am thanks to those who trained me. Midoriya mentally responded. Say something. Shinso shouted as he went for a cross punch. But Midoriya hit him with a Jeet Kune Do straight kick. Next, Midoriya hit his opponent with a Jeet Kune Do double cross and hook punch. Then Shinso was hit with a kickboxing jab, cross, side kick, and front kick. Midoriya staggered Shinso with a savate roundhouse kick to the head. Midoriya didn't stop as he hit Shinso's chest with a volley to-do spinning back kick. A Goju Ryu palm heel strike hit Shinso's face. Next, a Goju Ryu knife hand strike on Shinso's neck. Then Midoriya got Shinso to the edge of the ring with a Wing Chun chain punch to the face and chest. Finally, Shinso was sent out of the arena by a Jeet Kune Do somersault kick from Midoriya. Shinso's out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the semifinals, midnight announced, making the crowd cheer. Meanwhile, Shinso recalled a memory 3 years ago while on the ground. He remembered his peers saying how much bad stuff he could get away with, along with many others insinuating that he may end up being a villain. Shinso realized he'd also say the same thing if someone else had his quirk. Back on the stands, both Yaoyorozu and Uraraka sat down in relief. I was worried there. Yaoyorozu stated. Right? Uraraka agreed. Turning the tide to his favor. Expected of our class representative. Iida commented. Outside, Tatsumaki was happy Midoriya won his match with Fubuki. DVA, Mercy, and Genji were delighted, too. Back in the stadium, Bakugo saw the whole ordeal. He's getting better, but not enough to beat me. I'll show Deku who belongs on the top. Bakugo said in his head. Aizawa watched Midoriya heal his arm and approach Shinso while in his thoughts. Midoriya used his experience to turn the situation in his favor. Similar to what he did in the combat training. He's getting good, he thought. Hey, Shinso. Sorry if I was a little rough. I was angry about the comments you made about Momo. Midoriya said as he offered a hand to him. Shinso, however, got up on his own. I don't need your pity. Sometimes you don't achieve what you long for. Shinso replied as he walked away. The general course student continued walking until Midoriya said something. I can tell you were seen as a villain because of your quirk. There were times when you believed the things people said about you. But if you ask me, they're wrong about you and your quirk. But like I said in the pledge, there's no such things as heroic or villainous quirks. That only applies to the user of the quirk, he stated. Shinso turned to Midoriya as he walked to him. I can name so many situations where your quirk is better than mine. Today, you showed that people with quirks like yours can become heroes. Especially since there are future heroes hidden in the general course. And I'm not the only one that thinks so. Midoriya said as he pointed to the crowd. Shinso looked at the crowds to see his classmates congratulating him. They told him how he's the star of the general course. But he also heard the pro heroes praising him and how Ua made a mistake putting him in the general course. There will be other chances for you to be transferred into the hero course. Midoriya stated. Shinso turned to Midoriya, who had a smile on his face. So keep that desire of becoming a hero, Shinso. Because I want to train alongside you. When you get transferred, I'll be the first to greet you with open arms. As I want you to fulfill your dream of becoming a hero. But for now, go celebrate with your classmates. Midoriya said as he walked away. Shinso teared up before speaking. I will. You better wait for me because I'll become a great hero when I get certified. I won't give up, you hear me? Shinso exclaimed with tears in his eyes. Midoriya turned around and gave him a smile and a thumbs up. Shinso returned the gesture. Meanwhile, Iida decided to call his older brother, Tensai, in a waiting room. Iida waited for a bit until he heard his call being picked up. "Hi, Tensai, it's me," Iida said. "I'm currently on a mission and cannot answer the phone now." Tensai's voice recording said. Iida sighed and ended the call. "Tensai, you can do it." Iida mentally cheered for his older brother. Currently, Tensai, aka Ingenium, ran down a street in Hosu. He stood 6 feet 0 inches with a muscular build. His hero costume looks similar to his little brother's. His quirk was similar to Iida's, except his engines were on his elbows. Right now, Ingenium was searching for somebody. Group A, head north. Group B, search west. Ingenium said to his communicator. Group A, Roger. A voice replied. Group B, Roger. Another voice responded. Ingenium continued running until he noticed something in an alley he passed. That was, Ingenium said as he stopped and ran back. He used his engines to boost himself up a building. Without a doubt, it's him. He finished as he landed in front of his target. "I found you, hero killer," Ingenium stated as he faced his foe. The hero killer looked at the hero with a glare. Back at UA's sports festival. Now, let's start the second match of round 2. Up first, he's been dominating with only his ice. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Present mic announced. Todoroki was in the ring staring down at his opponent. Versus, speed is his game. From the hero course, Tenya Iida. Present mic exclaimed. Iida was ready once the match began. "Fighters, ready, begin," Midnight exclaimed. Immediately, Todoroki launched a wave of ice towards Iida. However, Iida ran and tried to close in on his opponent. But Todoroki fired another wave of ice. Iida ran out of the way but saw he was trapped between an ice wall. "Oh my, Iida is trapped between Todoroki's ice. What will he do now?" Present mic announced. Todoroki launched a wave of ice towards Iida. However, the engine quirk user jumped over it. "Wow, a standing long jump," Present mic exclaimed. "Recipro burst," Iida exclaimed as blue fire came out of his engines. Then he went for a roundhouse kick to his opponent's head. However, Todoroki ducked under the kick. "I have 10 seconds until my engines stall," Iida thought as he landed behind Todoroki. "I have to win at that time," Iida mentally added as he went for another kick. This time Iida's attack connected to Todoroki's back, making him fall. "A direct hit," Present mic announced. Iida grabbed the back of Todoroki's collar and began running. 8 seconds remain. "I can do it," Iida mentally stated. The engine quirk user ran towards the edge of the ring as fast as possible. "I'll throw him out of bounds." Iida didn't finish his thoughts as he felt something on his engines. He looked down to see that his mufflers were frozen. "My muffler's plugged. When did that happen?" Iida questioned. Todoroki began to freeze Iida's body except for his head. "During that kick, I lured you in with ranged attacks to force you to get close. The only problem was the timing," Todoroki answered. "Iida's immobilized." Shoto Todoroki advanced to the semifinals. Midnight announced. "I'm sorry, Tensai, I failed," Iida said in his head. Back in Hosu, Ingenium was on the ground, with a small pool of blood underneath him. However, he was alive as he struggled to get up. Then a foot stomped on his phone, destroying it. Hero. That word has lost all meaning in this era. Once, it meant something, but now it's full of fakes. There's only one true hero amongst the imposters, and that hero is All Might. However, there's another true hero who's still in training. You should thank him as his words fascinated me from further harming you," the hero killer said as he stood over Ingenium. "Those two people are the only ones I'll let kill me. All Might and Izuku Midoriya are worthy. They are true heroes," Ingenium's attacker added. Back at the sports festival. Now time for the third match of the second round. First, a man with a spirit of darkness. From the hero course, Fumikage Tokiyami. Present mic announced. Tokiyami stood proudly as he waited for his opponent. Versus, a literal maiden. From the hero course, Abara Shiozaki. Present mic stated. Shiozaki stared down at her opponent. "Fighters, are you ready? Begin," Midnight exclaimed. Shiozaki clasped her hands together. Next, she sent some of her vines into the ground. The vines came out of the floor near Tokiyami. but he dodged before the vines could entangle him. Tokiyami called forth Dark Shadow and sent it towards his opponent. The vine-haired girl formed a wall to shield herself, but the shadow-like creature rammed through her barrier. Then Dark Shadow went for a punch, Shiozaki quickly creating a small shield. Dark Shadow's punch sent the Class 1B girl back as the creature continued to throw punches. Shiozaki used the shield to block her opponent's attacks, then sent a wave of vines towards Tokiyami. However, the Class 1A student evaded it as his quirk continued attacking. One final punch made Shiozaki stagger back, and Dark Shadow stopped attacking. Shiozaki saw her opponent stop attacking and prepared to counterattack. But Midnight stopped her. "Shiozaki, you're out of bounds," the heroine announced. Shiozaki was confused until she noticed one of her feet was outside the ring. Tokiyami advanced to the semifinals. Midnight announced. Tokiyami called Dark Shadow back and bowed. "I wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. You would have become a difficult opponent in a prolonged match, Maiden of Vines. I thank you for a great match. Though I desired to win for the Lord, I humbly accept this defeat. I shall learn from this defeat. Creature of the Shadows, I also thank you for a great match," Shiozaki said as she clasped her hands to pray. Meanwhile, Class 1A and 1B had a sweat drop from seeing the conversation. So they also have one of those people in their class. Both classes said mentally. Both Tokiyami and Shiozaki left the arena. Now it's time for the final match of the second round. First up, filled with manly spirit. From the hero course, Eijiro Kirishima. Present Mike announced. Kirishima cracked his knuckles. Versus, a guy with an explosive attitude. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike stated. "Let the match begin," Midnight exclaimed. "Take this," Kirishima shouted as he threw a punch at his opponent. However, Bakugo dodged it, gaining a cut on his face. He then fired an explosion at Kirishima's side. "A counter," Present Mike exclaimed. But Kirishima was unfazed as his body was hardened to shield him from the attack. "That won't work on me, Explosion Boy," Kirishima said. Bakugo backed up to put some distance. "He's not budging. There's more to him and his quirk," Bakugo mentally said. Tetsu got up from his seat and began to shout. "Kirishima, go for his chin. His chin," Tetsu shouted. "Yesterday's enemy is today's friend, huh?" Honanuki asked. Midoriya looked at the battle tournament bracket. "Once this match is over, I'm up next against Todoroki. Let's see if I can help him in that match," he thought. Meanwhile, Kirishima tried to punch his opponent. But Bakugo evaded each strike. Bakugo's having a hard time. He can't attack due to Kirishima's fierce attack. Present Mike commentated. Iida returned to Class 1A's stands. "Midoriya," Iida called. Midoriya turned to see his friend. "Hey, Iida," Midoriya said. Iida noticed Midoriya's arm was healed. "I see Recovery Girl healed your injured arm," Iida said. "Oh no, my quirk healed my injuries. But I went to her to see if I missed anything," Midoriya answered. "Oh, you did your best against Todoroki," Midoriya added. "Thank you. I wish to face you in the semifinals. But I'll try harder again next year," Iida responded. "By the way, is your big brother, Ingenium, watching the sports festival?" Midoriya asked. "I called him earlier, but he's working. I'll tell him I did my best and do better next year," Iida answered. Their conversation was dropped due to Bakugo's explosion. Bakugo counters again. "What's this?" Present Mike announced. Kirishima held his side, which was hardened, but he felt the pain. Unlike before, Kirishima now feels the attacks. Present Mike announced. "You've been straining to keep your body hardening, right? If you attack in that state, it'll come apart," Bakugo stated. He clapped his hands together, creating a massive explosion. Kirishima blocked the incoming attack. But he couldn't do anything as Bakugo attacked him with fast, repeating blasts. Kirishima's quirk couldn't keep up as his gym uniform started to tear. "You little," Kirishima said. "The final blow. Die," Bakugo exclaimed. He swung his hand up and hit his opponent with a massive blast. Kirishima fell and was unconscious from the attack. "I understand why you wouldn't want a drawn-out match with me. You were at a complete disadvantage," Bakugo said. "Kirishima is knocked out. Bakugo wins," Midnight announced. Tetsu was enraged by Kirishima's defeat. You idiot, you didn't have enough guts, Kirishima. Tetsu exclaimed. With that vicious carpet bombing, Bakugo wins. He now moves to the semifinals. Which means we have our final four. Present Mike announced. Looks like your match with Todoroki is up next, Izuku. Yaoyorozu informed. Do your best out there, Deku-kun. Uraraka encouraged. You got it, Midoriya said as he got up from his seat. Then he headed off to get into the arena. Meanwhile, Tatsumaki, Fubuki, DVA, Mercy, and Genji took a break outside the stadium. The group enjoyed a meal, and DVA asked the group a question. So Izuku's match is up next. What do you think he's gonna do against that Todoroki guy? DVA asked. Well, it's already obvious he has one advantage on him, Tatsumaki said as she took a bite of her takoyaki. What do you mean, sister? Fubuki wondered as she sipped her drink. During the whole event, Todoroki's only been using his ice. He only uses his fire to warm up his body from overusing his ice. Tatsumaki explained. That's rather bizarre considering Todoroki would have better chances of winning if he uses both halves. Genji stated. But there must be a reason for not using his fire. Mercy replied. Hey, mind if we join y'all? A feminine voice asked. The group turned around to see a trio in futuristic Wild West attire. The first was a 37-year-old male that stood 6 feet 1 inch with fair skin, short brown hair, brown eyes, and a beard. He possessed a muscular build, but his left arm was a prosthetic. The second was a robotic male that stood 7 feet 1 inch that had 4 green eyes, a metallic black beard, and a muscular stature. The final was a 39-year-old female who stood 5 feet 10 inches, with fair skin, short white hair, and red eyes. Her build was athletic, with a mole on her right cheek, and she had makeup on. She wore black mascara and red lipstick. Ah, Cassidy, Ash, B.O.B., of course, you can join us. The more, the merrier, right? Genji answered. The trio of cowboys sat with the group as Cassidy and Ash had brought their meals. So what do you guys think of the matches so far? DVA asked. Some fights were slow, but things are getting heated up now. It's quite enjoyable, Ash answered as she took a bite of her hot dog. Ash and I made a bet against Junkrat and Roadhog. We said that Izuku would get first place in all the major events. They disagree and say he's gonna get second or third. But so far, it seems like Ashi and I are winning. Cassidy said as he lit a cigar. B.O.B. nodded as he agreed with the cowboy. But how do you think Izuku's gonna do against Todoroki? Fubuki wondered. Oh, without a doubt, he's going to kick Peppermint Hair Kid's ass. I mean, he beat you and your sister, Fubuki. Ash answered. You just love bringing that up, do you? Tatsumaki questioned. Considering that you beat every Overwatch agent, heroes, and Izuku's older siblings in Sentinel. The 3 people to ever beat you were Takeru, Hikaru, and Izuku. Fubuki reminded. And she made a lot of money from it, too. Cassidy added. Well, let's see if Izuku can beat the son of the number 2 hero of Japan. Mercy stated. Alright, folks, it's time for the first match of the semifinals. Let's hear some noise, Present Mike announced. The crowd erupted in cheers as they were ready for the next match. Is he always like this? Loud and obnoxious? Hikaru asked 1A's homeroom teacher. Yep, Eraserhead bluntly answered. Meanwhile, Mirko and Yukio were eager to see the first semifinal match. Who do you think is going to win? Mirko asked her colleague. It's tough to say. Endeavor's son is only using half of his quirk, while Midoriya hasn't shown us his quirk's full potential. Yukio explained. If you want my opinion, I say it will be Midoriya. Because it's like you said, he hasn't shown us everything. Mirko replied. Up first, a man that'll surely surprise us again. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced. Midoriya walked to the arena with the crowd cheering. Are you sure you want to go with this plan of yours? Our fire can now harm an innocent by your request. And your body will suffer grave consequences if this doesn't work. Especially since you also requested to have the healing factor temporarily deactivated. Akuma asked in Midoriya's head. Yeah, I'm sure. And you know that I'm very optimistic and a risk taker, right? Trust me, it'll work. Midoriya mentally answered. Akuma let out a frustrated sigh. You and that selfless, optimistic nature of yours. Fine, I will trust you. Just don't overdo it, Akuma replied. No promises, Midoriya responded. Versus, the son of the number 2 hero of Japan. Also from the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike announced. Todoroki walked to the arena and stared at his opponent. Here we are, Todoroki said, and only one of us will leave as the winner. Midoriya finished. At 1A's stand, Yaoyorozu, how do you think the match will go? Iida asked the class, vice representative. It mainly depends on Izuku getting close to Todoroki. Yaoyorozu answered. That's the biggest issue. How's Deku-kun gonna avoid Todoroki's ice? Uraraka added. Meanwhile, Shigaraki watched the sports festival on his computer in a dark room. Observe, Tamura Shigaraki. These two could prove to be obstacles to your rise. Especially the former vigilante, Akuma. Shigaraki's master told him from the monitor while scratching his neck. I'm not worried by a couple of noobs. But those rookies have a pro amongst them. So the only real threat is Akuma. Shigaraki responded. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya residence, Inko was watching the sports festival. She had trash cans full of issues, including boxes of tissues. The reason was that Inko worried about her son's safety. Now, she's watching the first semifinal match between her child and Todoroki. Good luck, Izuku, Inko said as she watched her TV. Midoriya's siblings and aunt also observed the match. Are the fighters ready? Midnight asked the combatants. Both men nodded to start the match. Begin, the R-rated heroine exclaimed. His power is too dangerous. I can't let him use it, Todoroki stated in his head. He stomped his right foot to the ground. A wave of ice headed towards Midoriya. But Midoriya flicked his fingers on his right hand. The shockwave destroyed the incoming ice wave. However, Midoriya used one for all at 100%, resulting in his right index finger being broken. Todoroki unleashed more waves of ice on his opponent. Midoriya destroyed the second wave by flicking his finger again. This caused Midoriya's right middle finger to be broken. The shockwave would have blown Todoroki away if he didn't create an ice wall behind him. At the bleachers, Kirishima rejoined his class after healing from his injuries. It started already, Kirishima asked. Hey, Kirishima, you did an amazing job in the tournament. Shiro told him. Thanks. After this match, you'll be facing the winner, Bakugo. Kirishima said. Bakugo watched the match before speaking. It'll be an easy victory for me. I'll kill them, he stated. Cocky, aren't ya? But man, Midoriya, Todoroki, and you have powerful quirks. It's insane, Kirishima replied. And you have no time lag. Shiro commented. That's not the point, Bakugo responded. Huh, Kirishima and Shiro said. If you overuse your muscles, the muscle fiber tears. Similar to you running out of breath if you keep running. Quirks follow the same rules. Bakugo explained. Quirks are like MP gauges in video games. There's a limit to how much you can use. It's obvious that Todoroki has his limits. But does Deku have a limit with his quirk? Bakugo mentally added. Todoroki sent another wave of ice, but Midoriya destroyed it again. Todoroki keeps sending ice, but Midoriya keeps blasting them away. Present Mike announced. Todoroki quickly got up and unleashed another wave of ice. Just going to keep attacking with ice, huh? Midoriya questioned. He flicked his right pinky to destroy the incoming attack. Midoriya's opponent took the chance to rush at him. Todoroki's running to try for a surprise attack. Present Mike commentated. Todoroki slammed his fist to the ground to create an ice ramp. Midoriya used his mouth to flick his right thumb. The ramp was destroyed, but Todoroki was in the air. He rushed towards Midoriya, making him jump back. Todoroki punched the ground with his right fist to form an ice stalagmite. Midoriya's opponent looked to where he was. Todoroki turned his right foot to send ice at him. Midoriya jumped back, but some ice caught his foot. This caused Midoriya to channel one for all into his right arm. Todoroki's opponent freed himself by punching the ice that trapped him. However, Midoriya's right arm was now broken. Enough games, Todoroki exclaimed. He stomped his foot on the ground and fired a massive wave of ice. Midoriya quickly destroyed it by flicking his left index finger. Todoroki was sent flying by the shockwave. But the number 2 hero's son saved himself by forming an ice wall to stop himself. Midoriya noticed ice on the right side of Todoroki's body. Like I thought, Todoroki's nearing his limit. Midoriya thought. Todoroki struggled to stand up as ice slowly grew on his body. He slowly walked forward. You're trembling, Todoroki. You haven't done any damage to me. I've been injuring myself the whole time. Are you still going to hold back? Did you forget quirks or physical abilities, too? Midoriya stated. Todoroki's eyes widened as Midoriya was right. He saw the ice on his right side growing. You declared that you'll beat me. But let me remind you that you won't beat me using half your power. Midoriya told his opponent. If you're trying to make me use that bastard's power, forget it. I won't use his quirk. Todoroki exclaimed. Midoriya sighed and summoned his katana to his left hand. Fine. If you're gonna keep handicapping yourself, then so will I. Midoriya stated. Everyone was shocked when Midoriya stabbed himself with his own blade in the gut. He then removed the blade and fell to his knees. One of the female kunoichis appeared beside him. Midoriya gave her the katana, and the female ninja disappeared. Hey buddy, question, did I stab anywhere vital? Midoriya mentally asked Takuma. No, you stabbed the lateral lower quadrant of your abdomen. None of the vital organs in your stomach have been harmed. But you'll pass out from blood loss. So finish this quickly, Akuma answered. Midnight was about to end the match, but Midoriya stopped her. Don't stop the match, Midnight. I didn't stab anywhere vital, but I'm gonna pass out from blood loss sooner or later. Besides, this is a lesson for Todoroki. Midoriya told the pro hero. A lesson? Have you gone mad? What lesson could I learn from you harming yourself? Todoroki questioned. Hear me well, Todoroki. I'm playing a villain you managed to wound with only your ice. I'm about to unleash a powerful attack. Do you think you can stop it with only half of your quirk? But here's a warning. Failing to defend from this attack will kill you and the people behind you. Midoriya answered. Everyone in and out of the stadium was shocked by Midoriya's statement. Holy shit, is that guy for real? Mirko exclaimed as she pressed her face against the glass. Is he really going to go through with it? Yukio wondered. What the hell did Izuku just say? Tatsumaki shouted. Why is he doing such a thing? Fubuki asked. Oh, I knew Reaper would influence him badly. Genji stated. Both Cassidy and Ash spat out their beer after hearing Midoriya's statement. Mercy patted both Wild West heroes on the back as they coughed. Is Izuku on drugs or something? DVA questioned. Izuku wouldn't, would he? Yaoyorozu asked. Deku-kun, don't do it. Uraraka pleaded. Midoriya, reconsider the action you're about to do. Iida shouted while chopping the air. A massive fireball appeared above Midoriya's right hand. No, I'm playing the role of a villain. I need to if this hero isn't all talk. The fate of these people is in your hands, Todoroki. Midoriya exclaimed as he hurled the fireball at his opponent. Midoriya, what the hell, man? Shinso exclaimed in his class, bleachers. You're in so much trouble, Mr. 10 Million. Hatsume shouted in her class, stands. What the fuck, Izuku? Midoriya's older siblings and aunt exclaimed. Todoroki immediately created walls of ice to block the massive fireball. But the walls were instantly destroyed by the fiery globe. No, these people shouldn't die because of me. Todoroki mentally said. Todoroki chose an option once the fiery orb came closer. He used his bare hands to try and hold the attack back. Oh my goodness. Todoroki is trying to hold back Midoriya's attack with his bare hands. Present Mike announced. Todoroki tried his best to keep the fiery globe from touching the ground. Even though Midoriya's attack pushed him to the ground and slowly burned his hands. The audience watched in fear as Todoroki held their fates. You were nothing but talk, Todoroki. I warned you that you'd never beat me using half of your strength. Now, innocent people's lives are in your hands because of your vendetta. You're a pathetic child shackled by the past and will be responsible for the deaths of many innocent. What will it take for you to realize that it's your quirk and not your father's? Midoriya exclaimed. Midoriya then fired a couple of fireballs to make the massive orb grow bigger. Todoroki struggled to hold back the enormous fireball. Todoroki's life then flashed before his eyes. His brutal training with Endeavor, alienated from his siblings, and his mother abused by his father for protecting him. Especially the memory of his mother scarring him with boiling water and Endeavor telling him she was sent to a mental hospital. Todoroki believed it was the end for him until a specific flashback came. As a child, he watched All Might's debut with his mother. That's right, children can inherit quirks from their parents. But what's most important isn't the connection but recognizing yourself. That's what I mean when I say I am here. All Might explained. You want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay for you to become one. You don't have to be a prisoner of your blood. You choose who you want to be. Todoroki's mother told him. Immediately Todoroki's entire left side was engulfed in flames. The temperature in the arena rose as well. Then Todoroki used his flames to send the massive fireball back to Midoriya. But Midoriya caught the fiery globe with one hand and shrunk it until it disappeared. However, Midoriya had a big smile as he helped Todoroki accept himself. Oh my goodness! Todoroki erupted in flames and pushed back Midoriya's attack. But Midoriya caught it with ease and made it disappear. However, the temperature is getting so hot I can feel it from here. Present Mike announced. So that was the reason Midoriya pulled that stunt. He voluntarily injured himself to show Todoroki the limits of quirks. And forced Todoroki to use his full power. Aizawa thought. Seriously, you never cease to amaze me, Izuku. You put your opponent's well-being first instead of winning immediately. You're really like your father, selfless to the core. Hikaru said in her head. I'm not all talk. I want to be. No, I will be a hero. Todoroki stated. Both ice and fire began to erupt from Todoroki's body. Then let's finish this, Todoroki. With one final attack, Midoriya exclaimed as he channeled one for all throughout his body. Fire also erupted around his right arm. SHOTOOOOO. Endeavor exclaimed as fire erupted from him, making most of the stadium turn to him. The number 2 hero marched down the steps. Have you finally accepted your purpose? It's a birth of a new era for us. With my blood, you'll surpass me. You'll live up to the purpose of your birth. Endeavor exclaimed as he stopped at the railings of the lower-level bleachers. Endeavor's shouting words of encouragement. What a doting father. Present Mike commented from the announcement booth. Don't blame me if you lose, Midoriya. Todoroki told his opponent. That depends if you beat me here. Midoriya replied. Both kept charging their quirks until they prepared to unleash one powerful attack. Smintos then put his hands to the ground. Waves of cement headed towards the arena to stop Midoriya and Todoroki. Midnight, we have to stop them. Midoriya might get killed, Smintos exclaimed. Midnight ripped one of her sleeves to release a light purple mist. Midoriya's body won't hold up, especially with those injuries, Midnight stated. Midoriya flew towards his opponent while Todoroki prepared to unleash a massive fire blast. Midoriya, thank you, Todoroki mentally said. Midoriya's right sleeve tore off as his right arm glowed. Giant cement walls appeared to block both Midoriya and Todoroki. However, the cement walls got destroyed by Midoriya's punch and Todoroki's blast. The shockwave from both attacks sent Midnight and Smintos flying out of the ring. But the shockwave was so powerful that everyone inside the stadium had to hold onto their seats. Even the people outside had to hold onto something to keep them from flying. The shockwave died as everyone wondered who won or whether the two combatants survived. Ken, Rika, Yugo, Maki, and Hikaru ran down to the arena to check on Midoriya. Midnight got up to see if the two students were fine and not in serious condition. The smoke screen that covered the area disappeared, and everyone saw the results. Todoroki was outside of the arena. He was slumped against the wall with the left side of his shirt burned off. Todoroki was still conscious as he struggled to get up. Meanwhile, Midoriya was still in the ring but was on its edge. But his right arm was a deep purple and bleeding. Midoriya was in the stance of a Goju Ryu straight punch. His older siblings and aunt ran to see him. All five saw that Midoriya was unconscious but remained standing on his feet. Hikaru put her fingers on Midoriya's neck to check for a pulse. She also placed a hand to where his heart was. After waiting for a few seconds, Hikaru felt a pulse and heartbeat. Midnight, Izuku's okay. He's just unconscious, Hikaru told the R-rated hero. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya advanced to the finals. Midnight announced. The crowd erupted in cheers for a spectacular match. Many were surprised that Midoriya passed out while standing. Class 1A, except for Bakugo, was relieved that both Midoriya and Todoroki were okay. Tatsumaki and her party were also relieved that Midoriya was fine. Holy shit, passing out but remained standing, badass. Yugo stated. Well, our little bro tends to surprise and impress us. Rika commented. Come on, let's get him to Recovery Girl. I'm sure he lost a lot of blood. But he set a new record for himself. Hikaru said as she put Midoriya over her shoulder. Really, how long did it take for him to pass out this time? Maki wondered. 15 minutes. His previous record was 8 minutes. Now let's get this reckless guy patched up. Hikaru answered. She then ran to get Midoriya healed by Recovery Girl. Her older nephews and nieces followed her. Meanwhile, Smentos checked on Todoroki. Todoroki, can you move? The cement hero asked. I'm fine. I can head to Recovery Girl on my own. He answered as he got up. Well, we will take an hour break to get the arena repaired. I know we need that break after being on edge from that match. So stretch your limbs, get some snacks, take a bathroom break, or talk to your family and friends. Because soon we will enter the final rounds after the last semifinal match. Present Mike announced to the crowd. Most people in the crowd, including the students, left to do one of the options Present Mike gave. However, everyone was excited to see what the final match would be like after the second semi-match. But one thing is guaranteed, it'll be a match to remember. UA's sports festival was nearing its conclusion, and everyone was excited. But the arena had to be repaired after Midoriya and Todoroki's match. An unconscious Midoriya was taken to Recovery Girl by his aunt and siblings. Meanwhile, Todoroki headed to UA's nurse as well. However, he ran into his father in the tunnel. You're in the way, are you not going to say that? You finally threw away that childish rebellion of yours. But your left side was out of control, and we need to work on that. However, you've finally become a perfect improvement of myself. Come to me after you graduate as I'll lead you into the mighty road. Endeavor said to his son. There's no way I can throw it away. Todoroki replied. His father said. The things you've done can't be undone that easily. Todoroki said as he looked at his slightly burned left hand. It's just during that one moment. I forgot about you, Todoroki said, making Endeavor stare at him in shock. Todoroki then walked past his father. Whether that's good or bad, right or not, I need to think about it. Todoroki stated as he walked away. Meanwhile, Midoriya woke up in Recovery Girl's office in the stadium. He noticed All Might, in his real form, in the room with him. You're finally awake. You did a number on yourself in your match against Todoroki. All Might told his successor. Midoriya looked at his right arm to see a cast on it. The bones in your right are shattered. Your healing factor concentrated on restoring the blood you lost. I need to perform surgery to remove any bone fragments, or they'll get stuck in your joints. I'll heal you afterward, Recovery Girl told him. Sorry for the trouble, but I had to help Todoroki accept himself. Midoriya apologized. It's okay. Your aunt did explain how you always put others first. However, you won't be doing something reckless like that again. UA's nurse responded. Midoriya felt a bead of sweat roll down his face. He cleared his throat a bit before responding. Thanks, and I'll try. But All Might, there's something I want to ask you. During my match with Shinso, I saw something while brainwashed. I saw 8 shadowy figures, and one of them looked like you. What's that about? Midoriya asked, looking to his mentor only to be spooked by his somewhat shaken expression. Spooky, I'm a ghost. All Might responded as he shook in fear. What the? I thought you might know something about it. Midoriya shouted. All Might coughed to recompose himself. Sorry about that. No, I also had a similar vision when I was young. It shows you have a better grasp of One for All. They're the traces of the quirk's previous wielders. But whatever they are can't directly influence or interfere with you. All Might would flinch, getting a handkerchief from his pocket and wiping the blood on his lip from the cough before continuing. Nor you can't do the same with them. This means the vision wasn't what stopped the brainwashing. Instead, it was your strong will that made you see them. You overcame Shinso's quirk with your strength. The symbol of peace explained. I'm not convinced, but I'll take that explanation. Midoriya commented, making All Might chuckle. But then the door burst to reveal Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Iida, Asui, and Mineta. But the surprise arrival of the group scared the symbol of peace. "Geez, you kids scared the crap out of me," All Might muttered. "Deku-kun," Uraraka said but noticed All Might. "Oh, hello, sir," she added as she didn't recognize the symbol of peace in his real form. "Hello," All Might replied with a wave. "Hey, guys, what happened to the next match?" Midoriya said. "There was a lot of damage to the stage. Therefore, we have a break until it's repaired," Iida answered. "What the heck was all that about, Midoriya? That stunt you did scared a lot of people," Mineta stated. Both Yaoyorozu and Asui bonked Mineta's head for his statement, only to blink as they realized he was stuck to their hands. Both girls screamed as they tried to shake Mineta off while pulling at his scalp. "I'm bleeding," Mineta wailed as the two girls attempted to pull their hands from his head. "Why is your hair this sticky?" Yaoyorozu yelled as she gave a mighty tug to free herself. Asui attempted to do the same. "Oh God," the frog girl said, shaking her hand as well. This caused the small man to yell more. Recovery girl would come over with alcohol and lemon juice. She spread some over Yaoyorozu and Asui's hands. This caused their hands to become unstuck and caused Mineta to land on the floor on his back. "Ow," Mineta said. "Don't rub salt on Midoriya's wounds, Mineta." Asui scolded though winced earlier when Mineta fell. "Hey, I'm just stating facts here," Mineta remarked. "Be quiet, now, all of you. I know you're worried about him, but I need to perform surgery now." Recovery girl told the group. "Surgery?" Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Asui, Iida, and Mineta exclaimed. "Is Midoriya going to be okay?" Iida questioned. "Will he still be in time for the final match?" Uraraka added. "Are Izuku's injuries severe?" Yaoyorozu asked. "Surgery's a pretty big deal," Mineta exclaimed. "Don't worry, just leave me to my work," Recovery girl said as she pushed the group out. "Hero," Asui said before the door was closed on them. UA's nurse then put Midoriya to sleep to begin the surgery. However, before Recovery girl started, she said something to All Might. "He said you were there in the vision he saw, among the past users of your power," Recovery girl said to All Might. "That's not a bad thing," the symbol of peace responded. Meanwhile, the stadium was repaired thanks to Smintos and Midoriya's eldest brother, Ken. Now the second semifinal match was beginning. The match between Bakugo and Tokiyami. The final semifinal match has begun. Bakugo vs Tokiyami, and Bakugo is rushing his opponent. Present Mike announced. Tokiyami tried to hit Bakugo with Dark Shadow, but it failed. "Your quirk is annoying," Bakugo exclaimed. He fired an explosion at Tokiyami, but Dark Shadow blocked it. However, Dark Shadow felt pain from the light of the blast. "This viciousness," Tokiyami muttered. Tokiyami got far due to his almost invincible quirk. But now he's focusing more on defense. Present Mike commentated. "Tokiyami, what's going on? You attacked so much during your matches." Mina stated. "There has to be a reason." Uraraka replied. "I believe that Tokiyami's quirk is very weak from light, meaning that it's only stronger in dark rather than bright environments." Yaoyorozu deduced. "I underestimated Bakugo. I don't have time to recharge Dark Shadow's darkness. It'll be over if I run out," Tokiyami mentally stated. He noticed Bakugo launch himself into the air with his quirk. "Is he trying to wear me down?" "Bakugo's getting faster," Tokiyami mentally added. Dark Shadow went to block Bakugo from his master. But Bakugo blasted the sentient being down with an explosion. "Grab him, Dark Shadow," Tokiyami commanded. Dark Shadow complied and went to grab Tokiyami's opponent. However, the explosion quirk user evaded and got behind Tokiyami. "Amazing. Bakugo got behind Tokiyami," Present Mike announced. Tokiyami's sentient quirk turned around and tried to attack him. But Bakugo had little explosions in his hands that were sparking. He then launched his attack, which created a white light to appear. "Stun grenade," Bakugo exclaimed. A large explosion erupted, filling the arena with smoke. "What happened? Everything's covered in smoke," the voice hero questioned. The smoke cleared to reveal Bakugo holding Tokiyami down by his beak. He also had sparks in his hands to weaken Dark Shadow. "You figured out Dark Shadow's weakness?" Tokiyami questioned. I figured it out after attacking over and over, moron. It was a bad match-up, and I don't feel bad for ya. Bakugo answered. Tokiyami laid down his head in defeat. I concede. Tokiyami surrenders. Bakugo advanced to the finals. Midnight announced, snapping her flogger. With that, we now have our 2 finalists. Izuku Midoriya against Katsuki Bakugo. Present mic announced as the crowd cheered. Bakugo smirked, believing he was already the winner. But he gets to put Deku in his place, so he's eager for the match to begin. Man. Poor Tokiyami, Uraraka said. I thought he'd win. Zero added. I guess that means Midoriya's the only invincible one in our class. Kaminari stated. You had to pick a fight with someone outrageous, huh? Kendo said as she lightly hit Monoma's head. No, he was lucky his quirk was effective on his opponent. Monoma replied. So today's sports festival has Class 1A in the spotlight. Damn it, Tetsu groaned. It doesn't matter who won or lost. This year's first years are amazing. One pro hero in the stands said. Looks like the draft will be exciting this year. A second pro hero in the stands responded. Hey, Iida, do you think Deku-kun's gonna make it for his match? Uraraka asked her friend. I believe Recovery Girl will do her best to get Midoriya ready. Iida answered. Suddenly, Iida started shaking, shocking Uraraka, Asui, and Yaoyorozu. What is it? The trio of females asked. It's my phone. Iida answered as he took out his cell phone. The 3 girls sighed as it was nothing serious. Just your phone, huh? Uraraka, Asui, and Yaoyorozu said. Iida saw the called ID on his phone that read, Mother. Mother, Iida thought. He got up to answer the call in the stadium's hallways. Hello, Mother. I'm sorry I lost in the sports festival. Iida said to the phone. No, it's not about that. But, Tenya, please listen calmly. Iida's mother said in a worried tone. But what she said next shocked Iida to the core. Tensai, your brother, a villain got him. She told her youngest son. Iida dropped his phone to the ground as he was shocked by the news. Meanwhile, in Hosu, the hero killer stood on top of a water tower. The hero killer had fair skin, muscular build, stood 5 feet 8 inches but had a hunch, and appeared to be 31 years old. The villain's black hair was long and messy, with small white eyes and tiny irises. His face was flat and somewhat triangular. The hero killer's attire consists of a dark combat suit with metal plating across his body. The torso of his suit was sleeveless, with his arms covered with yellow bandages below his shoulders to his wrists. Long black wristbands were on his wrist with a watch on his left arm. On the hero killer's knees were metal pads and black boots with steel armor. A blood-red scarf, matching headband, and tattered cloth around his face complete the attire. The villain lifted his sword to lick the blood off, with his long tongue tainted with numerous small papillae. You fools haven't noticed society is covered by hypocrisy and vanity. To those who dare call themselves heroes, I will make you notice. The hero killer stated. The villain felt a presence behind and swung his sword. But he felt it hit nothing and turned to see Kurogiri behind him. Please stay calm. We are on the same side, Kurogiri told the hero killer. The hero killer held an expression to Kurogiri's statement. I've been looking for you, hero killer, Stain. I heard about your notoriety and wanted to meet you. May I request a bit of your time? Kurogiri said. Stain's eyes narrowed at the warped villain as he listened, but was prepared in case they planned to do something to him. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was in his room looking at an article on his computer. The article was about a victim of the hero killer. Hero killer, Stain, Shigaraki said. Back at the sports festival, Midoriya was in player waiting room 1. He looked at the scars on his right hand. Midoriya thought back to when he woke up from the surgery. I removed any broken bone in your right arm and hand. Recovery Girl told him. Midoriya saw his disfigured right hand, but he healed it immediately. But Recovery Girl and All Might noticed Midoriya didn't heal the scars on his hand. Young Midoriya, why didn't you heal the scars on your right hand? The symbol of peace asked his successor. Because I want to keep it. Do you want to know why I keep the scars on my body? Midoriya answered. Yes, I was curious about that when you have a healing factor. The number 1 hero replied. It's because they remind me of my determination to be a hero. Every time I see them, I'm reminded of the backbreaking work I did to get here. But the new scars on my right hand tell a different story. These tell me how I helped Todoroki accept himself and his quirk. Midoriya explained. An admirable reason, that is, young Midoriya. All Might said with a smile. But don't do any more reckless stunts. After all, if you continue to do it, you may damage yourself severely. Recovery Girl told Midoriya. You got it, Recovery Girl. And thank you for the healing and surgery. Midoriya replied with a smile. Now get going. You don't want to be late for your final match. UA's nurse told him. Yes, ma'am, Midoriya said, but All Might stopped him. Something the matter, All Might? He asked his mentor. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you something, but let's do it outside. All Might answered. Midoriya followed the symbol of peace outside of Recovery Girl's office. So what is that you wanted to tell me? Midoriya wondered. Well, I actually had another secret I didn't tell you during our training together. All Might answered. What is it? Midoriya asked. It was the fact that I was quirkless like you before I gained one for all. The symbol of peace revealed, shocking Midoriya. Wait, you were quirkless? Midoriya said in shock. Back in my days, being quirkless was rare, though not as rare as now. My master possessed a quirk but still believed in me and took me under her wing. When you told me you started quirkless, I saw a lot of myself in you. You've kept exceeding my expectations more times than I can count. This shows I got a great successor and will undoubtedly be greater than me. All Might explained. All Might, Midoriya said as he was at a loss for words. Now go get ready for your final match. And give it your all. All Might told his successor as he ruffled his hair. Yes, sir, Midoriya happily exclaimed, making All Might smile. Back in the present, Midoriya smiled at the memory. But he was snapped out of his thoughts when Bakugo kicked down the door. Huh, hey, why are you here? I thought. Bakugo then saw the room number. Crap, this isn't room number 2. Midoriya just ignored him as he mentally prepared himself. But when he turned, Bakugo had left. The greenette was confused that he got up and looked out the door. Only to see the explosive man was nowhere to be seen. Some time passed as the final match was about to begin. Everyone that was at the festival was tuned in. Bakugo was already in the ring and waited for his opponent to arrive. Meanwhile, Tatsumaki and her group were watching the match outside. So the finals have arrived. Genji stated. And it's down to Izuku and that explosive kid he told us about. Cassidy added. I can't believe UA allowed someone like him to enroll in their school. Especially after what Izuku told us about Bakugo. Tatsumaki stated. We can't control who enters the hero universities, sister. Besides, we all know Izuku will beat him. Fubuki reassured. The only question is, will Midoriya embarrass Bakugo as he did during their time in middle and high school? DVA wondered. Oh, Izuku will do that. I'm guessing Bakugo will just flail and attack randomly. Ash guessed. Pride can be a dangerous thing. It can even lead to your downfall. Mercy commented. It's time for the final battle of UA's sports festival. The top of the first years will be decided in this match. Already in the ring is from the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Present mic announced. The voice hero was gonna continue until Hikaru took his mic. Hey, present mic said. Sorry, but I want to do my youngest nephew's introduction. Trust me, you'll love what he's about to do. Hikaru said before talking into the mic. Quick question for everyone here and at home. Who's here a fan of Japan's most popular wrestling promotion, New Japan Pro Wrestling? Midoriya's aunt asked the crowd. Immediately the crowd cheered, showing that they were indeed fans. You all know him in NJPW as the face of the company, the founder of Sentinel, a 12-time Grand Slam champion, and the number 2 hero before Endeavor. Takeru Mamoru aka the Elemental Hero, Alpha Wolf. Hikaru announced as images of Takeshi Mamoru appeared on the screens. Takeru Mamoru had tanned skin, stood 6 feet 4 inches, and had a muscular build. He had short, unkempt brown hair, amber eyes, and a small stubble beard. Takeru appeared in his 30s and had scars on his chest, arms, neck, and face in the photo. His hero costume appeared to be cybernetic armor with a wolf head helmet. But that's not all. His 4 of 5 children, and are UA alumni. Hikaru stated. Photos of Takeru and Hikaru, Ken, Rika, Yugo, and Maki's graduation photos appeared on the screens. But now my brother's youngest son is here in UA. You all know him for that fantastic speech in the pledge and the one to break All Might's record. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Izuku Mamoru Midoriya, Hikaru announced. A song began playing, and the crowd saw the words, Phenomenal One, appear on the screen. Next, a logo of the letter P and the number 1 appeared surrounded by stars. Then everyone saw Midoriya exit the tunnel. However, he wore a black sleeveless jacket with the same words and logo on the back. The jacket's hood covered the top half of his face as he walked into the arena. Midoriya had his arms spread as he pointed to the crowd. He then crouched and hunched his upper body when the music died down. Fireworks and pyrotechnics erupted in the arena. Midoriya removed the jacket's hood and basked in the applauding crowd as the music returned. He placed his hands over his head to show the same logo on his gloves. Midoriya kneeled, performed a cross sign, and pointed to the skies. He then marched towards the arena. That's right, representing and honoring my father, folks. Let's get this party started. Midoriya shouted as he put up double horn signs. The monitors in the stadium then showed Takeru's time in NJPW and his hero career. The crowd continued cheering as Midoriya stepped into the arena. Holy shit, I didn't know that kid was one of Alpha Wolf's children. He just became even more interesting. Mirko exclaimed with a smile. Quite, Yukio agreed. Goddamn, seeing Takeru's entrance again is very nostalgic. I always watch his matches whenever he's on NJPW. They're awesome, Cassidy stated. No argument there, partner. Ash replied. I see that he's wearing his father's actual coat and gloves. Fubuki pointed out. I wonder why he's putting on that show. Tatsumaki wondered. I think it's to honor Takeru's memory, as I heard he did this same performance during the sports festival. But to also annoy Bakugo. Genji assumed. I can agree with that. Mercy commented. Midoriya arrived at the ring and placed his hands above his head again, to show the logo on his gloves before pointing to the crowd. One of Midoriya's samurai summons appeared beside him. He handed the warrior the coat and gloves as the summon vanished. Bakugo glared at his opponent as Midoriya moved around to get the blood flowing. That was the best homage to a hero I've ever seen. Especially since Alpha Wolf did that during his time at NJPW. Present Mike announced, but the first time he did it was during the UA Sports Festival as a student. Hikaru added, well, after that amazing show, let the final match of UA's Sports Festival begin. Present Mike exclaimed. Bakugo blasted himself forward with a right hook winding up. Midoriya prepared to block it, but the attack was a feint. Instead, the ash-blonde man aimed down and blitz above to get behind his opponent. The greenette felt a sharp elbow to his back and was knocked forward. Midoriya swerved around and chucked Bakugo with an Aikido Munetsuki Koshinage throw. Bakugo got up but got caught in a Judo Koshi Guruma throw. Midoriya also landed a blow with a Jujitsu front snap kick, roundhouse kick, and back fist. The blonde fired an explosion at his opponent, but it didn't connect. Midoriya got close and threw a Goju Ryu spinning side kick. But Bakugo ducked and slammed his palm into the floor, igniting it with an explosive blast. Midoriya leapt into the air and slammed Bakugo's head with a Shotokan hammerfist strike. The ash-blonde man was knocked onto the floor but got back up. The greenette hits his opponent with a Shorin Ryu roundhouse punch and kick combo. Bakugo was then hit with a Kyokushin inside crescent kick and knife hand strike to the spleen. But he retaliated by yanking Midoriya's arm, turning around, and slamming him to the ground. Midoriya was hit with brief deja vu and rolled away from a blast aimed at his face. He leapt up and hit Bakugo's attacking arm's shoulder with a downward elbow. Next, Midoriya hit his opponent with multiple strikes in quick succession before leaping back. The greenette returned and uppercutted the ash-blonde with the front of his boot. The crowd cheered once the heavy strike was landed in such stylish fashion too. Few weren't cheering, however. The more serious of the audience, specific pros, or some rather hard-to-please individuals would watch with a sharp eye. Those specific ones were analyzing this duel with much scrutiny. Wowie, it's like an MMA brawl, people, place your bets. Mike would yell only to be chastised by his two co-announcers. Bakugo was frustrated despite his efforts as his opponent was clearly holding back. He launched himself only to get tossed down by Midoriya's Hapkido rotary throw. Bakugo was then hit by a Hapkido low spinning sweep kick while on the ground. Then the Ash Blonde grabbed the Greenette's arms. Midoriya got the wind knocked out of him from a heavy kick from Bakugo's feet. Wow, this is a bit more, even than what I was expecting, Yaoyorozu admitted, watching the two duking it out evenly. It shows how different Midoriya is from the rest of us. Tokiyami responded, yeah, considering he already has some combat experience, Kiro. Asui responded, though to last this long against him, Bakugo isn't all talk, it seems, Kiro. She added, well, now, it seems like Blondie's finally putting his money where his mouth is. Ash admitted with a raised eyebrow and was intrigued by the turn of events. I don't think he's gonna win, but let's see how this goes. Cassidy added. Bob and DVA waved a flag and banner with Midoriya's name and face on them. Good. Izuku hasn't been slacking in his training, Tatsumaki proudly said. However, she expected Bakugo to be knocked out of the ring much quicker. Well, he has fantastic teachers to train him. Izuku wants to make them proud, and he's doing it. Fubuki commented. Indeed, I hope my brother's watching the sports festival. He'd want to see if he kept up practicing. Genji stated. I'm sure Hanzo is. He'd want to keep a good eye on his student, Mercy said, but Genji interrupted her. Our student, the ninja corrected. Mercy didn't mind. Instead, she giggled at her lover. Holy moly, folks, this match is really heating up. Bakugo's starting to apply pressure, and Midoriya's doing an outstanding impression of a Swiss Army knife. Present Mike announced. He's also using a variety of martial arts. Eraserhead added, and if you're wondering how many and what they are, he knows 24 fighting styles. But we've only seen 12. Hikaru stated. Bakugo launched himself forward, firing another blast at his opponent. But Midoriya sidestepped and went for a Shaolin Fist Haishin Shugeki. However, his strike hit smoke, then the back of his shirt would be yanked. The Greenette was dragged upward and bore witness to smoke filling his vision. The audience saw Midoriya being pulled into a smoke cyclone of Bakugo's creation. I used Lei Fei's moves from Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown for the Shaolin Fist techniques. I can't see anything. What's going on? Many questions were thrown around, and while Aizawa was about to answer, he'd be interrupted by Present Mike. Don't worry, folks, it's just Bakugo's howitzer impact. Bakugo roared from the top of his lungs. The cyclone would press into itself before shooting out and then around the top, rising up and curving downward at alarming speeds. Twisting and convulsing with light as it slams down into the area floor, soon bursting with red, yellow, and orange flames as explosions were ignited from where the end hit the area, smoke filling the area. Many of the audience tried peering into the smoke but couldn't exactly see. Tatsumaki sucked her teeth, waving her hand as a green light surrounded the area. With a flick of her wrist whisked away the smoke. Once the smoke vanished, it revealed Bakugo was about to attack Midoriya from behind and him mid-turn to retaliate. The two leapt back from one another, looking sternly. Bakugo was seething, sweat igniting briefly. Midoriya noticed his opponent's forearms were somewhat veiny. The Ash Blonde rubbed his arms, causing the veins to go down. The Greenette realized he needed to apply extra pressure as he'd been on the defensive. He decided to rectify that as Bakugo's stomach would be hit by a Bajiquan pushing palm strike. Then Bakugo's chin was hit by a Bajiquan skyward fist strike sending him up into the air. This caused the Ash Blonde to blast himself upwards, zooming down and blitzing past his opponent in rapid succession, keeping in motion to make it hard to know where'd Bakugo strike. You're really pissing me off, Deku. Stop holding back and fight me with your quirk. Bakugo shouted. He launched himself from the sky straight down. The Ash Blonde man shoots his hand forward for a blast aimed at Midoriya's head. But Midoriya counters by stepping out of the way at the last moment, causing Bakugo to slam into the stadium arena's floor with a blast of flame and dust. The Greenette pressed forward at high speeds. Using the momentum to deliver a fierce spin kick would have sent Bakugo flying, if it weren't for Midoriya yanking him back, causing some slight whiplash. Next, striking Bakugo with a Wing Chun slap block. Then Midoriya hit Bakugo with Wing Chun horizontal elbows, double punch and chop. Followed by landing a Jeet Kune Do hook punch, upward side kick and spinning back kick. However, before Bakugo could retaliate, Midoriya kept attacking. Midoriya landed a volley to-do knee kick, double punch and low sweep kick. Next, Midoriya got Bakugo in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Americana from the side mount. Then Bakugo's leg got trapped in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu heel hook. The explosive quirk escaped by trying to hit his opponent with a blast. Bakugo got up but could feel the pain from both the arm lock and leg lock. Midoriya charged in while Bakugo was distracted. Midoriya hit his opponent with boxing jab, cross, hook, and uppercuts. Then a kickboxing overhand, backfist, roundhouse kick, and push kick followed. Next, Midoriya hit Bakugo with a savate jab, cross, roundhouse kick, and hook kicks. Bakugo went for a blast, but Midoriya grabbed his wrist. He then delivered a Sambo side kick to push Bakugo back. Next, Midoriya took down his opponent with a Sambo scissor takedown. Then a Sambo calf crush followed to apply pressure to Bakugo's other leg. Midoriya picked his opponent up to hit him with Sambo hooks, casting punch elbow, knee strikes and double hammer fist. Bakugo charged at Midoriya and started firing explosions at him. However, Bakugo's opponent evaded each blast. Midoriya then got close and hit his opponent with a sillet palm uppercut. Next, Midoriya unleashed a sillet combo of forearms, hooks, elbows, jabs, knees, and roundhouse kicks. Bakugo went for a right hook explosion, but Midoriya ducked under it. Then Midoriya landed crouching sillet horizontal elbows to his opponent's stomach and legs. Next, he got behind Bakugo as he was down to his knees. Then Midoriya hit his opponent's neck with a sillet cross punch from behind. Bakugo struggled to get up as he felt the effects of Midoriya's attacks. He looked at his opponent, who waited for him to get up. Bakugo went for an explosion in the form of an uppercut, but Midoriya dodged it and grabbed his opponent's attacking arm. He then slammed Bakugo to the ground with a Krav Maga shoulder throw. Bakugo got up to attack but was met with a Krav Maga crossbody punch. Midoriya then landed a Krav Maga uppercut, straight punch, round kick, and heel kick sweep. Now, keep an eye on my nephew, you all. Take notes of all he's learned and mastered. Hikaru announced. What fighting styles does he know, and who taught it to him? Present Mike asked. His father taught him Judo, Muay Thai, Muay Boran, and Lethwei. I taught Aikido, Hapkido, and Taekwondo. But we weren't the only teachers. My brother's friends trained him in Shaolin Fist, Bajikwan, Wing Chun, and Jeet Kune Do. My friends instructed Jiu-Jitsu, Savate, Sillet, and Krav Maga. Hikaru answered. Sentinel heroes also educated in Izuku's martial arts training. Genji and Hanzo trained him for Goju Ryu, Shotokan, Shorin Ryu, and Kyokushin Karate. Cassidy and Ash drilled my nephew for boxing and kickboxing. Zarya helped with Sambo while Lucio introduced him to Volley Tudo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She added. Great martial arts choices to teach him, as every one of those is effective. Eraserhead stated. My nephew took the training very seriously when he started training. Hikaru responded. Meanwhile, Bakugo noticed his body was covered in bruises and spat out some blood. However, he wasn't angered by the injuries he gained during the match. He was angry that Deku was making him look like a fool. Bakugo got up and glared daggers at his opponent. Midoriya readied himself in case Bakugo was going to attack. Stop fooling around and get serious as you did with that half bastard. Bakugo demanded. I only get serious when I need to be. Midoriya responded. So I'm a joke to you. I'll show you what happens when you look down on me, Deku. Bakugo exclaimed before preparing to launch himself toward his opponent, only for Midoriya to speak firmly. Do you really believe you'll be number one? Midoriya stated, which angered Bakugo. Damn right, I will be. Unlike you, I'm not gonna waste my time prattling around for God knows how long. Bakugo stated. Who'd said I was prattling around? Midoriya would say in a low tone. No one. I'm seeing it myself, you wretch. Bakugo would hiss, which surprised the green-haired young man. Wretch. That's a new one. I'm surprised you know what that means. Midoriya would admit. Bakugo was about to reply, but Midoriya would continue. Do you know why my father was content at the number 2 spot? What does he have to do with this fight? The explosive blonde gnashed his teeth together, sparks flying from his hands which were smoking and rather red. If you answer correctly, Midoriya said, only to get cut off by Bakugo. Cut the bullshit, Deku. This is the exact shit I'm talking about when it comes to you. He snaps, grinding his teeth together. If you'd listen instead of mouthing off, you'd realize what you'd have to do to become number one. Midoriya replied, do you believe I need your help, Deku? Bakugo questioned, voice low and eyes narrowed. Not mine, but my father's because, unlike you, he literally doesn't give a damn what his ranking was. He didn't even care if he was in the rankings, double or triple digits. Because there were many things he cared about other than his ranking. Midoriya explained. His family and friends. Bakugo finished for him. Yes, Midoriya answered with a squint, not exactly expecting that random dork of insight from the normally barbaric blonde. While that's nice and all, I do not see how that rolls back to this fight or me in particular. Bakugo remarked. It's because of your mentality. It's harmful, and it needs to be addressed. Do you want to know what a number one mentality is like? Let me tell you this. My dad was the symbol for the quirked and the quirkless. He saved people, protected them, and even went against the Public Safety Commission for the betterment and safety of the people. Midoriya exclaimed. My dad was why my older siblings and I trained ourselves to near death. We wanted to be great heroes just like him. But he didn't want us to be exactly like him, he wanted us to surpass him. After all, he inspires those who desire to be heroes to chase that dream. Even if they were quirkless or had villainous quirks. Midoriya stated, his voice beginning to rise. After all Might made a mistake when he became the symbol of peace. That mistake was that he only made himself the symbol of peace. I also desire to become the number one hero. But I won't be the only symbol of peace when I do. I want to make my classmates symbols of peace as well. Midoriya shouted. But, he would exclaim, his eyes locking onto Bakugo's, which causes the blonde to rear back for a moment before snapping his teeth with a hiss. Due to how you're acting, you'll just become Endeavor. You're already too much like him already. Believing that a powerful quirk and strength are everything. But that's foolish, as that isn't what helps people feel safe. The citizens will feel in more danger with people like that. Midoriya continued. No, they feel safe because they know some heroes sacrifice everything to ensure a brighter future. Midoriya added. My dad believes a true hero is willing to sacrifice everything for the people they vow to protect. Real strength has to do with helping others, that's what my dad believed. That saying is the philosophy for those in Sentinel. However, some believe that my dad's philosophy was either impossible or ridiculous. But that won't stop those that he inspired. Midoriya lectured. Everyone in Sentinel that follows and teaches my dad's philosophy isn't to be a copy of him. No, it's to ensure his legacy continues to live and inspire. And shine bright like the very sun and stars in the sky. Midoriya finished pointing to the sky. Midoriya felt a warmth upon his shoulder, which left as soon as it came. The crowd in the stadium cheered for Midoriya's speech. The pros were beginning to nod to one another as if discussing something without words. However, Class 1A felt inspired by their class rep's speech. Holy crap, Midoriya wants us all to be symbols like All Might. Kaminari said. Damn it, Midoriya's the pinnacle of manliness. He's just so goddamn manly. Hiroshima exclaimed with tears in his eyes. Midoriya has been proving to be a good example for what we should strive to achieve. Tokiyami commented. In the commentators' booth, Hikaru smiled as she was proud of her youngest nephew. Takeru, your children and friends are ensuring your legacy live. I hope you're proud up there. Hikaru mentally said. Yeah, you tell that explosive brat, Izuku. Rika exclaimed from the stands. Ken gave a nod of approval. You think Dad heard that in heaven, Maki? Yugo said to his sister. Without a doubt, Maki answered. Bakugo's eyes were twitching, the noise itself was grating his ears. He was annoyed as Deku could have said all that shit in a big speech on a stage, but no. It had to be his match to prove to Deku who was stronger. Bakugo felt like the whole world was bending over for Deku for simply breathing. The ash-blonde man was sick of it as he raised his arms. Bakugo flexed his tense fingers to where they appeared rigid. Sweat poured from his palms as he clapped his hands together, thus creating a loud boom to bring the cheering to a halt. Midoriya twitched from the sound before taking a breath before responding. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, fine then, we do this the hard way, Midoriya stated. Midoriya pulled off his destroyed shirt, despite it being mostly gone, folded it up, and placed it on the floor. He rolls his arms as there's a moment of silence. Then the crowd exploded into cheers. Oh man, the crowd's wild. Present Mike announced. Oh my, such a youthful body and spirit. Midnight squealed while licking her lips. Can't he keep his shirt on for once? Yaoyorozu would say, exasperated, with a hand upon her face to which her cheeks would begin to redden. But you have to admit you don't mind this. A blushing Uraraka replied. You said it, girl. Ashido exclaimed as she and Hagakure took photos with their phone. Just what is the workout routine? Jiro wondered. The gains are outstanding. I wonder what I could do with that type of routine. She mentally added. It must have been rigorous for him to get that far. The scars are proof of it. Asui answered, eyes focused. Over at Class 1B, the girls there was also a tad intrigued. I don't know why I'm surprised. A blushing Kendo said. A blushing Shiozaki was praying to ward off vulgar thoughts in her head. Meanwhile, the other members of Class 1B leaned over their seats, eyes wide. Holy shit, I wanna spar with that kid, Mirko exclaimed with a sharp grin. Indeed, he must have gone through a lot to earn that physique, Yukio replied with a faint blush. Outside the stadium, Mt. Lady was blushing at seeing Midoriya's physique. How the hell does that kid have a body like that? And how did he hide it so well under his clothes? The heroine wondered. To think that's the same kid who faced the sludge villain. Death Arms commented. Life is sure full of surprises, huh? Kamui Woods added. Meanwhile, with Tatsumaki's group. Wow, no matter how often I see it, I still can't help but blush. DVA stated. I agree. That physique should belong to a seasoned veteran. But it does suit Izuku well. Fubuki added. It's just Izuku showing off as usual. Tatsumaki commented but had a faint blush. How many offers do you think Izuku will gain from his body alone? Genji asked his lover. Many from female pro heroes. Mercy answered. You think the others back at the base are cheering for Izuku kicking ass in the sports festival? Cassidy asked Ash. Oh, without a doubt. And I'm pretty sure many are already hammered. The female cowboy answered with Bob nodding. Back in the stadium, Midoriya crossed his arms. Steam began to billow from his pores, a low growl starting to bubble up in his throat. Then Midoriya separated his arms to unleash a battle cry. A massive pillar of fire surrounded Bakugo's opponent. Bakugo slammed his foot into the ground. The ash-blonde man clenched his fist tightly as a redness began to spread from his palms to his fingers. Sweat poured from his clenched fists. The massive fiery pillar erupts into steam. Once it dissipated everyone, then saw Midoriya's entire body glow and burn like fire, white-blue in color. Midoriya stared at his opponent with his glowing white eyes. He got into his fighting stance before speaking. Tsukoshi wa mo sasateker yo, Midoriya said in his echoing voice. The crowd cheered as the final match of UA's sports festival continued. Bakugo's eyes narrowed at his opponent, with smoke rising from his palms. Meanwhile, Midoriya continued to burn with slight bubbling on his skin. But the greenette didn't notice at the moment. Well, what are you waiting for, Bakugo? I'm waiting, Midoriya taunted as he curled his finger at the blonde. Like how one would tease a cat. Bakugo growled from the taunting as sweat poured down on his palms. With a sharp blast, he blasted himself towards Midoriya. The greenette dropped into his fighting stance and stepped out of the way. Bakugo blitzed through the air at high speeds, yet Midoriya avoided his rapid turns and spearheaded attacks. Damn it, stop dodging and fight me, Bakugo demanded. Gladly, Midoriya responded. He dodged another attack from Bakugo. Then he landed a punch on the blonde's face. Midoriya grabbed Bakugo and threw him over his shoulder. Before the blonde could get up, the greenette dropped an elbow on his stomach. But in exchange, Bakugo landed a sharp knee on Midoriya's jaw, causing Midoriya to bite his tongue and taste iron. Both combatants jumped off the ground to their feet. Bakugo fired an explosion path upon hopping up. Midoriya ducked under it and went for a low sweep. However, the blonde jumped and attempted to slam his palm downs on his opponent. Midoriya evaded by rolling out of the way. The greenette felt the flash of heat from where he was moments ago. He decided at this moment he would be more cautious. Midoriya hasn't seen that move before. The greenette slammed his palms upon the floor, igniting an explosion similar to Bakugo's. The attack sent the greenette upwards, to which he turned midair, and reared his hand back. A flaming spear formed in Midoriya's hand as he launched the flaming projectile. The force caused Midoriya to flip while in the air and the attacked Bakugo's palm. The blonde was pinned momentarily. Midoriya used the opening to descend from the skies with a two-handed hammer punch on Bakugo's head. The greenette slams his palms upon the blonde with a couple of fiery projectiles. Midoriya's attacks ran across the floor before hitting their target. Next, Midoriya hit Bakugo with 3 flaming uppercuts. Then he swiped his hands upward, hitting Bakugo with a burst of flames. But the greenette's barrage of unrelenting strikes was interrupted by Bakugo, with the blonde's fist cracking him across the jaw. This sent Midoriya reeling back, but he used his momentum to slam his shoe right under Bakugo's jaw. Wow, Midoriya's literally on fire, and Bakugo's pushing through this heat. This fight is reaching its all-time high, folks. Let's see where this ends up. The voice hero announced. This bastard better not think I'm gonna be thrown around. Bakugo seethed, his knuckles popped, and his sweat ignited due to the heat circulating through his body, which reached an all-time high. The blonde needed to pick up the pace so as not to dry up. Bakugo clapped his hands together, smoke billowing from his palms. Midoriya was perplexed by this but attempted to continue his assault. However, his strikes would be met in the middle by Bakugo, whose fist collided with the greenette's, causing a small blast of smoke to arise. They kept back, now having been reset to neutral. Midoriya quickly realized what was happening from that one exchange. Bakugo had been rather tense when he collided with him. The greenette's fist was firm as the blonde planned to do this by trading. Midoriya gets to hit Bakugo, but in return, Midoriya would also gets hit. That was problematic as the greenette was on a time limit with his power-up. Midoriya was forcibly ripped from his thoughts as Bakugo shot himself towards him. Instead of firing point-blank explosions, Bakugo attempted to swipe at him with his smoking palms. Each quick movement left a trail of the black vapor, which would then change to a clear white. Doing so would be lit ablaze before igniting a path of delayed explosions. Midoriya ducked under the rapid flurry of swipes and thrusting motions of Bakugo's arms. The greenette leaned back, watching Bakugo's stiff arm shoot towards where he was prior. Midoriya twists his body to slam a leg into Bakugo, which caused the blonde to nearly get knocked over. However, Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's leg in his side, and with gnashing of his teeth, a blast of blinding flame erupted from the duo. Smog encompassed and once again blinded the audience from what was happening. Tatsumaki and her group were now in the stadium. The older Esper raised her arm, a green aura coating her body only for it to disappear a moment later. Tatsumaki was confused before turning towards the announcer's booth. The Esper's gaze was smoldering, but Aizawa had none of it. His hair swayed and twisted, akin to that of a lit candle. Eraserhead had his quirk activated, brows furrowed, and lips drew into a thin line. Class 1A's homeroom teacher shook his head to confirm Tatsumaki one thing. She will not intervene again. DVA didn't like how the match was going. This was supposed to be a total wash. She didn't expect Bakugo to get hits in, much less be capable of fighting back. Midoriya needed some encouragement, and that was what she planned to do. The gamer arises from her seat. Come on, everyone, give him some encouragement, cheer him on, DVA exclaimed. It wasn't hard to tell which him DVA referred to. The crowd exploded into cheers for Midoriya, showering him with encouragement and praise. You can do it, show him, he's nothing. Come on, champ, you're the best. There seemed to be no end to their adoration. The people loved Midoriya. Well, most of them did. If one were to take a closer look, it wasn't everyone. Though it mattered not cause the effect was almost immediate. From the smog, Bakugo was sent careening across the stage. He slammed his palms onto the arena. His fingers sank due to the heat he produced, causing the floor to melt under his hands. The smog would begin to twist and condense, soon flaring into pure flames, which would quickly be concentrated into Midoriya's palms. Before crushing it in his hands, he would raise a small ball of light to show to Bakugo. The crowd went wild as Midoriya faced them, opening his arms with a bright smile. The brunette faced away from the blonde before turning back. Midoriya's gaze turned hard. Bakugo's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. His body lurched as a strike he couldn't even see. The strike passed through his body before Midoriya's fist made contact. The blonde's head snapped back from an uppercut from below before he felt a burning grip upon his left arm. With the whiplash of being thrown, Bakugo felt his body ragdoll as his vision blurred. Bakugo couldn't get an idea of what was going on. But then clarity once the blonde's back hit the arena. He watched as a heated palm descended on his face. Bakugo's leg snapped upwards toward his opponent. But it would be caught, and Bakugo was flung into the air with a mighty swing. The blonde would get his bearings once more before resetting. Explosions igniting from his palms would halt Bakugo's cowardly motion. Looking around, Bakugo didn't see his opponent. He realized then and there that remaining still wasn't a good idea. Bakugo swiftly propelled himself to the ground. His head snapped up to see Midoriya where he once was. Time seemed to slow down as they locked eyes. Bakugo's pupils would contract, and his brows furrowed. He aimed towards the sky, veins pressing under his skin, teeth clenched, and pores stung. Light swallowed his hands as he dug his boots into the ground. What almost seemed to be a massive blast of heat would go off. The recoil nearly took the blonde off his feet and caved into the floor. It was like a flash bang, causing many in the audience to avert their eyes. Midoriya crossed his arms and took the attack head-on. The brunette noticed the singe of his skin. While he was heat-resistant, it was still hot. Midoriya flexed his fingers, similar to how Bakugo had done before. Gripping as the heat flared up, Midoriya's aura took the brunt of the blast, yet it still burned. Midoriya roared and redirected the blast towards his opponent with a mighty turn and swing. Bakugo gazed at the massive ball of fire heading toward him. The blonde felt the strain in his arms and legs, the dryness of his throat and skin. Before Bakugo could raise his arms again to fire another blast to counter the incoming attack, it hit. A giant fireball would encompass the entire arena, a loud boom reverberating around the stadium. Despite Smentosa's best efforts and the heavy walls, he formed in front of the crowd to shield them. Many covered their ears, and those who failed had their eardrums explode. The shockwaves cracked the ground and sent debris into the air. Once the cement walls had melted down to the excess heat, the stadium was silent. Many had their faces frozen in shock, others passed out, and even the pro-heroes were stunned. All of this was due to the firepower and skill of both combatants. Endeavor's jaw was on the floor in shock. Aizawa's face was as white as a sheet, and his hair flared up akin to that of a spooked feline. Present Mike's face pressed against the glass, slightly fogging up the window. One brow raised, and pupils contracted as the voice hero's body twitched. Hikaru's window was covered in hot chocolate, which she had to wipe to see. Her eyes nearly popped out of the sockets, lips on the rim of her mug. However, the fight would continue as Midoriya dropped to the floor. The brunette's gaze was stern, but his brows raised in surprise. He saw the singed appearance of Bakugo's arm. Before Midoriya could speak, he saw Bakugo getting into a fighting stance. The blonde winced but was ready. The fight was far from over. Bakugo fired a volley of explosions. However, Midoriya absorbed the blasts as he charged at him. Bakugo went for a fight hook, but Midoriya dodged and landed a Jeet Kune Do backfist to the blonde's face. However, the green-haired man didn't stop his attack. Bakugo got hit with a Jeet Kune Do double jab, backfist, and spinning hook kick. Next, Shaolin Fist Tusho, Reikengeki, and Suyokugeki. Then a Bajiquan Hachiman Kata, Kansuitai, and Ansho Chaochu. Finally, Midoriya ended his barrage with a Sambo Hammerfist, double jab, and high side kick. A.N. Look up Akira's command list on Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. I couldn't find all the English translations for every Bajiquan technique. But Bakugo managed to grab his opponent's wrist. Then he used his explosions to spin them around. The ash-blonde-haired man threw Midoriya down to the ground. Bakugo fired a massive blast that engulfed Midoriya. However, The green-haired came out of the smoke to hit his opponent with a savate uppercut. Midoriya continued as he hit Bakugo with a savate cross, hook mid-roundhouse kicks and a high roundhouse kick. The ash-blonde-haired man threw a punch, but Midoriya countered with a judo kata guruma. Bakugo got up, but his opponent tossed him back down with an aikido juji-nage. The green-haired man then trapped his challenger with a Brazilian jiu-jitsu kimura lock. Bakugo punched Midoriya's sides to free himself from the armlock. Midoriya released the armlock as both fighters got up. Bakugo prepared to unleash an explosion. However, he was stopped by his opponent's sillet ground side, spinning sickle and naga kicks. Midoriya followed it up with a volley to-do palm uppercut, jab, and high roundhouse kick. This is a fantastic match. We're seeing everyone. Keep your eyes peeled despite it looking one-sided now. I'm sure we are gonna see more surprises from these two. Present Mike announced. But the important question is, what is the purpose of the technique Midoriya's using right now? What's the purpose of igniting himself? Eraserhead questioned. I can answer that. The purpose of the form my nephew is using is to amplify his quirk and protect him. The fire around his body protects him from fire, no matter how hot. So Bakugo's quirk is useless against him since Midoriya can absorb it or take no damage. The form also grants my nephew to increase the power of his quirk. Hikaru explained. It grants him an increase in power and speed to inflict serious damage. Midoriya created it for when he faces enemies stronger than him. Right now, it's a test run to see if it works. However, there's a downside to using that form. Considering my nephew hasn't fully mastered it yet. The pro heroine added. What is the cost? The voice hero asked. Sorry, no spoilers. The match is still going on. Midoriya's aunt answered. Damn it, damn it. Bakugo angrily shouted. Midoriya didn't answer but gave him a raised brow and a, bring it on, gesture. Bakugo charged toward his opponent. Then went for a double axe handle explosion. Midoriya clasped his hands over his head and activated One for All. He slammed his hands down onto the ground. Vulcan Geyser. Midoriya exclaimed. 5 flaming geysers appeared underneath Bakugo. Midoriya's attack connected and sent his opponent flying. The ash-blonde-haired man got up, but Midoriya wasn't in his sight. But then a fireball hit Bakugo from behind. Next, Midoriya appeared and hit his opponent's gut with his elbow. Midoriya activated One for All once more. Hellfire Drive, Midoriya exclaimed. Then the green-haired man unleashed an onslaught of Jeet Kune Do punches and kicks. He ended with a 1-inch punch before vanishing, leaving a flaming afterimage of himself. Finally, Midoriya reappeared and hit Bakugo with a blazing horizontal line. The line exploded, sending Bakugo into the air before crashing back down. Damn you, Deku, Bakugo shouted. Midoriya smirked as he immediately appeared in front of his opponent. Misaturu, Shikunetsu no Kobushi wo. The green-haired man said. A.N. Misaturu, Shikunetsu no Kobushi wo, in English means, I'll show you the fists of scorching heat. Midoriya activated One for All again. He grabbed Bakugo and unleashed an explosion. Next, the green-haired man hit Bakugo with a barrage of explosive punches. Then Midoriya launched into the air with his arms out, shrouded in fire. He spun in the air while hitting his opponent as well. Bakugo was relaunched into the air as his opponent landed. Midoriya lifted his rear hand into the air. Then a flame began to form and charge. Bakugo fell and was near the ground. Kure! Midoriya exclaimed as he launched the flame in a big wave. A.N. Kure, in English means, eat this. The blonde flew out of the ring and crashed into the wall, which nearly caved due to the force of Bakugo's unconscious body slamming into it. Midnight was about to declare the winner. However, she saw Midoriya's white-blue glow disappear, and he staggered. Midoriya turned to face the crowd once more, only for a broad slap into his face causing him to topple. The R-rated hero ran into the arena to catch the greenette before he fell entirely. But Midnight let out a small chuckle when Midoriya's head fell into her bosom. She then made every present female jealous as she held onto him. You did amazing out there, Midoriya. You earned some rest, the heroine whispered as she rubbed his hair. She turned to the crowd to announce the results. Bakugo is out. Your winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announced. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Cassidy exclaimed as Ash and Bob celebrated. I knew Izuku could do it. DVA cheered as she jumped up and down. Izuku, you put on an honorable and fantastic performance. You honored everyone who trained you. Genji stated. Indeed, you and everyone who trained him must be proud. Mercy agreed. Genji chuckled, which made his lover smile. That woman is getting awfully handsy with Izuku. Tatsumaki growled. Calm down, sister. Midnight caught him so Izuku wouldn't fall to the floor. Fubuki said to calm her sister down. Fuck yeah, you showed that explosive Pomeranian who's boss, little bro. Rika cheered. I bet mom is crying tears of joy right now. But who can blame her? Ken commented. Yes, yes, yes. Izuku won his first UA Sports Festival. Maki happily squealed. But how angry do you think Bakugo will be? She added as she turned to Yugo. Oh, mighty pissed since Izuku didn't go all out, and he treated him like a test dummy. Along with the beatdown, Yugo answered. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya residence, Inko cried for her youngest child's victory. Izuku, you did it. Inko wailed as she cried tears of joy. Back at UA's sports festival. And with this year's sports festival is finished. The first year winner is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Present Mike announced. The monitors showed an image of Midoriya with the words winner above him. Fireworks were released as the crowd cheered. So the cost of Midoriya's new ability has a time limit and will render him unconscious once the time is up. Eraserhead stated. Yes, but with enough training, Izuku won't go unconscious but will probably have a huge strain on his body. Hikaru replied. Later, all the first-year students gathered on the field for the award ceremony. All of the events for the first year's sports festival are complete. Now we will move to the award ceremony. Midnight announced to the crowd. Fog appeared behind Midnight as three pillars of different heights came from the ground. Todoroki and Tokiyami stood side by side on the shortest, as Midoriya stood on the highest. However, everyone was shocked with Bakugo on the second highest pillar. The reason was that Bakugo was chained to a stone pillar. Midoriya's eyes would grow wide and head rear back as the blonde's neck snapped, and his sharp red irises would zero in on him, pupils thin like a feline. On his hands were huge cuffs and a muzzle over his mouth. Bakugo shook violently as he glared at Midoriya. Why is Bakugo chained up? Todoroki asked Tokiyami. Because he was very violent when he woke up and demanded a rematch with Midoriya. But this behavior he's showing is that of a feral animal. Tokiyami answered, causing laughter in the crowd. Unfortunately, we have one first-year student missing from the group. But Tenya Iida had to leave due to a family emergency. Thank you for understanding, Midnight said as she winked at the cameras. Must you really? Tokiyami questioned with a sweat drop. Iida was looking forward to the award ceremony. Asui stated, I know, Uraraka replied. Iida, Midoriya thought. When he woke up, he remembered that Iida wanted to tell him, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu something. Midoriya, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, it's sudden, but I must leave. Iida told his friends, my brother was attacked by a villain. You mean Ingenium? That's awful, Uraraka exclaimed. What's his condition? Yaoyorozu asked. I don't know the details as I need to go see for myself. Ingenium's a lovable hero who respects the law and leads others. I desire to be like my brother as he was the reason why I aspire to become a hero. Iida answered. Back in the present, I hope your brother is okay, Iida. Midoriya mentally prayed as he looked to the skies. Meanwhile, Iida was on a train to Hosu as he looked out the window gripping the train seat handle. Back at UA's sports festival. Now, we will award the medals. Midnight announced. The one who will present the medals this year will be none other than this man. Ha 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 ha, the number one hero laughed as he appeared on the roof. It's All Might, one civilian stated as the audience had smiles on their faces. The symbol of peace then jumped off the roof. Our hero, Midnight continued. I've got the medals, All Might said. All Might, right here, Midnight and All Might said at the same time. An awkward silence covered the entire area. All Might looked at his colleague with a gloomy aura around him. I'm sorry, I spoke over you, the R-rated heroine apologized. Midoriya, his older siblings, and Anne tried to hold in their laughter. PFF'd, that was so lame, they all mentally said. The first-year students are so lucky. One civilian commented. The number one hero was watching them. A second one added. Please award the medals starting from third place. Midnight told All Might as she held the medals. All Might placed the first bronze medal on Tokiyami. Young Tokiyami, congratulations. You sure are strong. You're too kind. Tokiyami replied. All Might then hugged Tokiyami. To fight well against different types, you must not rely only on your quirk. Train to increase your strength, then you'll have more options in battle. All Might advised as he released the hug. Tokiyami stared at his third place medal. Yes, sir. All Might placed the second bronze medal onto Todoroki. Young Todoroki, congratulations. I assume there's a reason you didn't use your left side until your match with young Midoriya. I didn't realize I was holding myself back all this time. But my eyes were open thanks to Midoriya. I can understand a little why you're interested in him. I want to become a hero like you. But it wouldn't be right if I'm the only one to break away. Todoroki explained before looking at All Might. There's something I must settle. Todoroki finished. The symbol of peace nodded before hugging Todoroki. Your expressions sure have changed after your match with young Midoriya. I won't ask for details. I'm sure you'll be able to do what you need to settle. The number one hero told him. All Might held the silver medal as he approached Bakugo. Young Bakugo. This is too much. The pro hero removed the muzzle on Bakugo. You did your best as you gave it your all. Congratulations. All Might. Bakugo said, making All Might curious about what he would say next. There's no way I can accept that worthless award. It means nothing since damn Deku wasn't using his full power. How can I prove myself the strongest when I got beaten? Especially when the bastard held back. Bakugo angrily exclaimed. What a scary face. All Might thought before speaking. It's true that people are constantly being compared publicly. But there aren't many who can keep aiming for the top on an unchanging scale. All Might look at Bakugo's enraged expression. So scary, he thought. Take this medal, okay. Think of it as a wound you can never forget. The symbol of peace said as he presented the silver medal. I don't want it, Bakugo remarked. Now, All Might as he went to place the award on him. However, Bakugo lifted his head to stop him. I said I don't want it. Bakugo shouted, but All Might got the award to slip into Bakugo's mouth. There we go, the pro hero said before walking to Midoriya with the gold medal. Young Midoriya, congratulations, All Might said as he placed the award onto his successor. Today, you inspired many present and future heroes. From not only your words but your actions as well. Even I was inspired when you pointed out how I should have made other heroes symbols. Your father must be honored and proud to know his family and friends continue his legacy. I'm sure you'll become a greater symbol than me when you become a pro hero. Thank you, All Might. I managed to get here thanks to everyone who inspired and trained me. But this award doesn't belong to me. It also belongs to everyone who gave it their all in this year's sports festival. Midoriya replied with a smile. All Might then brought his successor into a hug. Continue to inspire others to follow their dreams just as you have. Become a symbol just like your father and me. I'm rooting for you, he said before ending the hug and turned to the crowd. Well, here are the winners this time. But listen here, anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generations of heroes are definitely sprouting. All Might stated as he pointed to the skies. So, I just have one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it with me. Ready, go, the number one hero exclaimed. Thank you for the hard work. Plus Ultra, All Might and the audience exclaimed. Another awkward silence was filled in the arena. What, Plus Ultra, should have been there, All Might. The crowd exclaimed. Well, I thought everyone worked hard. All Might explained. Midoriya, his older siblings, aunt, and the present Sentinel heroes couldn't help but laugh. Later, all the first years went to their classrooms after the sports festival. Aizawa stepped into his homeroom with his class, waiting for his announcement. Good job. There's no school tomorrow and the day after. You'll get offers from pro heroes that watched the sports festival. But we'll gather those and announce them after the break. Wait in expectation during your rest. Aizawa informed his class. Yes, sir. His class responded, except for Bakugo, since the second-place medal was still in his mouth. Meanwhile, Iida arrived at Hosu General Hospital during the night. He asked the front desk where his brother was. Iida ran to the hospital room number after getting it. "Please don't run," the nurse told him. Iida kept running until he saw his mother in front of the hospital room door where his brother was. "Mother," Iida exclaimed. "Tenya," Iida's mother said. "How's Tensai?" Iida asked but barged into the room. "Brother," he exclaimed. "Tenya, lower your voice, and put on a mask," his mother told him. "The anesthetic just wore off, and he's awake. He's not fully alert yet. If the surgery was 2 minutes later, he wouldn't make it," the doctor said as Tensai opened his eyes. "Tenya, Mom," Tensai said. "Tensai," Iida said as he walked to his brother's side. "Sorry, I have a capable little brother, looking up to me. I'm sorry, Tenya, your big brother lost," Tensai said, making Iida cry. "Tensai," Iida cried. The next day, Midoriya was with his mother in their resident building. However, they weren't alone. With them were Ken, Rika, Yugo, Maki, and Hikaru at the dinner table. "You were so brave and amazing out there, Izuku. But I fainted about 7 times when you were in a dangerous situation," Inko told her youngest child. "But I'm sure the last 2 were from dehydration when I cried too much," Inko added. "Wow, you were braver than me," Midoriya replied. "Don't mock your mother," Inko told her youngest son. The other members of the family couldn't help but snicker. "However, you did some risky and crazy things during the sports festival," Maki stated. "Yeah, you shot some mines to send yourself flying. Stab yourself to make your classmate use his full power. Make people believe you were actually gonna blow them up. And use a technique that you haven't mastered yet," Rika listed. "But then again, we do some crazy shit when we trained at UA and during our missions," Yugo pointed out. Inko did a slight slap to the top of her second oldest son's head. "No cursing at the table, Yugo. You know better," Inko lightly scolded. "Sorry, Mom," Yugo replied with a giggle. "But he's right, we have done some crazy things," Ken stated. "Are you sure you want to keep the scars on your right hand?" Hikaru asked her youngest nephew. "Yeah, the scars I have are meaningful. The ones I gained during training were my determination to become a hero. This new one means I helped someone accept themselves when they couldn't," Midoriya answered. "Just like your father, he would also be proud of the scars he gained during his training and missions," Inko chuckled. "However, our little brother definitely got popular with the ladies," Ken stated as he nudged Midoriya, who blushed. "That's right, especially when you took off your shirt during your match against Bakugo. And having a girl's bra thrown to you," Rika added. "You were even fearless with your girlfriend, Yaoyorozu, being on top of you at the end of the obstacle course," Hikaru teased. "I'm wondering when I can meet Yaoyorozu. From what Hikaru told me, you and her spend time together," Inko wondered. Midoriya just covered himself to shield himself from the embarrassment. His family just chuckled at his attempt to protect himself. Meanwhile, Uraraka arrived back at her apartment after getting groceries. But when she twisted the knob, the door opened. "Huh, that's weird. I locked the door before I left," Uraraka stated. Then 2 shadowy figures came charging at her. "Ochako!" the 2 figures exclaimed. Uraraka screamed as her eyes bulged out of her sockets. The 2 figures revealed themselves when the lights turned on. The first was a male who stood 5 feet 9 inches with tan skin, auburn brown eyes, light stubble beard, and short, unkempt khaki hair. The second was a female who looked exactly like Uraraka, except her auburn brown hair was longer, and she stood 5 feet 7 inches. Both adults looked to be in their late 30s or early 40s. "There you are," the khaki-haired man said with a thumbs up and smile. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you guys doing here?" Uraraka asked her parents. "We came to throw you a party," Uraraka's mother answered as she pushed her daughter's left eye back in its socket. "We had to come after seeing our daughter make an awesome effort on TV," Uraraka's dad added. "Wait, what? But what about work? Did you come on the bullet train? When? How?" Uraraka questioned before taking a breath. Then she had tears in her eyes and a smile. "I can't believe you're here," she stated as she hugged her parents, who hugged her back. Meanwhile, at the Todoroki estate, Todoroki wore casual clothing as he prepared to head out. Shoto, where are you going? Shoto's older sister, Fuyumi, asked. Fuyumi stood 5 feet 5 inches, had fair skin, a curvy figure, and turquoise eyes. Her white hair was shoulder-length with ear-length side bangs. A short clump hung on her forehead with traces of crimson color on her hair. On her face were red-framed rectangular glasses. She currently wears some casual clothing. The hospital, Todoroki answered. Why all of a sudden? Don't you need to tell Dad? Fuyumi replied. No, Todoroki responded as he opened the door. Why are you going to see her now after all this time? Fuyumi wondered. I'll be back soon, Todoroki answered as he stepped out. Todoroki made his way to the hospital his mother resides in. He heard a child talking to his mother about the sports festival on his way. Todoroki remembered what his mother said before pouring boiling water on him. He remembered hearing his mother talking to her mother on the phone. Todoroki's mother stated how her children were becoming like Endeavor, her going crazy, and his left side unbearable. Todoroki arrived in front of the hospital. He made his way and asked the front desk where his mother was. I haven't seen her since that day as my existence caused her suffering. She's probably still being held captive by my dad and me. For me to become a hero with this body and all that I have. Todoroki thought. He stood in front of his mother's hospital room. Todoroki reached for the door handle but stopped. You choose who you want to be. Todoroki remembered his mother's words. What will it take to realize that it's your quirk and not your father's? Midoriya's words echoed in his head. To be the ideal hero, I need to see and talk to her. Todoroki mentally said. He opened the door to see his mother looking out the window. There's so much we need to talk about. He mentally added. Todoroki stepped into the room and closed the door. Mom, he called to her. Todoroki's mother slowly turned around and was surprised by her visitor. She had fair skin and appeared to be in her early 40s. Todoroki's mother stood the average height and had an average build. Her eyes are brown-gray with straight shoulder-length white hair with long bangs. Todoroki's mother's face had round features, a mellow expression, and reasonably long eyelashes. Even if she doesn't want it, I will rescue her from here. That's my starting line, Todoroki mentally finished. Rain poured as Midoriya drove to school. He took the 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Asui were with him. Midoriya called Iida to see if he wanted a ride but didn't pick up oddly. Midoriya stopped at a red light until he heard something. Excuse me, are you Midoriya from Class 1A? A businessman in the car to his left asked. This also got the attention of a group of adults to the car on the right. Yeah, that's me. Midoriya answered cautiously, only to relax upon hearing what was said next. Amazing job at the sports festival. I rooted for you the entire time. The businessman praised. You're the winner of the sports festival. Well done, the male driver of the right car stated. He powered through everything, the male driver's friend added. He'll no doubt become a great hero. The male driver's lady friend commented. Keep doing your best, hero. The group told Midoriya. Thank you. Midoriya replied to the people, albeit awkwardly. Midoriya and his friends arrived at Ua with the green-haired man parking the car. You sure are popular, Izuku. You have many supporting you. Yaoyorozu said as she exited the vehicle and opened her umbrella. Yeah, I thought some people might be scared of you because of your stunts during the sports festival, hero. Asui added, taking out her umbrella. They're more impressed by Deku-kun's skills and quirk. Uraraka commented while she opened her umbrella. The aforementioned young man would feel an odd bitterness churn in his chest. But shakes his head and would change the subject to their performance. True, but I believe you guys also did terrific as well. I'm sure that you three will have some offers waiting for you. Midoriya replied with a smile. Midoriya opened his umbrella to shield himself from the weather. Then a voice called to the group. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Asui. Good morning, Iida said while sprinting. The group perked up and turned to see Iida running to school wearing a raincoat and rain boots. Why are you ambling? We will be late, he stated, running past the group. Late? We have 5 minutes before the bell? Midoriya clarified as he and the girls followed Iida. Students of UA are expected to arrive 10 minutes early. Iida responded. Seriously, Midoriya commented, beginning to rush himself, which caused the others to follow suit. The group entered the school building. Midoriya and the girls closed their umbrellas and placed them with the other umbrellas. They also put their rain boots into their shoe locker. "So Iida, how is?" Uraraka asked, but Iida stopped her. "If it's about my brother, there's nothing to worry about," Iida answered, removing his raincoat. "I apologize for making you all worry," he added. However, the group felt he was sincere and decided not to press. The students of Class 1A would arrive in their classroom, chattering amongst themselves. Midoriya noticed two familiar figures walking down the hall, but before he could look closer, he went with the rest. "Man, there was a big difference between being on the news and aired on TV. I was stopped so many times by fans on the way here," Ishido happily stated. "Same," Kirishima commented. "People were staring at me. It was so embarrassing," Hagakure said. "Isn't that the usual for you?" Ojiro asked. "You can't believe what kids kept saying to me," Siro said. "Nice try," Asui guessed, making Siro slump down. "It's amazing how we become the center of attention in one day," Kaminari stated. "Ua is truly amazing," Mineta commented. The classroom door opened, and all the students quickly went to their seats. Aizawa entered his homeroom. However, he no longer had his bandages. "Good morning," Eraserhead said to his students. "Good morning, sensei," the class responded. "Kiro, your bandages are gone, Aizawa-sensei. I'm glad," Asui pointed out. "The old lady went overboard with the treatment," the underground pro hero stated. He picked the new scar under his right eye with his pinky finger. "Anyway, today's hero class is a little special." "Special? Is it a test? Please don't let it be?" Kaminari mentally prayed. "I'm not good with laws regarding heroes. I'm still learning," Kirishima thought. "You're picking your hero names today," Aizawa announced. "Something exciting today," most of Class 1A shouted. The class homeroom teacher activated his quirk to silence his class. "It's related to the hero offers. I informed you all before your break. The drafts usually begin in the second and third years after students gain experience and become assets for pro heroes. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years means they're interested in your potential in the future. However, those offers can be rescinded if their interests in you before graduation dies down," Aizawa explained. "Adults are selfish," Mineta commented while smacking his desk. "Which means we must prove ourselves after getting picked, right?" Hagakure asked. "That's right," Class 1A's homeroom teacher confirmed. "Now, here are the offers we received for this class," Aizawa announced. He used a remote for the board to reveal the offers sent to Class 1A. Offers to Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya, 7,895, Shoto Todoroki, 4,123, Katsuki Bakugo, 3,556, Fumikage Tokiyami, 360, Tenya Iida, 301, Denki Kaminari, 272, Momo Yaoyorozu, 108, Eijiro Kirishima, 68, Ochako Uraraka, 20, Shiro Honta, 14. Usually, it's more distributed, but these three drew the most attention this year, Aizawa said. "Man, so unfair," Kaminari exclaimed as he threw his head back. "The pros are blind not to see my magnificent shine," Aoyama commented. Ishido just had her mouth opened in shock. "Todoroki is second while Bakugo is third," Jiro noticed. "It's completely opposite to their placement at the sports festival," Kirishima added. "Well, I could imagine a pro not wanting someone who had to be chained up," Shiro stated. "If I scare a pro, it means that they were weak," Bakugo exclaimed. Yaoyorozu sighed as she wished she did more at the sports festival to gain more offers. "You must be proud. Having so many heroes sending offers to you," she said to Todoroki. "Most of them must be because of my father," he responded. "Wow, Midoriya has so many offers," Hagakure said, "mainly because he's so versatile," Ojiro added. "Speaking of Midoriya's offers, he didn't just get offers here in Japan. He's gotten offers in North and South America, Europe, Africa, and Asia," Aizawa informed, shocking the class. "That's amazing, Izuku," Yaoyorozu praised. "Thanks, Momo," Midoriya replied with a smile. We got offers. People want us, Uraraka said as she shook Iida with him humming in agreement. Sucks that the rest of us didn't get any offers. But how did Midoriya get so many after his stunts at the sports festival? Mineta commented. Regardless of whether you got offers, you'll be in internships with pro heroes. Aizawa announced. Internships? Uraraka asked. Yes, you've all already gotten experience fighting villains during the USJ. But working alongside pro heroes, you will receive more productive training. Aizawa explained. That's the reason for hero names? Sato wondered. I'm looking forward to it, Hagakure responded. The hero names are temporary, but if you're not serious, Aizawa said just as the classroom door was opened. You'll have hell to pay, a feminine voice stated. Whoa, Kaminari, Mineta, and Shiro exclaimed with blushes. Midnight entered the classroom swaying her hips and hands behind her head. Many hero names used by students become recognized by society and become their names once they become pros. Midnight explained. Midnight, Kaminari, Shiro, and Mineta cheered. That's how it is. Midnight will evaluate your hero names. I can't do things like that, Aizawa stated as he grabbed his sleeping bag. He then remembered when he was a student at UA. Both present Mike and himself had to come up with hero names. What? You haven't decided on a hero name? A young present Mike asked. I don't want to be on the news, so what's the point? A younger Aizawa answered. Well, then, I'll happily give you one. How's Eraserhead? Young present Mike presented. Fine, I'll go with that. Young Aizawa replied, not caring. Back in the present, Aizawa was about to enter his sleeping bag but spoke to his students. A hero's name represents an idea. A clear image of who you want to be in the future. As the saying goes, names and nature often agree. Like, All Might, for example, he informed. Midnight passed out small whiteboards for everyone. After some time, Midnight spoke. All right, if you have your hero name figured out, please present them. The R-rated hero announced. Wait, we have to present these? Kirishima exclaimed in his head. Man, who has the balls to go first? Shiro thought. Aoyama was the one to walk up to the podium with his whiteboard. Here I go, Aoyama said as he presented his hero name. The Shining Hero. I can't stop twinkling. Which means you can't stop my shine. A sentence? Class 1A, except Bakugo, said in their heads. You should remove the I and shorten the cannot to can't. Midnight suggested. Why, thank you for the aid, mademoiselle. Aoyama said. That's fine. Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, Shiro, and Jiro questioned. Also, decide between either Japanese or French, Sato said. Then I'm next, Ashido said as she stepped up to the podium. My hero name, Alien Queen, Ashido presented. You mean that thing with the acidic blood? I don't think so, Midnight stated as she imagined Ashido as a xenomorph. Dang it. Ashido said as she returned to her seat. That wasn't good either. Kaminari and Ojiro thought. Weird ones came up first. Should ours be funny too? Shiro, Jiro, and Kirishima thought as they were tensed. Kiro, may I go next? Asui asked. Sure, Sue. Midnight granted as Asui stepped up to the podium. I decided on this back in elementary school. Rainy season hero. Froppy. Asui presented. How cute, and personal, too. This is a great example of how you want to be seen as a hero, Midnight praised. Thanks to that, everyone felt at ease and began to chant Froppy. Thank you, Froppy. Everyone, except Bakugo, mentally praised. Kirishima was up next. Sturdy hero. Red Riot, Kirishima announced. I see you are paying homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, right? Midnight asked. Yes. He may be old school, but Crimson's everything I want to be. Kirishima confirmed. Shouldering the name you admire will come with a lot of pressure. Are you prepared for that? Midnight told him. You bet, Kirishima answered. Man, I haven't come up with a good hero name. Kaminari muttered. Jiro then tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Hey, Kaminari, how about jamming way? She offered. Oh, it's similar to Hemingway, who wrote A Farewell to Arms. That sounds smart. I like it, Kaminari said. No, it's because even though you're strong, you always Jam your brain. Jiro said between giggles. Oh, come on, Jiro. Quit messing with me. Kaminari exclaimed. Jiro walked to the podium to present her hero name. Hearing hero. Earphone jack. Jiro announced. That's wonderful. A name that represents your quirk, Midnight said. Tentacle hero. Tentacle. Shoji presented. Oh, I love that portmanteau. Midnight replied. She was impressed by Shoji's hero name for being a play on the words of tentacle and the Japanese word for octopus, teiko. Taping hero. Cellophane. Zero stated. Right on the nose, good job. Midnight praised, making him blush. Martial arts hero. Tailman. Ojiro said as he flexed his tail. No surprise there. Midnight replied. Sweets hero. Sugarman. Sato announced. How sweet, Midnight complimented. Acid hero. Venus. Ashido presented. Ooh, what's the reason being that? Midnight wondered. I was having trouble figuring out my hero name, so Uraraka helped me. She stated I should name myself Venus since the planet produces acid rain. Ashido explained. Everyone then looked at Uraraka. I like space, okay. She embarrassingly admitted with a blush. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the planet was named after the Roman goddess of love. Venus symbolizes love and beauty. Midoriya added. That makes it even better. Ashido happily exclaimed. Indeed. A perfect choice, Midnight agreed. Stun gun hero. Charge bolt. Electrifying, isn't it? Kaminari stated. Makes me tingly, Midnight commented. Reflecting hero. Prism. Hagakure presented. I love it. Let's keep those names coming, Midnight stated while Aizawa slept. I hope not to bring shame to this name. The everything hero. Kriti. Yaoyorozu announced. Creative. Midnight commented. Shoto. Todoroki said. Just your name? Are you okay with that? Midnight asked. Yes. Todoroki answered. Jet black hero. Tsukuyomi. Tokiyami presented. Ooh, god of the night. Midnight praised. Fresh picked hero. Grape juice. Mineta announced. Pop and Kichi, Midnight responded. Koda held his whiteboard to show his hero name, petting hero. Anima. Got it, Midnight said with a thumbs up. King Explosion Murder. Bakugo presented. Yeah, you should change that, Midnight told him. Why? Bakugo questioned. How about Explosion Boy? Kirishima suggested. Shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo exclaimed, making Kirishima laugh. Guess I'm up next. Uraraka said as she stepped up to the podium. I came up with my hero name a while ago. Uravati, she said. How delightful, Midnight praised, making Uraraka feel at ease. The hero names are going more smoothly than I expected. The ones left are Bakugo, who needs to rethink his, Iida, and Midoriya. The R-rated hero announced. Iida, however, wasn't listening as his mind was elsewhere. He remembered his talk with his older brother at the hospital. Tenya, I didn't know whether to tell you this yesterday, but I have to step down as a hero for a few months. Tensai told his brother. That can't be. You're lying. Iida responded. I'm sorry, Tenya. But I must. The doctors told me to step down until I fully heal. Tensai explained. No. You still have many people to lead. I don't want this, Iida told his brother. I don't either. But if it's okay with you, will you honor me by telling me your hero name? Tensai requested. In the present, Iida began to write his hero name but stopped. I can't. Not yet. Iida thought. He stepped to the podium to reveal he had written his name on his whiteboard. You're going with your name as well? Midnight asked. Yes, he answered. Very well. The female pro hero said before turning to Midoriya. Midoriya, are you finished? She asked. Yes, I am. Midoriya answered with a smile. Then come on up. Midnight would hum. Midoriya stepped up to the podium and presented his hero name. Many of his classmates were surprised by his choice. Wow, that's a pretty interesting name there, Midoriya. Kirishima said. Yeah, what's the reason for it? Kaminari asked. I had trouble thinking of my hero name. But then I remembered something two people I cheered up at the sports festival told me. The name came to me when they mentioned my time as a vigilante. One told me I appeared and disappeared like a ghost. While another said, I ride into the scene to save the innocent. Midoriya explained. I know I will have to reveal that I was the Akuma and Shinigami to the public soon. I don't know when, but it will happen. But I hope the people will accept me despite what I've done as a vigilante. And hopefully, this name will be the first step for everyone to accept me becoming a hero. For I'm the spirit that will protect the innocent from those that want to harm them. Midoriya added. The spirit of vengeance. Ghost Rider. This has to be my name. Midoriya proudly said. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka blushed and smiled as they knew he had mentioned them. Excellent choice. Midnight praised. Thank you. Midoriya replied with a smile. In UA's staff room. Hey, an offer for a first-year student came in, Cementos said. For who? All Might asked. It's for Midoriya, the cement hero answered. Another one? Let me see. All Might said as he looked at Cementos's computer. Then an expression of pure terror appeared on All Might's face. Seriously? This person? The symbol of peace exclaimed. Back in Class 1A's classroom. Lord Explosion Murder. Bakugo exclaimed. No, you can't have that. Midnight said with a sweat drop. Later, after Class 1A decided on their hero names. Now that you all have hero names, let's talk about the internships. Aizawa announced after waking up from his nap. They last for 1 week. Those who gained offers will have a list to choose from. Those who don't will choose from 40 agencies around the country that agreed to intern. Take note that each agency works in different areas and specialties. Aizawa explained. For example, 13 focuses on saving civilians from accidents and disasters instead of facing villains. Midnight stated. Think carefully while you choose. Aizawa added. Yes, Sensei, Class 1A responded. Everyone received their offers to see who they wanted to intern with. I want to fight villains in urban areas. Kirishima stated. I hope there's an internship for water disasters and rescues. Asui wished. You have the end of the week to turn in your choices. Class 1A's homeroom teacher announced. We only get 2 days. Kaminari exclaimed. Choose carefully. Class is dismissed. Aizawa said as he and Midnight left the classroom. Todoroki looked at his offers and was shocked to see his father's name. Later at lunch break, Class 1A discussed who they wanted to intern with. Hey, any one of you guys knows who you want to intern with? Ashido asked her classmates. Mount Lady's my choice, Mineta announced. Thinking of something perverted, aren't you? Asui said, walking past the small man. Of course not, Mineta denied. It's weird you didn't get any offers, Mina. Considering you gotten far in the sports festival, Ojiro said. Right? Ashido agreed. You already decided you wanted to go with Deku-kun? Uraraka asked. No, there are so many great choices. It's challenging, Midoriya answered. What about you? He asked his friend. Yep, I already know who I want to go with, Uraraka replied. Really? Mina said. Where? Ojiro wondered. The battle hero. Gunhead. My battle with Bakugo made me realize I got a long way to go. So I need some formal battle training to be a versatile hero. Uraraka answered. Nice choice. Who are you going with, Momo? Midoriya asked. I'm thinking of going with Uwabami. Yaoyorozu answered. I suggest you pick someone else, Momo. Midoriya told her. How come? Yaoyorozu asked. Both my sisters Rika and Maki had an internship with her before. They said that Uwabami prioritizes her modeling career over her hero work. But she still does her job as a hero when required. Midoriya explained. Oh, I see. Yaoyorozu replied. Here, let me see your offers. I think I can help you find a good one. Midoriya offered. But you have so many offers from pro heroes. You should focus on yours. Yaoyorozu told him. It's okay. I got 2 days to turn my choices in. Midoriya said as he looked over Yaoyorozu's offers. He looked over until he saw one name that made him smile. Yaoyorozu noticed this and wondered why Midoriya smiled. What is it, Izuku? She asked. Maybe because you'll learn something from this person right here. Midoriya answered. He showed that his aunt gave Yaoyorozu an offer for an internship. This surprised her. Your aunt gave me an offer? Yaoyorozu exclaimed. The rest of Class 1A who heard their vice reps shout were surprised. That the leader of Sentinel gave Yaoyorozu an offer. Wow, you should take it. Yaomomo. You're gonna be trained by Midori's aunt. Ashido told Yaoyorozu. Yeah, go for it, Hagakura added. I will, considering that Izuku's aunt and late father trained well-known, loved, and respected heroes. Yaoyorozu stated with a smile. I can't wait to see what my aunt taught you, Midoriya said. Meanwhile, Iida immediately chose his internship. It was now time for the students to leave the university. Hey, Deku-kun. Shall we ride home together with the rest of our friends? Uraraka asked the green-haired man. Sure. Midoriya answered. Care to come, Iida? Uraraka said as she turned to Iida's desk. But he was already gone. Oh, Uraraka said. Iida probably decided on which agency he wants to intern with. He must have gone to the staff room to turn in his form. Midoriya said as he opened the classroom door. But All Might, in his buff form, zoomed in front of him, bending down to his height. I have arrived in a bizarre form, the symbol of peace exclaimed. Whoa, All Might. Why are you in such a hurry? Midoriya asked. I need you to come with me real quick, the symbol of peace explained. You can go ahead, Izuku. We will wait for you at the front gate. Yaoyorozu told Midoriya as Asui and Uraraka stood next to her. Okay. I'll be real quick, Midoriya replied as he followed his mentor. Both stopped in front of the men's bathroom. I'll get straight to the point. You gained another offer from a pro hero. A pro hero that I know, All Might said. Really? Who is it? Midoriya excitedly wondered. His name's Gran Torino. He was a teacher for UA for 1 year and was my homeroom teacher. All Might answered. Really? Midoriya replied. He knows about One for All. That may be the reason for his offer to you. Considering I sent him a letter before the sports festival, All Might stated. Another reason he sent an offer to you is that he saw the sports festival. The way you used One for All made him believe my teaching was inadequate. Even though you managed to control 30% of it. Damn it, legs, stop shaking, All Might said as he slapped his legs. What did this guy do to make All Might scared of him? Midoriya thought, causing a bead of sweat to roll down the young man's face. Anyway, you should go to him to increase your control of One for All. Here's his address. The symbol of peace said, still slapping his legs to stop them from quaking as he shakingly gave his successor a piece of paper. Thank you, All Might. Midoriya said as he took the paper. He swallowed as he looked at the form. Meanwhile, Aizawa looked over the forms turned in for internships in the staff room. Are those for this year's internships? Snipe asked his colleague. Yeah. A few made some quick decisions. Class 1A's teacher answered. It's an important event. Hopefully, those students thought about their choices. A few third years regretted their choices. Snipe said as he walked away. You're correct on that. Aizawa agreed. He saw Iida's form and noticed he only put in one choice. That's weird. Iida's only choice is a hero agency in Hosu. He received offers from better agencies. Unless. The erasure hero thought. Later in the weekend, Class 1A gathered at the train station with their hero costumes in their cases. You all have your costumes. Usually, you're not allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop or lose them, Aizawa told his class. Yes, sir, Ashido happily exclaimed, holding her case above her head. Don't elongate it. Keep it professional, Aizawa told her. Yes, sir, Ashido responded. Now, don't become burdens to the heroes you're interning with. Show them you're ready for this kind of work. Now go. Aizawa stated. Yes, sensei, his class replied. I'm so excited, Hagakure exclaimed. You're heading to Kyushu, right? It's in the opposite direction, Sato told his invisible classmate. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu noticed Iida heading to his train without a word. Iida. Midoriya called out. Iida turned to see his friends approach him. We're friends, right? If something's bothering you, you can tell us, the green-haired man told his friend. Yeah, Iida said as he turned around to his train, but the trio didn't see the angry expression on his face. Later, Midoriya arrived at Yamanashi Prefecture to meet Gran Torino. He found the hero's home to see that it was a rundown apartment building. This must be the place, Midoriya said as he walked towards the building. Hello, my name's Izuku Midoriya. I'm from UA University, he introduced himself. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya said as he then saw a body on the floor. On the floor was an elderly man that stood 3 feet 11 inches with a light complexion. His build was scrawny with short spiky gray hair. The older man's attire was a fully body monochrome suit. A yellow cape, a belt, and very thick yellow gloves and boots were with the suit. Midoriya freaked out for a moment. He took a closer look, hoping to find footprints and such. But then he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the blood was ketchup. And what he had assumed were intestines beneath the older man were actually just sausages. Gran Torino? Midoriya would beckon the elderly man. Really, not too much of a reaction, Gran Torino said as he got up from the floor. Midoriya saw some more features on Gran Torino. The first was a dark domino mask on his wrinkly face that resembled 2 diamonds over his brown eyes. The letter G was on his belt. And his gray hair had bangs hanging forward and a trimmed beard. So when do we officially begin? Midoriya asked the veteran pro-hero. I want to see how good you are with One for All. Catch me if you can, Gran Torino said. Immediately, he launched towards Midoriya from the air released from underneath his boots. Gran Torino went for a roundhouse kick aimed for Midoriya's head. But he dodged it by ducking. The elderly man began to bounce around the room. A game of tag, huh? Let's play then, Midoriya said as he powered up 30% of One for All. Midoriya chased Gran Torino around the room. He saw the pro-hero coming from behind. Midoriya turned around and threw a Muay Thai diagonal kick. But Gran Torino dodged it by releasing more air from his boots to be above Midoriya. Then the pro-hero hit Midoriya's face with a push kick. The green-haired man fell onto the floor while Gran Torino landed. Not bad. You're already surpassed Toshinori when he was a student, the veteran pro-hero told Midoriya. But I still got a lot to learn, Midoriya replied. Gran Torino nodded at Midoriya's reply. A humble one, aren't you? Most people tend to brag about how powerful they are. But not you, he said. True. I'm nowhere near the level of control with One for All, like All Might, but with you, I know I'm in great hands. Let's continue the lesson, Gran Torino, Midoriya exclaimed. Gran Torino smiled as he saw the determination in Midoriya's face. I love your enthusiasm, kid. I will whip you into shape to control One for All better, the pro-hero replied. I can't wait. Let's continue the training, Midoriya exclaimed. Both men charged each other to continue the training. Gran Torino was already pleased with All Might's successor, while Midoriya was happy to be trained by the man who helped his mentor become the hero that he is. Both knew that this was going to be a worthwhile internship. End of Chapter 18. Small Omake. Midoriya plopped into the soft bed, taking a deep breath as his head rested on the soft pillow. The window in the room was open to allow cool air to flow inside. The sounds of the howling winds and problems going on their business at night eased him. The Greenette's mind had been preoccupied with something. Apparently, a bra was thrown into his face during his victory at the sports festival, which temporarily knocked him out. Midoriya didn't believe it at first, but after reviewing the footage, he found online was valid. A part of him wonders who threw it, as all he can recall is the scent of roses. Midoriya decided that was a thought for another day as he turned off the lights and snored away blissfully. Midoriya then dreamt of Yaoyorozu. Both were in a glorious dream, frolicking in a field of roses. Yaoyorozu loved roses as she loved the color, the flowers in a bouquet, and rose perfume. The Greenette's eyes popped open and nearly bulged out of his head. His head lit aflame, and his cheeks burned. That night, a loud, high-pitched scream had torn everyone away from their slumber. The cry persisted until morning. Present Mike was immediately blamed for the occurrence. Despite the voice hero defending himself, no one believed him. Class 1A began their internships with the heroes of their choice. Iida was in Hosu City patrolling with the normal hero, Manuel. The pro-hero stood 5 feet 9 1/4. With fair skin, black eyes, and a lean, muscular build. Manuel's costume consisted of a blue and white, skin-tight, long-sleeved shirt tucked into his orange gloves. His costume includes dark pants, white boots, and a fish-like fin helmet with a blue visor. We usually wait for calls from clients. But as you noticed, it's been busy in Hosu, Manuel told Iida. Does patrolling the street help suppress crime? Iida asked. That's right, the normal hero answered. But I'm surprised that Ingenium's little brother came to our agency. I know you have offers from heroes more capable than me. Manuel added. However, Iida wasn't listening. For he was thinking about the hero killer, Stain. The hero killer is elusive. He can't be found with society's modern encircling net. This may have been useless. But I can't stop until I get him. I cannot forgive him, Iida thought with a hateful expression. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were meeting with Stain. They sat across from each other, 3 milkshakes on the table, 2 vanillas, and 1 strawberry. I see. You're the ones responsible for attacking Ua. And you want me to join you? The hero killer said, voice low and grating. Yes. Shigaraki answered, sounding more like a hiss than anything. But there was excitable jolting and twitching from the young man. What's your objective? Stain questioned, picking up the strawberry milkshake, long tongue swirling and scooping up some before swallowing. First off, I want to kill All Might. I also want to end those who irk me, Shigaraki said as he then held up a picture of Class 1A. Including heroic brats like them. All of them. The photo was held with shaky hands before being placed on the table. Shigaraki began to scrap at his neck frantically. His skin looked dry, slightly wrinkly, and the texture reminded the hero killer that of leather or perhaps a scab. It was foolish of me to take interest. You're the type one despise the most. Stain stated. Huh? Shigaraki replied. You want me to follow you with your childish tantrums? What's the meaning of killing without a strong conviction? Stain snarled as he gripped his knives. Hero killer. Stain. A man that was called to bring growth for Shigaraki, who only cared for destruction. But this? Kurogiri thought as he noticed the hero killer gripping his knives. Master, you're not stopping this, the mist villain said to a monitor. This is fine. There's no point in giving the answer away. Tamura needs to figure out his imperfections by himself. That's what it means to educate someone. Shigaraki's master answered. Meanwhile, Bakugo was in his internship at Central Tokyo with the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. The pro hero stood 6 feet 3 inches, with fair skin, green eyes, and a slim build. He possesses an unnaturally long and flexible neck. On his eyes were dark, heavy lashes that tilt slightly inwards. Best Jeanist's blonde hair was long and combed drastically to the left, covering his left eye. The fiber hero's costume consisted of a denim waistcoat with 2 large breast pockets, a pair of jeans, and a denim dress shirt with a high collar that stopped below his nose. On the costume were 2 belts, one around his collar and the other around his waist. And short dark brown boots with thick gray shafts and soles to complete the attire. Frankly, I don't like you, Best Jeanist told Bakugo. Huh? The ash blonde-haired man replied. You chose my agency because I'm one of the top 5 pro heroes, right? Best Jeanist asked. You're the one who gave me the offer, Bakugo answered. Correct. Lately, I've brought in good little kids, but you're the first one in a while to strike a chord. I watched you at the sports festival. You handle your quirk with high potential. Along with having a good grasp of application as well. The fiber hero explained. It wouldn't be surprising if you were chosen as a sidekick with your talent. However, one person bested you, and that person is Izuku Midoriya. I know he received many offers for his versatile quirk, skills, and motivation. Including the fact that you were angry that you weren't number 1, right? The number 4 hero added. Huh? You gave an offer just to lecture me? Bakugo said as he approached the pro hero. However, he was stopped by Best Jeanist's quirk as fibers tied him. Correcting ones like you is part of my duty as a pro hero. Heroes and villains are 2 sides of the same coin. I'll show those glaring eyes what makes someone a hero, Best Jeanist said. What are you saying? Bakugo questioned. I'm going to teach you how to be an exemplary hero. Your speech, appearance, controlling your emotions, strong morals. There are endless things to do. By the end of this week, I'll sew that into your body. The pro hero stated. At Fourth Kind Agency, Kirishima and Tetsu were shocked to see each other in the same agency. Whoa, Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed. Tetsu. The red-haired man said. Kirishima. The silver-haired man replied. What are you doing here? Both students said simultaneously as they shook each other's hands. We were able to put in 2 offers. Let's get started. The chivalrous hero, Fourth Kind answered. The pro hero had fair skin, buzzed grayish-brown hair, small but wide eyes, large, wide-set build, and stood 6 feet 0.5. Fourth kind had no eyebrows, prominently straight teeth, and a diagonal stitched scar over his left eye. His hero costume was a plain black suit with 4 sleeves for his 4 arms. A cyan-colored tie with 3 yellow diamonds pattering down the center. Thick gold rings were on fourth kind's 20 fingers. And a metal casing was on his jaw and neck. "Thank you," both Kirishima and Tetsu said. "I saw your fighting spirit at the sports festival. I like it, but being a hero requires more than physical strength. As your senior, I'll teach you from my experience," fourth kind told the two. As expected from the chivalrous hero, Tetsu stated. "He's so manly," Kirishima added. "Wait until I finish," fourth kind exclaimed as he slammed his fists into his desk. "Sorry," Kirishima and Tetsu apologized. "Seems like I also need to teach you manners," the chivalrous hero said. "Thank you," the 2 UA students replied. Here's the basic premise. Pro heroes receive wages from the government. This means we're civil servants, but there's more to it. With the quirks we offer, our responsibilities are different from regular workers. Now, regarding our actual duty, fourth kind lectured. With Uraraka, she was patrolling the streets with the battle hero, Gunhead. The pro hero had tanned skin and stood 6 feet 3 inches, wide set with a muscular build, and long pale mint green hair spiked backward. Gunhead's costume consists of a white square mask with 4 holes. The holes resemble a gun muzzle with slight barrel stems protruding from the sides except for the lower left one. He also wore a partial bodysuit of a dark grayish cyan color. The suit covers Gunhead's lower portion of his torso, his arms from the shoulders down, and the palms of his hands. A padded combat vest sits over the suit around his chest's sides. The vest was connected by 2 straps attached to the mask and shoulders. Gunhead wore plain brown pants and short black boots. Completing the attire were silver revolver chamber-shaped bracers with spikes on his knuckles. The basics for hero activity is to control crime. When crime erupts, the police call us for assistance. They lump together in every district. Heroes also file a report on what we did, such as arrests and saving civilians. Then we turn in that file to the government office, Gunhead told Uraraka. We also get our wages after specialized agencies review our report. Usually, we get a percentage, the battle hero added. The way he talks is so cute, Uraraka thought. Meanwhile, Kendo and her fellow classmate from 1B, Setsuna Tokage, interned with the snake hero, Uwabami. Both girls were in their hero costumes at a TV station with the pro hero. Uwabami had fair skin, gold eyes with vertical slit pupils, a curvy build, and stood 5 feet 7 inches. Her long blonde hair was styled in curly locks. On the front of the pro hero's hair were folded curls. While in the back, Uwabami's hair was pressed by a curved plate. 3 snakes protrude from her hair. The snakes include a rattlesnake, a yellow king cobra, and a Japanese rat snake. The pro hero's costume was a maroon dress with scale-like details, matching high heels, and golden snake-like bracelets on her wrists and ankles. Heroes are allowed to have side jobs. There were arguments about it when the world of heroes was being established. But due to the popularity of heroes, the public demanded it. I'm on my way to film a commercial right now. Stick around, okay, Uwabami said as she put on some makeup. I thought we experience more hero-like activities. Kendo said, same. Are we here to be your entourage? Tokage added. Right. Is there something else we can do while you film this commercial? Kendo asked. Do you know why I chose to recruit you too? Any thoughts? Uwabami questioned. Is it because you saw heroic potential in us? Tokage answered. Of course. But there's another reason, the snake hero said with the 2 girls wondering. You're both charming young ladies. She revealed. Huh. Kendo and Tokage replied. I originally sent an offer to Momo Yaoyorozu as she was beautiful, too. But it seems she went to intern with someone else. One that I'm mostly surprised by. Uwabami stated. Who was it? Tokage wondered. The sports festival winner's aunt. The current leader of Sentinel, Battle Vixen. The heroine answered, shocking the 2 girls. No way, seriously, Kendo exclaimed. Indeed, Uwabami replied. Damn, if that's the case, I wonder what I could have done to get Battle Vixen's attention. Oh, who am I kidding? Yaoyorozu's Midoriya's girlfriend, of course, she'd be picked up. Tokage commented. Do you have any shame? Don't say such things, Kendo scolded. Oh, come on, you were there when she threw her, Tokage would begin to point out, only to be silenced when Kendo covers her mouth. Uebami's lips curled into a smile. Oh no. Go on. Jiro was in her internship with Death Arms in another part of Japan. Both of them patrolled the city while running. A hero must practice and train every day. We do it even when patrolling. Death Arms told Jiro. Right, Jiro replied. This is more difficult than being in class. She mentally added. With Mineta, he was vacuuming the floor of MT. Ladies' building. The pro hero was eating chips and reading a magazine on the couch. The important part of hero activity is knowing how to spend your free time. Do you get it, Mount? Lady said. Yes, Mineta answered. This isn't the type of play I was hoping for. He said in his head. Man, why couldn't I get that green-haired hunk who won the sports festival? Instead, I get this little shrimp. Mount, Lady complained. Mineta mentally grumbled at the mention of his height. Meanwhile, Todoroki arrived at his father's agency for his internship. I've been waiting, Shoto. Are you ready to walk the path of the mighty? Endeavor said to his son. I don't plan on walking the road you follow. I'll walk down my own road. Todoroki replied. Oh really? Well, regardless, get ready, we're heading out, the number 2 hero said. Huh, where? Todoroki asked. You'll see, his father answered. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu arrived in an ample office space in a skyscraper in another part of Japan. Hello, Ms. Battle Vixen. I'm here for my internship with you. Yaoyorozu called out. However, she didn't get any response in the empty space. She then checked her form to see if she was in the right place. But unknown to Class 1A's vice representative was 3 figures above her in the rafters. Yaoyorozu noticed the 3 figures' reflection in the window and turned to them. All 3 jumped from the rafters and landed on the floor. The black-haired girl saw all 3 were dressed like ninjas. The 2 tallest were male, given by their muscular physique, and both stood 6 feet 0 inches. One male's ninja armor was onyx, while the other was dark cyan. While the one ninja behind them was female due to her curvy figure and stood 5 feet 11 3/4. Her armor was both black and steel color. The 2 male ninjas took out katanas as the female wielded a kusarigama. Yaoyorozu quickly created a shield to block the incoming overhead strike from the chained weapon. She then noticed the 2 male ninjas charging toward her with their blades. Yaoyorozu made a bow staff to block both overhead strikes. Next, she made them both fall with a low leg sweep. Then Class 1A's vice representative smacks both male ninjas across the face with her weapon. But the female ninja hit her with a flying side kick. Yaoyorozu then evaded and blocked all the strikes from the black and steel ninja's weapon. The female ninja managed to get her kusarigama around Yaoyorozu's arm with the shield. However, Yaoyorozu pulled her enemy towards her and hit her with the shield. She noticed the other 2 lunging at her. Class 1A's vice representative dodged all of the katana strikes from the 2 males. She evaded all the katana strikes but got hit with a knee by the onyx ninja. Then the dark cyan ninja hit her with a high roundhouse kick. The female ninja landed a spinning back kick from behind. Yaoyorozu saw all 3 going for a strike while she was down. She used her bow staff and shield to block their weapons. Yaoyorozu kicked the female ninja's stomach with both of her feet. Next, she hit the dark cyan ninja with a punch to the side of his knee. Then smacked the onyx ninja's face with her shield. The black-haired girl tried to form a plan to subdue her 3 assailants. But she couldn't create a plan as the female ninja lunged at her. The black and steel shinobi kicked the shield out of Class 1A's vice rep's arm. Yaoyorozu could only block the female shinobi's punches and kicks with her arms. She tried to form a plan until she noticed the other 2 ninjas. Both males hit her with a push kick to send her down. Before Yaoyorozu could get up, all 3 ninjas pointed their weapons at her. But all 3 shinobi put away their weapons and helped Yaoyorozu to her feet. Class 1A's vice representative was confused until she heard clapping. Yaoyorozu turned to see Midoriya's aunt, Hikaru, enter the room. Battle Vixen was in her costume as she approached the group. I learned a lot from that spar to know what I can do for Yaoyorozu. Hikaru told her. What do you mean? She asked. From what my youngest nephew told me about you is that you're an intelligent girl. However, you have some flaws. Your main flaw is that you can't quickly make decisions on the fly. Battle Vixen explained. Just like how you couldn't form a plan to immobilize and capture any of my children during your spar. She added. Your children? Yaoyorozu questioned. Yes, the 3 ninjas you fought against are my pride and joy. Hikaru revealed as the 3 shinobis took off their helmets. The female was shown to be a beautiful woman that appeared in her late 20s. She had golden eyes, black hair in a ponytail, and fair skin. The 2 males appeared in their mid-20s and looked the same. The boys' similarities were that both had fair skin, golden eyes, and black hair. The only difference between them was how their hair was styled. One had neck-length hair with red highlights, while the other was parted to the right. Yaoyorozu, I like to introduce my children, who will be aiding me with your internship. My oldest child, Ayane, and my 2 twin sons. The one with neck-length hair and red highlights, the oldest, is Shin, and the youngest with the unkempt hair is Takeo. Hikaru introduced her children. Hello, Ayane, Shin, and Takeo greeted. All 4 of us will help fix your flaws to become a competent but skilled hero. Hikaru told Yaoyorozu. After all, when you're out on the field, it won't be the idealized hero image you believed in when you're a child. Instead, it'll be the battlefield that paramedics, police officers, and the military are always in. Because one wrong move or decision can cause the death of one or many innocent people. Therefore, you must make quick decisions that can save innocent lives while subduing and capturing the enemy. However, there will be times when you must take a life. Battle Vixen explained. But that's reality, Yaoyorozu. Some lives must be taken, especially if it means killing someone who wants to harm innocent people. Hopefully, you won't have to be in that situation, considering that everyone in Sentinel has taken lives to protect the innocent. Because sometimes, taking a life, even if necessary, can take a toll on the mind. Overall, you need to learn how to make quick decisions that can save yourself, the innocent, and those you care for. Midoriya's aunt added. Yaoyorozu took Hikaru's words deeply and understood what she was saying. A prime example is the man she loves, Izuku Midoriya. After learning he was the vigilante Akuma and Shinigami, Yaoyorozu understood his decision. The only people Midoriya killed were rapists, traffickers, murderers, villains, and terrorists. Because he knew if they were still alive, they would continue to do their heinous work. This means that innocent people will be harmed by those who willingly do those evil deeds. Therefore, Midoriya voluntarily chose to end those monsters to protect the innocent. Giving the innocent reassurance that they'll be safe knowing those monsters were gone. Hikaru and her children waited for Yaoyorozu's answer. The black-haired girl looked at the group with a determined expression. I understand, and I'm ready for what you have for me in this internship. Yaoyorozu replied. All right, because by the end of this week, you'll be near the level of all those I trained. Hikaru replied with a smile. Back at Gran Torino's apartment at night time. Both the pro hero and Midoriya were exhausted. For they trained for the entire day non-stop. You're good, kid. Not even Toshinori pushed me to use more power when training him. Gran Torino complimented. You're a fantastic teacher yourself, Gran Torino. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll pass out in the guest bedroom. Midoriya replied. Go ahead, you deserve a well-earned rest. Because we'll continue your training to handle one for all better. The veteran hero told his intern. Midoriya nodded as he headed to the guest bedroom. Not a bad pick, Toshinori. This kid's very talented. No doubt he'll surpass you and your predecessor. Gran Torino mentally said as he headed for bed. Morning arrived the next day, and Midoriya was ready for training. However, he checked his phone for the news. Specifically the one for the hero killer. I know you felt what Iida truly desired, Midoriya. He desires to end the life of the hero killer. Akuma told Midoriya in his head. I know. After all, the hero killer attacked his brother. Even though Ingenium's injuries weren't severe, Iida couldn't help but feel angry. His brother, the person he looks up to, was nearly killed. Midoriya mentally replied. But he's letting anger cloud his judgment. No doubt Iida will do drastic actions to obtain what he wants. Akuma responded. Trust me, once we know where the hero killer is, Iida will go and find him. But we'll intervene and stop him. After all, we can sense and teleport to our target from their soul. Midoriya stated. Midoriya and Akuma ended their conversation when Gran Torino arrived to continue their training. Meanwhile, at Gunhead's agency, Uraraka was in the Pro Heroes dojo. She, along with other interns, was doing punching exercises. Don't punch aimlessly, concentrate on each move. The crucial part for your punches is physical punch. Gunhead told his interns while doing a cute pose. Yes, sir. The interns, except for Uraraka, responded. His gestures are cute, too. Uraraka mentally squealed. Fourth Kind slammed a teacup on his table at his agency after tasting it. This is lukewarm. You two can't make a decent cup of tea. We want to impress clients that visit our agency. The pro hero exclaimed as he hit Kirishima and Tetsu while their quirk was activated. Is this the kind of crap you'll serve them? Sorry, Fourth Kind, sir. Kirishima and Tetsu apologized. Geez, your quirks make it satisfying to hit you. Fourth Kind said, turning away from the two with his hands being red and swelled. Thank you for the compliment, sir. The two interns replied. Back at Best Jeanist's agency. A hero must bring relief to those in need of rescuing. Not only abilities but grooming, speech, manners, and elegance are necessities for heroes. Do you understand? In other words, this is the presence of a hero. Best Jeanist said as he finished styling Bakugo's hair. Yes, Best Jeanist. His sidekicks and interns replied. I chose the wrong place. Bakugo mentally said as his hair exploded back to normal. Uwabami was posing for a magazine at a TV station as a photographer took her picture. After this photo shoot, she has an interview for a talk show. Tokage said, looking at the schedule. Maybe you were right about us being her entourage, Setsuna. Kendo commented. Hopefully, we do actual hero work. But if not, at least we could possibly have her as a contact. This does pay well, Tokage replied. Kendo blushed as she couldn't find within herself to pursue this type of work. She's more used to combat, not this. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu was getting the best training from Hikaru and her children. Ayane aided Yaoyorozu in how to make quick choices in any situation. Shin gave lectures and lessons on being a remarkable but respected and loved hero during patrol. Takeo trained her to wield different weapons, including firearms. Hikaru trained Yaoyorozu in the martial arts best suited for Class 1A's vice representative. They were Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Hapkido, Taekwondo, Goju Ryu and Shotokan Karate, Muay Thai, Muay Borin, Jeet Kune Do, kickboxing and Krav Maga. Yaoyorozu was constantly drained after the lessons and training. However, she persevered and continued without complaint. Hikaru was pleased as she saw the same determination Midoriya had in Yaoyorozu. At Ua, All Might was in the teacher's lounge with Tsukauchi for a meeting. Apologies for the sudden intrusion, All Might. Tsukauchi said. I don't mind at all. Did you find anything out? The symbol of peace replied. Indeed, we found something out about the Nomu from the USJ. The cop answered. The one young Midoriya beaten. What about it? All Might asked. We did a DNA analysis on it. Tsukauchi answered. DNA analysis? The number one hero questioned. Yes, we don't need your help with the investigation, for the information will be leaked. But I had to come and tell you. It's a clue that may lead us to the mastermind. Tsukauchi explained, which made All Might anxious. We used a special facility for our investigation on the Nomu. We learned that it's not that the creature can't speak. It's that it doesn't give any responses since its brain stopped working. Tsukauchi said as he took out a photo to show All Might. The identity of the Nomu was a thug with a record of assault and extortion. This will help us find the mastermind. All Might asked. Listen closely. According to the reports, at least 4 different people's DNA intermingled inside his body. Tsukauchi told him. 4 intermingled DNA. Is he human? All Might exclaimed. His body seems to be full of different drugs. In other words, he's an artificial human created to handle multiple quirks. That may be the cause of the massive drop in brain activity. But the main concern is the multiple quirks he possessed. The detective stated. Even if a different DNA is taken in unless it has a permeating property, it wouldn't result in multiple quirks. You would know since you had one for all, right? Most likely, there's someone who can grant quirks. That means, All Might said, realizing who it could be. Evaluating the situation, it's fitting to think this way. This is why I came to tell you. Tsukauchi said to his friend. All Might walked to the window and turned to his muscle form. That man, has he started moving again? The symbol of peace said. Meanwhile, back at the League of Villains hideout, Stain pinned Shigaraki with a knife to his shoulder. The hero killer also had a knife at Shigaraki's neck. Kurogiri, meanwhile, wasn't able to move. You want me to be a part of your group. Both conviction and desire are necessary to accomplish a goal. But those who don't have it are weeded out. That's a given. That's why this happens. Stain lectured. That hurts. Kurogiri, take this guy back. He's odd. Shigaraki commanded with a hiss. My body won't move. I think it's his quirk. The mist villain replied. This society is full of fake heroes that made the true meaning of heroes vanish. The criminals that carelessly use their powers must be purged as well. Stain stated as he moved the knife at Shigaraki's neck closer. However, Shigaraki stopped the knife. I'll kill you. You're so chatty. Conviction. I have my own convictions. He said as he disintegrated Stain's knife at his neck. To name one, it's All Might. I think I want to destroy the society that praises garbage like All Might as their hero. The hero killer sensed the League of Villains leader's malice. Shigaraki went to attack, but Stain jumped back. My last injury almost healed up. Shigaraki said as he got up. We don't have anyone with a healing quirk. Are you going to take responsibility? He questioned while scratching his neck. So, that's who you are. Stain said. Huh. A confused Shigaraki replied. We have different objectives, but we agree on one thing. To destroy the present. The hero killer stated. Stop fooling around and go away. I'm the type you detest, right? Shigaraki replied. I tested your true motive. People show their true selves when facing death. It's different, but you have a desire. A distorted sprout of conviction within you. It wouldn't be too late for me to wait and see you grow before killing you. The hero killer said. Kurogiri stumbled a bit to move his body. You're going to kill me anyway. Shigaraki questioned. I can move now, the mist villain announced. Kurogiri, I don't want this psycho on our team. Shigaraki told him. Tamura, if he joins us, he'll be a great asset. The negotiations have been completed. Kurogiri said. My business here is done. Take me back to Hosu. I got unfinished business there. Stain commanded. Back at Hosu, both Manuel and Iida returned to Manuel's agency after patrolling. Both men removed their helmets. The villains won't come out with the city on high alert. The normal hero stated. Is that right? Iida said as Manuel left the room. So my research on hero killer. Stain was right. He injured 4 heroes in each of the 7 areas he appeared in. I don't know if he has a purpose or if it's a jinx, but it will happen again. My brother was the only victim in Hosu so far, meaning he'll likely reappear in the city. Once he does, I'll kill him with my own hands. Iida mentally said. Meanwhile, a warp gate appeared in an alleyway, and Stain stepped out. It was now the 3rd day of the internship. Back at Gran Torino's apartment, the veteran hero and Midoriya were in another round of training. Now channel 1 for all, but this time channel it throughout your entire body instead of just one section at a time. Gran Torino instructed. Midoriya nodded and channeled his mentor's quirk. He began to spread 1 for all evenly in his body. Green lightning appeared on the green-haired man's body. How much are you channeling right now? Gran Torino asked. 35%, the same of how much control I have for 1 for all. Midoriya answered. However, Gran Torino noticed Midoriya was struggling. Can you move at the moment? He asked. No, it's a little straining right now. Midoriya replied. Try lowering the percentage. The veteran hero responded. Midoriya lowered the percentage to 25%. This time the greenette didn't feel any strain on his body. Midoriya did some punches and kicks. He saw that he could move normally now. Seems like you can move freely. Now, let's see if you can catch me this time. Gran Torino stated. The hero then bounced around the room with his quirk. Midoriya chased after him and tailed him the entire time. The veteran hero tried to move quickly to lose him. However, Midoriya caught up with him every time. Gran Torino went for a roundhouse kick aimed for Midoriya's face. But the greenette vanished from the pro hero's sight. Then Gran Torino noticed Midoriya above him and went for a grab. But the veteran hero dodged it at the last second. Then he bounced off a wall to kick Midoriya's stomach. The 19-year-old crashed into the wall but immediately got up. The greenette was ready to counterattack, but Gran Torino stopped him by putting his hand up. Midoriya noticed the veteran hero smiling as he wiped the small scratch on his face. It's been a while since someone made me go on the defensive. You're getting better and better, kid. All Might's teacher told him. Thank you, sir, Midoriya responded. Now, put on your costume. We're moving to Phase 2. Gran Torino stated. Phase 2, Midoriya asked. We're heading out to fight some villains. Gran Torino revealed. All of a sudden, Midoriya questioned. Yes, put on your costume. We're wasting time standing around. Gran Torino replied. Midoriya quickly nodded and ignited his body to have his costume appear on him. Where we heading? He asked. We'll be heading to Shibuya. Let's go and test out that new technique of yours. Gran Torino answered. Yes, sir, Midoriya responded as he followed the veteran hero to the train station. Meanwhile, back at Hosu, Manuel and Iida continued their patrol. Day in and day out, we patrol. Sorry that it's been repetitive. Manuel apologized. Not at all, I enjoy it, Iida replied. Hey, I hate to ask this, but, you're after the hero killer, right? Manuel asked, making Iida stop. Iida tried to answer. I couldn't think of any other reason why you joined my agency. I'm happy you came, of course. But you shouldn't act on a personal vendetta. We heroes don't have the right to punish or arrest. The usage of quirks was allowed because of advanced regulations. Manuel said. That's why no matter what the reason is, a hero cannot use their quirks for their own benefit. If you use it for your own interest, it'll be a great offense. He added. Iida looked down. That doesn't mean the hero killer isn't at fault. You appear serious, so I was worried you were too focused on one thing. The normal hero stated. Thank you for the warning. Iida said with a bow. It's fine if you're aware of it. Let's continue our patrol, Manuel replied. But, what am I supposed to do with this hatred I have? Iida mentally questioned. With Stain, he was standing on a water tank as he looked at the city. A warp gate appeared behind him, and out came Shigaraki. Hosu looks a lot better than I thought. What are you planning to do? Shigaraki said. To reform this city, a sacrifice is needed. Stain answered. Is that the unfinished business you mentioned the other day? Shigaraki asked. You're quick on the uptake. The hero killer remarked. Stop with your pointed remarks. Shigarako replied. The title of hero is given to those who achieved great things. There are too many wannabe heroes who only desire fame and money. Until the world realizes this mistake, I will keep appearing. Stain stated as he jumped off the water tank. All that arrogant talk, and he's doing nothing more than a grassroots movement. It's so admirable it makes me cry. Shigaraki said while scratching his neck. We shouldn't make fun of him. The crime rate has gone down in the cities Stain appeared in. One critic analyzed that it raised awareness of the heroes and received fierce criticism. Kurogiri told Shigaraki. That's wonderful. Heroes are working hard to lose their keep. The hero killer is a hero breeder, huh? What a waste of time. As expected, we disagree, and he's also annoying. Shigaraki said. Kurogiri, bring out the Nomu. Shigaraki commanded. The mist villain created a warp gate, and out came 3 different Nomu. The black one appeared similar to the one at the USJ. However, it lacked eyes and wore beaten trousers with shin guards. The pale yellow Nomu had bat-like wings, talons, and 2 eyes on each side of its brain. The winged Nomu wore a mask over its face and denim pants. And the pale green Nomu had 4 eyes protruding from its brain. It wore ripped trousers up to its calves. You thought you got away with stabbing me. If you wanted to kill me, you should have done it. It'll be a competition. I'll crush your honor and pride, Stain. Shigaraki said in his head. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Gran Torino were on a bullet train. The pro hero noticed his intern was on his phone, using his smartphone with someone next to him. Kids these days, Gran Torino said. Sorry, it's just that I'm worried about a friend who's in Hosu right now. Midoriya explained. Hey, look at that. One passenger said, getting everyone's attention. That building just exploded, he announced. Where? A second passenger asked. What's happening? Gran Torino asked. Suddenly the train stopped, and something crashed into the train. What the? Midoriya exclaimed. When the dust settled, the Greenette saw Ash's robotic sidekick. B.O.B. Midoriya shouted. The four-eyed Nomu grabbed B.O.B.'s face and pinned him down. Nomu, Midoriya exclaimed. Kid, stay on the train. Gran Torino said as he immediately launched himself to kick the Nomu off B.O.B. in the train. However, Midoriya helped B.O.B. to his feet as both jumped off the train. The Greenette then saw a part of the city on fire. Midoriya then saw the four-eyed Nomu about to attack Gran Torino. But it was pushed back by Ash and Cassidy shooting at it. Ash, Cassidy, what's happening? Midoriya asked the two cowboys. Hosu's being attacked by Nomus. You've already met one of them. Cassidy answered. One of them? How many are there? Midoriya questioned. 3. The other two are where that fire is. Ash answered. The group then saw DVA flying to Hosu inside her mech. With her were Tatsumaki and Fubuki flying beside her. Genji and Mercy are helping the police evacuate civilians with sentinel soldiers. Cassidy stated. The trio of cowboys and Midoriya saw the four-eyed Nomu heading to where the fire was. Then Gran Torino joined the group. Kid, I told you to stay on the train. This is different from what I had planned for us. The pro hero told his intern. I'm sorry, sir, but I need your permission to let me use my quirk. Midoriya responded. Why do you need to use your quirk? Gran Torino asked. My friend, Iida, is here in Hosu for revenge for what the hero killer did to his brother. That's the only reason why he's in the city. Midoriya explained. What, your friend is gonna hunt down the hero killer amongst this carnage? Is he crazy or stupid? Ash exclaimed. I'd say he's both. Cassidy commented. That's why I need your permission to use my quirk, Gran Torino. Because no doubt, I have to fight the hero killer to save my friend. Besides, isn't this what heroes supposed to do? Save lives and willing to sacrifice our own to protect those we desire to protect. Midoriya pleaded. Gran Torino was silent before answering. It seems Toshinori did pick one hell of a guy for his successor. Alright, you have my permission to use your quirk to save your friend. But here's my only order for you, come back alive. The pro hero answered. Yes, sir, but first, Midoriya replied as he summoned his katana. Next, he clutched the blade with both hands to cover it in blood. Then stabbed the ground with his katana to summon his warriors. The summons included the male samurais, female kunoichi, and male and female cowboys and knights, 30 of each. Some backup for you. Cassidy, you're in charge of the male samurai. Ash, you lead the cowboys and kunoichi. Have the male and female knights aid Genji and Mercy with the civilian evacuation. Midoriya told his friends. You got it. Now, go save your friend, Izuku. Cassidy told his friend. Midoriya nodded and whistled. A fiery portal appeared. Out from it was Midoriya's Yamaha V-Max motorcycle. The Greenette got on the vehicle and drove towards Hosu. Alright, you all heard your boss. You have your orders and know what to do. Let's move out. We got a city to save. Ash rallied Midoriya's summons. Cassidy, Ash, B.O.B., Gran Torino, and Midoriya's summons headed towards the city. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were on the same water tank Stain was on. Both watched the chaos that ensued right in front of them. The fire continued to spread throughout Hosu. At the same time, the heroes that arrived on the scene battled the three Nomus. Shigaraki laughed as he watched the mayhem and destruction. This is great. Let's go wild. Shigaraki exclaimed while laughing. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.